Hi, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. It's Tuesday and the trial has already started. I'm getting a late start. I'm trying to get packed. I'm going on vacation for my birthday to Jamaica. So I'll be in and out um, on the video. I'm gonna be watching it in the living room, but this is in my back room. And so I'll try to come and talk more since I'm home and I don't usually get a chance to talk while I'm at work. I don't talk too much while I'm at work. So, yay, today you might get to hear me a little bit more. But I'll be in and out. So, enjoy watching the live and we'll get together later on. Alrighty, here we go.
I just made it up, and you was like, and then you were like, well, I gotta let the defense know, and I was like, damn, you gonna tell them? And then you were like, I have to, and then I was just like, damn, don't tell them because the defense already saying that, you know what I mean, too much that they don't need to be saying.
Isn't it true that it wasn't until you were about to testify that you told me some different things about what happened that night at McDonald's?
Because you made me feel comfortable.
Okay. And that is when you told me that it wasn't Nard that got into your car, it was Little D and Shannon that got into your car.
Huh?
Do you remember telling me on the day that you were going to testify that it wasn't Nard that got into your car on the day that Donovan Thomas passed away, but it was Little D and Shannon that got into your car?
I don't get what you're asking me.
Sure. Do you remember telling me, switching your story up, that it
No, I didn't
was
switch my story, but I came forward. You made me feel comfortable, and I let you know, like, I lied. The D never told me nobody killed nobody when he got in my car.
did you ever tell me what you told me on June 7th, 2024, that Little D didn't say anything to you? That's what you told me, correct?
You just confused me again.
Sure. When we met in June of 2024, that's when you told me that Little D didn't say anything to you. That was the first time you ever said that, correct?
You said that was the first time I ever told anybody that?
Yeah.
So I guess I don't get, like, I hear what you're saying, but I don't get it. I don't understand it.
It was only in June of this year, that was the first time you ever said that Little D did not tell you anything in the car, correct?
Cause you the first person I ever spoke with that made me feel like you went after me. That so it was like you made me feel comfortable to let it be known that shit, I lied. So I felt like you was somebody I knew.
Okay.
And I wanted to tell the truth to you that I made it up.
All right. Also, during these meetings, did you tell me multiple times that you did not kill Nut when we met?
Say that again?
When we met previously, did you tell me multiple times that you did not kill Nut?
Yeah, I think I told you that.
Okay. And did I tell you that there was other evidence that supported what you told me? What?
Sustained.
Did I tell you? Did I tell you that? I- Did I tell you? Excuse me, strike that. Did I discuss with you that I could not show you any other evidence because you were a witness?
Huh?
Did I tell you that I could not show you any other evidence because you were a witness in this case?
No, you showing me the pictures and stuff and the phone calls that you're gonna use. That what you talking about?
I did show you that. Was there other evidence I told you that I could not show you because you were a witness?
I don't remember.
Now, Mr. Shard on cross-examination asked you if I showed you all of your interviews prior to trial. Do you remember that?
Say that. Can you say it again?
Do you remember last week, Mr. Shard asking you if I showed you all of your interviews prior to trial? Do you remember that?
Can you just ask me this question? I don't.
Do you remember, Mr. Shard, last week asking you if
What?
I showed you all 6 of
Oh.
your interviews prior to
If
trial.
you showed me the interviews, what about it?
Do you remember Mr. Sharp asking you if I showed them to you?
Thank you, Sean. Within 10 memberships, allowing 10 people
Do you,
to be locked out because you only got my life.
Mr. Copeland, would you have sat down and watched 21 hours of interviews with me if I asked you to?
I don't even want to sit down right here and listen to y'all now.
So nice. Daddy's gonna start taking off that belt.
Now, Mr. Copeland, after we met
In
in June, you were supposed to testify on June 7th, 2024. Do you remember that?
those 10 memberships, please tell me, Sean, thank you.
All I know is I jump when y'all tell me to jump.
On that day, when you were supposed to testify, do you remember pleading the fifth?
Oh, when y'all lock me up?
When you got locked up because you pled the fifth. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I never forget it.
All right. And you went to the Fulton County Jail, correct?
That's what y'all took me to.
And then you went to the DeKalb County Jail, correct?
That's what they took me to.
And then on Monday, June 10th, there was a meeting in the judge's chambers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that meeting was with you. Slow down.
Easy, all y'all get these damn memberships.
On that Monday, June 10th, there was a meeting in judge's chambers, correct?
Yes.
And that meeting was with you.
So much for
You were there.
Yes.
Your attorney, Ms. Bumpus, was there.
And you was there.
I was there. Investigator Long was there.
Y'all go subscribe.
Yes.
Okay.
I was
Another investigator, Hamilton, was there.
me over there.
Trying to little short bald head dude?
Yes.
Yes.
And there were some sheriff's deputies, correct?
A lot of them.
Right. And the purpose of that meeting was to explain to you what would get you out of jail, correct?
I don't know. I don't know the purpose of it.
Where did we discuss you getting out of jail?
We've been up for a long time.
And did we discuss you getting out of jail?
Yeah,
All right.
there was some of it.
And do you remember Mr. Shar and Mr. Steele asking you about those meetings last week?
I remember, I don't know which one asked me, but I remember being asked about it.
And isn't it true that there were some details missing from what they asked you last week?
You tell me.
During this meeting, were you able to talk to your attorney, Ms. Bumpus, on multiple occasions?
She sat right there with me the whole time.
And were there times when we left and you were able to talk to her by yourself?
I whispered in her ear.
But were there times when I left the room, the judge left the room, and you and Ms. Bumpus were in there and you, the two of you talked by yourself?
I think y'all probably left out before. I can't really remember.
And did I tell you in that interview that the only reason why you were in jail is because you pled the fifth?
That sounds like something you said.
And did I also tell you that so long as you testify that you would not be in jail?
Huh?
Did I also tell you that so long as you testified, you will not be in jail?
Well, me and you going back and forth.
And did I tell you that so long as you testified, you will not be in jail?
Yeah, but I was explaining to you why I didn't want to testify.
And did I tell you multiple times in that interview that the state of Georgia did not want you to be in jail?
That sounds like something you said.
Okay. And I didn't just say it one time, I said it. Do you need some water?
Nah, I've been coughing all weekend.
Did I say it to you multiple times in that interview that we did not want you in jail?
I think you said the whole time.
Now, in that meeting, did I also tell you that I expected you to tell the truth?
And I told you that. I don't lie. If you keep going to the past, if you want me to tell the truth, you can't ask me about what I done told the police because when you know what I mean, I'm just going with the flow.
And do you also remember during that meeting, your attorney asking me if he gets on the stand and says things that aren't true, would I be okay with that?
If I wasn't talking, I don't know.
Do you recall Ms. Bumpus, your attorney, saying, if he says something, you're right, it'll be a fact on it. if he says he did something and you know he's not telling the truth, what happens? And my response to you is, if he said he did something and he did not do that thing, and she said to me, if you believe he did not, so if you believe that he's lying about that, then I said, then no. If he admits to doing something on the stand and he did not do that thing, I'm going to ask him, this is the first time you're saying that. And she asked, and you have independent evidence to prove it wasn't him, then what? Then nothing. What do you mean? So she said, so you're okay with him if he got on the stand and said things
Ms.
that,
Hilton, get to the question.
is it true that I said, no, I want him to tell the truth. What have I always said to you? I want you to tell the truth. I don't know what's going to come out your mouth, but I expect you to tell the truth. Is that what I said to you?
You told me that if I say I killed Donovan Thomas and I ain't killed him, you're gonna lock me up. You said that if I plead the fifth, you're gonna lock me up. And from my understanding, whatever I had to say to matter, from my understanding,
And let's talk about the part about Donovan Thomas, correct? Do you recall me saying to you, and this is when, do we talk a lot about perjury back in the chambers?
what's the other word is too that I was saying?
Purge. Remember we talked about
Them
purge?
two different words. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Do you remember us talking about perjury, and perjury meaning lying on the stand?
I always get confused, but you know it.
Okay. And did you have your attorney ask me multiple times, if you testify and say something that I know isn't true, what would happen?
What you mean?
Did Ms. Bumpus ask me on multiple occasions, if you testify and say something that I know isn't true, what would happen?
You told me that I don't know. I was trying to get it down pat what you were saying, but cause you kept going back and forth about it, cause I wasn't understanding it, the purge and perjury, cause it sounded the same to me. And I was telling you that the stuff I said in the past was a lie. You gotta ask me now. I don't know.
Let me ask you this. When the judge was not present and it was just you, me, investigator Long, and the sheriff's deputies and your attorney, did I ask you, did you plan on taking the stand and saying that you killed Nut to help your friends out because you had immunity? Did I ask you that?
I think I don't know if you asked me that, but I know I told you that I'm not admitted to no crimes.
Okay. And did you tell me you were not going to admit that you killed Nut?
Yeah, I'm not gonna admit that.
Okay. And did I then tell you that if you planned on claiming a murder that you did not do, that is when you would be charged with perjury?
That's what you just said. That's what I just said. You said.
All right.
If I said it right. And you asked me when you questioned me, did I did, and I told you no.
So you talking about killing Nut, that at no point did I ever tell you if you just admit to killing Nut, you'll be charged with perjury. Did I ever tell you that?
I don't understand you.
This entire, I apologize, I know I object. Entire 10 minutes has been prosecutor Hilton putting her credibility before the jury without being questioned at all. I can't question. So I object to this entire line of questioning.
I understand. Yes, sir, Mr. Short.
Is the entire transcript now open for questions?
No, it is not. She's not even asking him things about the transcript right now. She's asking him things that happened not on the transcript.
Now, last week, I believe Mr. Shard asked you if I told you could say I don't recall to every question. Do you remember him asking you that?
I don't. He pissed me off too. So I got frustrated when he was talking to me.
Do you remember your attorney asking me, can he say I don't recall to every question? And I'm sorry,
Which lawyer?
Ms. Bumpus, in that June meeting?
I don't,
Do you recall Ms. Bumpus saying, can he say, I don't recall to every question? And my response to her was, I will hope that is not the truth, because I think there are some things you do recall and some things you don't. But the things you don't recall, you don't recall. And I will go through my process of what I do. Do you recall me telling your attorney
see,
that?
y'all don't understand. Like, I think don't nobody in this courtroom know how I feel to be sitting right here. It ain't about what I recall, what I remember, what I don't remember. It's the functioning of my brain as I'm sitting up here. It's like, I'm trying to answer y'all, but my brain is in and out. Like, I don't, you feel me? Like, I can't, you ask me, it's how you asking me the question. It better than I'm trying to comprehend what you saying and then answer truthfully, but it sounds like a trick question because I don't know how to answer these questions. When me and you talk without being in the courtroom, you taught me on a level where I can understand you good. But when you get right here, the question that you asked me, you made me feel like I'm in an interrogation room, so I don't know how to answer your questions.
In that meeting, back in June, a few months ago, do you remember me telling you that I just want you to be truthful?
Yes.
And do you,
Overruled.
and do you remember me saying to you, I don't know what your current truth is, but I know what you told the police back in 2015?
Objection. Personal observations of a non-witness.
Overruled.
Do you remember having that conversation in the judge's chambers?
Yeah, because I told you that. Y'all don't got, like, y'all don't know that, like, y'all don't know. And you said that your mouth that, yeah, you're right. We don't know what you're gonna say and what your truth is. So
And do you remember me telling your attorney to talk to you about what impeachment is?
I thought that was the same word as the other perjury, whatever.
But
Ain't that the same?
I can't answer that question for you, but do you remember, did I tell your attorney to talk to you about impeachment?
Talk to me about impeachment?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay.
I know most of the time we was talking like I don't. My only thing was I was in jail and I didn't understand what was going on. I just felt like I don't know.
Now, also in that meeting, you said, I did these crimes. Do you remember saying that I did these crimes?
Because I don't want my family to, I don't want my nephews and them to hear the stuff that I did.
Okay. When you said you did these crimes, what crimes were you talking about?
I don't recall
When you say you don't recall, what do you mean?
that. I ain't speaking on it.
Were these crimes that occurred back in 2015 or crimes that happened more recently?
I don't commit crimes. I changed my life.
So when you said I did these crimes and Mr. Steele asked you about that, or Mr. Shard, what crimes were you talking about that you did?
I guess the ones in my dream, the nightmares, whatever. I don't know. I don't get what you're asking me.
In that June interview, excuse me, not interview, in that June meeting that happened a few months ago, and Mr. Steele or Mr. Shard asked you about this last week, you said, I did these crimes, I'm telling you that. And my response to you was, okay, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm asking you today, what crimes were you talking about back in June that you said you committed?
I ain't committed no crimes.
Are you saying you haven't committed any crimes recently?
The crimes I committed for, y'all locked me up for them.
Okay. So then when you said I did these crimes, were you talking about things that happened in 2015?
I'm talking about the crimes y'all caught me for.
Okay. And to be clear, were you talking about any crimes that are charged in this present indictment?
I'm not a part of it, so I don't know. I never read this indictment and don't want to read it or hear nothing about it.
And let's be fair. Were you in custody between June 10th, 2015 and February 2019?
Can you say that again?
Were you in custody between June 10th of 2015 to February 28th, 2019?
February 28th,
Yes. God bless you.
2019?
Yes. God bless you.
Can you
When did you get out of federal custody?
September 12th, 22nd, one of them days, 2019.
Okay. And were you also incarcerated from May 13th, 2020 to May 11th, 2021?
I went back to jail. I did over a year.
Do you remember then going back to jail June 15th, 2021 to July 24th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
You said from when?
June 15th, 2021 to July 24th, 2021.
You said from June to July?
June 15th of 2021 to July 24th of 2021.
So what you saying, I did a month in jail?
Yes.
I don't remember that.
Okay.
I remember going back to jail and both times I went back to jail after I got the feds, I was in there longer than a year.
All right. Do you remember then getting arrested in October of 2021 and then being released in February of 2022?
You said October
Yes.
and then getting released in a year later?
And let me say, going to prison in February of 2022.
2022. Yeah, I went, yeah.
And you stayed in prison until August of 2022. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
23,
And then you were transferred back to Fulton County in August of 2022, and you were in jail until March of 2023. Is that fair?
yes, they sound like it.
And you've been out since March of 2023, correct?
Until y'all locked me up for pleading the fifth.
And you spent the weekend in jail.
Yes.
All right. Now let's talk about this October 2021 interview. On cross-examination, do you remember Mr. Steele playing a number of jail calls for you?
Yes.
Shake your head, yes.
Yes.
And do you recall those jail calls being from December of 2022 to about February of 2023?
From December to February. Okay, yes.
Okay. And do you recall 3 of those jail calls were from February of 2023?
Shit, I guess.
And do you remember the 3 jail calls that Mr. Steele played for you? That was after the October 2021 interview that you did with Investigator Viverito was released. Do you remember that?
I guess.
Now, this is the interview that you told Mr. Sharp last week you thought that the state of Georgia released, correct?
I believe it.
All right. Now, you had a total of 6 interviews with the Atlanta Police Department. Is that fair? 5 from 2015 and then 1 from October of 2021. Is that fair?
I don't keep up with it.
Okay. Do you remember watching 5 interviews in court?
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely. I don't want to watch them no more.
Okay. And the only one you did not watch was the October one. Is that fair?
Please tell me we're not about to watch another one.
Is that fair that you have not watched
Yes.
the October one?
Yes, I have watched it. The world watched it too.
Okay. The only video that was ever leaked was the one from October, correct?
Yes.
Did you know, or are you aware that between the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and the Atlanta Police Department, that we've had that October 2021 interview since the day it was recorded?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Are you aware that between the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and the Atlanta Police Department that we've had that October 2021 interview from the day that you sat down and did the interview?
Yes,
Did you know that we had the interview for 16 months in our possession before it was released?
yes,
Did you know that we served that particular interview in discovery in January of 2023?
Yeah,
Is this entire, you want my objection or you?
I think I've got it.
I
Ms.
believe it
Hilton.
is relevant to the assertion that defense counsel made last week when they opened the door as far as who released this interview. They questioned him. You're right. We
Yeah,
objected.
I mean, I think that is not a fair characterization. There was questioning about it.
And we objected to it, and it was overruled, Your Honor.
Mhm.
And he was allowed to answer it. And so we are following up on the ability that he was able to answer that question.
Oh,
I don't oppose that. It was on a jail call, but I would like to ask questions of the prosecutor. Because this is testifying.
all right. It's not testifying. Ms. Hilton, rephrase your question.
Are you aware that that interview was given to defense in January of 2023?
no,
Are you aware that the video was released within 30 days of it being given to the defense?
Overruled.
Are you aware that after the video was released, we brought the fact that it was released to the court?
All right. Let's take a break. Time for a bathroom break anyway. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, previously, the predecessor court came to the court's attention that there was a release of what I'll call discovery, but it's October 27, 2021. And it's a recording of an interrogation of Mr. Copeland, and it was very harmful to Mr. Williams. The part that was released that I'm aware of, and I believe Mr. Adams, unless he corrects me, just has lies, Rob can say lies, about Mr. Williams ordering people to die. It was very harmful. I asked Judge Glanville, predecessor judge, for relief and a bond because it denied Mr. Williams' right to a fair trial. The predecessor judge said there's going to be an independent investigation of who released that and that he would get to the bottom of it. I never heard back from that. A jail call, I listened to all these jail calls. We had others listen to all these jail calls. On a jail call, I didn't say anything last week. I played a jail call where Mr. Copeland said that immediately after telling the authorities in December and February, December 22, December 23, that he had lied and that everything he said was a lie about Mr. Williams, and he's telling this to his friend and his sister. He said all of a sudden, this jail call, this interrogation is released. So he believed it was the prosecution team releasing it. That's how it all came up. For a prosecutor who's an advocate to then vouch for and put her own credibility in issue, that's what I've been objecting to. And to say, we gave it to the defense. I'm raising my voice if I don't have a amplifier and microphone. So I'm not trying to, poor is shaking their head with a smile. My point is, I'm sorry, Your Honor, is that it sounds like I did something wrong. I didn't release anything. I didn't do anything wrong. I was the one objecting for the release of this information. And it was given out, and I'm not very technical, so it was given out on Dropbox, and I was told that's a bad way to do it. And Judge Glanville, then predecessor judge, said, don't do it that way anymore. Yet the Dropbox was never taken down. It was all a mess. And the predecessor judge, and I'm not casting aspersions, it may have been a great investigation. I just never heard anything. Now we're here on Tuesday, the third day of September, and the prosecution is asking questions which clearly target that did you know that within X amount of time that the defense got this discovery, which the previous answer was no. I don't know when the defense got the discovery. There's no foundation. That doesn't stop the district attorney of saying then it was released. Clearly, it's the same pattern that they've been given about all these witnesses. Mr. Trantavia Stevens, Mr. Bean, B-E-A-N, Mr. Murphy, this witness. Have you ever had to testify in front of Jeffrey Williams or these other people? Now all of a sudden, your testimony is different. And I've been objecting every time because there's no evidence of intimidation. And what happened, which you may not know, and this is based on the information belief, I never spoke with Mr. Copeland about this, so maybe it's not true. I believe he got beaten in the jail after that was released. I believe, I could be wrong. But assuming that's all true, for the prosecutor to now say that their hands are clean, and I can't ask the question. Judge Lambo denied my request to call the prosecutors and their agents to assert under oath, under questioning, who released this. Because it certainly wasn't in Mr. Williams' best interest. So anybody on Mr. Williams' behalf would be would do a disservice to release that Mr. Williams is having people killed when we're in the middle of jury selection. So anyway, my bottom line is this entire, Ms. Hilton has taken, and I have all the cases we argued before, but has taken herself, and she has moved from the position of asking questions and an advocate to testify as a witness. You told me I was there. Detective walks out of the car. You told me. You only told me this. Did you know that the prosecution served this? Were you aware that the defense had this? All of this needs to be questioned to Prosecutor Hill. So I asked the court, I know I've been repeatedly asking that, and I know that I have a particular objection. This is nigh on tried cases in the state of Georgia. All of these cases require Ms. Hilton to take a witness stand. And if she does, I have no objection. I'm not a witness. But it's been denied. That's my objection. I'd like her to be removed from the case. I'm not trying to stymie the prosecution. They have other witnesses. They at counsel table, real lawyer. I mean, this is not new. So I asked for the prosecution that specifically Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love be removed from the case. I have questions for both of them. I'd also like to renew my motion. I could call predecessor judge. That's my entire objection. The mistrial motion, I don't want a mistrial. I can tell you what I don't want. This has to stop. And now the last question had to be with the intent of casting aspersions on not only Mr. Williams, but I presume everybody else here by saying that we're releasing information, which I assume maybe it's not true. So I don't want to go too far. But the next question will be, and you got beaten, Mr. Copeland, after the release of that as intimidation. So those are my motions for mistrial that I don't want. I don't want the motion for mistrial, but I feel compelled.
All right.
One, that wasn't gonna be my next question because I didn't know he got beat up in the jail. Your Honor, last week when Mr. Shard, I believe, asked,
Let me interrupt you a second. He may not have. I just want to make that may not be accurate. I don't have any personal knowledge, or I was not told that.
last week when Mr. Shard asked he went down a line of questioning about this call being released. And Mr. Shard asked Mr. Copeland, who was his belief? What was his belief of who released this recording? And the state objected, saying that it wasn't relevant who he believed released this video. The court overruled the state's objection. He was able to answer that question, which was he believed it was the state. And at this point, we believe that it is proper for the same reason that he was able to disparage that the state will release such a video.
Okay, you need to be careful about what you're saying, because there are questions from the attorneys and then there are answers from the witness stand, and that's what the evidence is. And I do not believe that anybody on the defense side made the suggestion that the state had released it. I mean, the transcript will reflect what was asked and what was answered, but
and maybe not disparage is the right word, but the question was asked, who do you believe released the video? And he says, I believe it was the state of Georgia. I believe that an appropriate line of questioning, Your Honor, is would he feel differently if he thought that the defense leaked it? And to give questioning about what his understanding of, what Mr. Copeland's understanding is of what happened and what transpired when this video was released.
well, we already know what Mr. Copeland's belief and understanding is.
But would it change if
That's not what you asked, though.
But I had to give some foundational questions in order to ask that question, in order to
No,
ask
you
what my
didn't.
next question is. Because another question that I'm going to ask him, and it's something he alluded to earlier, was that after this video was released, Miss Love, Investigator Long, Miss Rolak all visited with him after this video was released to check on him, to make sure that he was okay. And he alluded to that earlier when he thought I was present at the meeting. And all of this happened around the time that the video was leaked. And so I was asking some foundational questions to Mr. Copeland to see if his position would be different if he thought that someone else leaked it and not the state of Georgia.
Then
And I
you should
can get-
ask that question.
And I can get to that series of questions, Your Honor, but I don't.
I mean, you are coming very, very close to the line with this line of questioning. I mean, you're basically, the defense is not far off. Let's just put it that way.
So I mean, I can move to my last two questions regarding this, which is who came to visit him after the video was released, and would he feel differently if he believed that the defense leaked the video?
No, I'm not going to let you ask that last question at this point. And that's a total hypothetical question. That is an assumes facts, not an evidence question. Not the objection you keep making.
Your Honor, I feel compelled to just make a brief record. First of all, any insinuation that I asked a question about the release is way off. That topic never even came up during my cross.
You know what, and I know you're not finished, but let me just say that I believe that this jury is paying attention and that they have enough wherewithal to remember what actually happened, and for questions that are potentially misleading, I'm not sure why they're being asked, but I think the jury's gonna take note of what got said. And I understand, but you know, I think the jury is doing what they have been told to do, which is to pay attention to the evidence, not the questions.
And second, Your Honor, I just want Your Honor to understand kind of the backdrop here. I guess there was a release. I don't even remember the time there was a release, but apparently it was on social media. When that came to the attention of the court, to my recollection, from my vantage point, yelled at the defense, and this was prior judge, and essentially blamed us. And all of us were saying, well, we didn't do anything. I personally don't even know how to release a video to the press or the internet anyways. But, you know, I just went along with it. Okay, there's going to be an investigation. We're being told we're under investigation. And then all of a sudden, no one mentions the investigation anymore. And it's kind of like, well, if you're accused of something, you would like to know the progress of said investigation.
I'm certainly happy to ask the
and-
predecessor court's chambers what's going on with it, if anything, but that's not really relevant
Well-
to what's before this jury.
Well, it's not until the state, knowing that there was an investigation, knowing that they haven't heard of any findings, then lights this thing on fire again and starts suggesting that we did something wrong. And, I can only speak for myself. I don't believe anyone did anything wrong on this side. I know I didn't. And then somehow those insinuations are coming out in front of the jury with absolutely no basis. And I'm going to join my my friend Mr. Steele, and I'm going to state in my place that I believe the state at this point is goading a mistrial and goading us to move for a mistrial. So I just think that was very inappropriate, and it suggested things that there is just no basis. And in fact, there's apparently been an investigation, and it's been settled as far as I know.
Well, I don't know what has happened, if anything, with that, but would you like to address the assertion that you are goading the defense into a mistrial,
Yes, Your Honor. Number
or
one,
into a motion for mistrial?
yes, Judge, thank you. Number one, we don't want a mistrial. We vehemently object to a mistrial, and we do believe that the line of questioning, whether it was posed by Mr. Shart or Mr. Steele regarding Mr. Copeland's belief about who leaked that video, was one, not relevant, but understanding that the court ruled as it did, we believe that an inquiry whether his belief that the state leaked the video had some impact on how he decided to testify would be a valid question.
Okay,
Since
that's, again, not what y'all asked.
Understood, Judge, understood. But I vehemently object to a mistrial. I do not believe that anyone here at this table has done anything, anyone at this table or on the state's behalf has done anything to in any way merit, warrant, call for, justify a mistrial. So we definitely object to a mistrial. And Your Honor, as it relates to the assertion that counsel for the state have somehow made themselves a witness, repeatedly, the witness has affirmed that there were people in the room whom either counsel for the defense could call without having to disqualify either prosecutor in this case. So that being obvious, we definitely object to a mistrial. And additionally, we object to the speaking objections that are being made while the jury is in the box.
All right, well, I'm going to overrule that objection. I don't think that that is going on. Sometimes it's just not particularly clear what the objection is. And if I need further elucidation, then I have permitted that. But I'm going to overrule the motion for mistrial and, or deny the motion for mistrial and deny the motion to remove either Ms. Hilton or Ms. Love from the case. I do think that it appears from the questions that there was somebody else present at every meeting. But, Ms. Hilton, that's another option as well. Yes, ma'am. I can't hear you.
Okay, all right. Can you
Try that one.
All right, can you hear me?
That works.
All right. Your Honor, I want to add that we cannot question any other individual that was at that meeting about Ms. Hilton and the way that she asked some of her questions and made her comments. Let me give you an example. Ms. Hilton said, "I was standing to the side because I didn't know you." That's her feelings. That's her reasoning on why she was standing where she was standing. Ms. Hilton also said, "I was just being me." I can't ask Detective anyone in
Okay.
reference to that.
Hang on.
Sorry.
I mean, I think that each of those was not a statement. It was a question. It was a cross-examination question. They were, and was this essentially like, is this your recollection or is this what happened? So it was not her testifying. I'm overruling that objection.
All right, and I just want to add that she also said the purpose of the ex parte meeting. So there's no
Which
way that
He said, I have no idea what the purpose of that meeting was. So, I mean, I understand, but it's overruled. Thank you for the additional making of the record. Anything else?
Just briefly, I know I objected earlier about what Attorney Caleb Bump was allegedly said in that meeting. Court overruled our objection on hearsay grounds when the state indicated that it was a federal listener. Those are objections that we're making because we certainly cannot cross-examine Caleb Bumps today on this issue. We may have to put her on the witness list if we think that it's warranted. But today, she has not testified in this trial, so at this point it would be hearsay. So I just want to bring you my objection.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and take our restroom break as well. And let's try to be back as quickly as possible because the jury's already been out for 15 minutes.
Hey everybody. So, they're taking a break, but it looks like things are getting a little heated. They're trying to blame the defense for releasing that video of Woody telling detectives and the DA's office that all that stuff. Put it like that. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out how to get back on this. Put my face back on. Here we go. And excuse the way I look. I'm still trying to get stuff together, but I just had to run outside. I live in South Carolina, and I'm so thankful that today I was off because I did some yard work over the weekend. So when I came back, my yard wouldn't be looking a mess. But anyway, I did some yard work, and all the yard trimmings and everything is on the side. Not on the side, but it's in my yard for the pickup. And they come today, and of course they did not pick it up, so I had to run outside and stop them. And they were leaving out of the neighborhood, so they had already passed it. So they were leaving out of the neighborhood. So what I had to do, I did stop the guy, and he said he'll be back to get it. So we will see if they come back out to get it. But yeah, that's that. But I'm still getting ready for my trip, and I think they're back in. It don't look like they're back. No, not yet. What do I hear? I have my other TV on, or I have the TV on in the other room, and I can hear still talking. So I'm just like, are they back in session, or is this just they're just playing back some stuff? Must be. Let me see how long they're supposed to be gone. I missed that part. They've been gone for a while. Okay, so so they about 5 more minutes probably. They'll be back. Yeah. So, but I am super excited to be going on my trip. Wow. I need a vacation. I think I'm getting burnt out at work. I'm looking down at the screen, looking up at the thing. I'm trying to figure out how to get it so I'm not looking down. I guess I have to look straight at the screen in order to not. It's so difficult. But anyway, I'm gonna eventually figure all this out. But it actually is so much fun. When I'm at work, like I said, I can't really talk on while we're viewing the. I can't really talk while I'm at work, while we're viewing the court sessions, but the court trial. But it actually is kind of fun that I can actually get on here whenever and just start talking. Even though I really don't have anything to talk about, I must be in a good mood. But hey, it is what it is. Some days I am good at talking in front of people, and some days I'm not. Today is a good day, even though I'm looking raggedy, and I'm gonna look a little better in a little bit. Once they get into the trial some more, I'll go and get myself together. But for now, this is what I'm looking like. I gotta be. Oh, I know what I did. There we go. I think I just had the table up too high. So yeah, this looks much better. That's what the issue was. I have one of those sit and stand tables, and I think I just had it up too high. So that's why it just kept looking like I was looking down. But I'm getting it together. And I hate that I'm gonna miss the trial while I'm away. I'm gonna try to log in. I got a lot of things planned for my vacation. So when I'm just sitting down on somebody's beach, relaxing, I'm gonna try to get online at least once or twice or something, so you guys can hang out with me for a little bit while I'm on my vacation. Yeah.
He just asked for attorney Hilton to be removed from the case. He says that he wants attorney Hilton in the witness chair.
We're gonna just kind of run out of things to talk about that quick. I do have some stuff to talk about, but I don't want to get into it because I know they'll be back from court in a minute, and I don't want to start a conversation and don't finish it, and then I'm gonna forget where I left off at. So I'll just wait before doing that. But I do want to tell you all, I will be going to get my nails done. Look, I broke this one. So I'm trying to decide what color I want. I like the natural color, but I think I'm gonna do something different. I like natural and I like red. So I'm gonna do probably one or the other. Yeah, one or the other. I want to get some eyelashes. I don't know if I'll be able to get some eyelashes, but I do want some. What else? Oh, I was telling you that over the weekend I was doing yard work and I had my little beats on, listen to music, and right near the end, when I was about done doing everything, I started getting a cramp in my calf, my left calf. So I went in and drank a whole bunch of water and was rubbing my calf. Then it started to feel better, so I went to finish what I was doing, and my right calf started bothering me. And so I went and sat down and tried to massage it, the cramp, um, the cramp out of my calf. But it was really bad. And I think it's because I was dehydrated, because while I was out there all morning, all day. It was about 2 something when I finally stopped, when the cramping started. But I think I had been out there maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock, because I had a lot to do, because the bushes were all overgrown. And every week I kept telling myself, oh, I'll do it next week. I'll do it next week. I'll do it next week. And next week finally came and I did it. But anyway, let me make sure. Okay, so yeah, I had to come in the house. I drank a bunch of water, and I just sat there and kept, massaging my legs and everything. And then the cramp kind of went. One leg it went up, one leg it went down. So it was like my feet were kind of like stiff too, and so I was in so much pain. That I really wanted to go to the doctor. But I'm a veteran, if you don't know. So I just called the VA and asked them, what should I do? I mean, they have like a nurse advice line. So I called them and, they told me they asked me a bunch of questions and they said, well, we can make an appointment, a video appointment if I wanted to. So that's what I did. Oh, no. So I said yes. I said that's what I wanted to do. But then when I came back and said the appointment was at 9 p.m., I was just like, oh, you know what? Don't worry about it. I'll just go to urgent care if it gets worse or anything. Because I'm just like, at 9 p.m., I don't know where I'll be, if I'll be awake, sleep, home, whatever. So I was just like, that wasn't going to work. And then I figured if I can make it to 9, I'm not going to remember the pain. Well, I'll remember the pain and everything, but it's just not going to be the same. So I just told them if it persists, I will go to the ER, or not the ER, the urgent care. But if I was going to urgent care, I would have went. Sorry, cut myself off playing around with this. I'm sitting here laughing at myself because even though I wasn't, you can't see me. I forget you guys can still hear me, and I'm just making dumb noises. Okay, so now today I know I will be out of town soon, and I do not want anything to happen to me while I'm away. I don't want any issues while I'm away. I'm trying to decide, should I go ahead and get seen today, just to make sure everything's okay. But I have so many other things I have to do, so I'm not wanting to do that. So I'm debating between going to urgent care and get checked out and not. But right now, I think I'm not. But I might. Because I think I need an IV. I think I just need, you know what? Maybe I can just go get some Pedialyte or something, and maybe I'll be okay with that. Yeah, that's what I'll try first. So when I leave here, after I get myself together, I need to get my nails done, see if I get my eyelashes done, get some Pedialyte. Oh, I didn't finish telling you about the story about me being outside. So while I was outside, like I said, I started about 7:30, 8 o'clock out there. The first thing I did was started trimming those hedges. And that's a workout. I have never trimmed hedges before in my life. And the only reason I had the electric hedger thingy, whatever it's called, looks like a little chainsaw, almost like, because my mom had it, and I think my mom must have did it before me or something. I don't know. It's in my storage unit, so I just went and used it. But what's so funny is while I was cutting the hedges or trimming the hedges, whatever you want to call it, I accidentally cut the electrical cord. It was a big old spark and it scared me. And I was so mad because I couldn't find another extension cord. And I had more than one because I think my mom had did it a couple of times too. She had, she was doing the hedges, she accidentally cut the actual electrical cord. So the big thick orange electrical cord. But anyway, so luckily I did find another one that she had cut, and a friend of mine had put it back together and had black tape, the electrical tape around it, so it worked. So I was able to go back out there and do that. If not, I would have had to go to Home Depot or Lowe's and go get another one. But it all worked out. But anyway, while I was out there, for some reason, of course you're thirsty. I would drink water, but for some reason I was just craving a Coke. And I thought I had a bottle here. But the bottle is one of those little 8-ounce bottles. It's about this big. And I'm drinking. And that thing was so good. So I had another one. So I had a 16-ounce Coke. Then I drank a little bit more water, went back out working in the yard on a rose bush and some other. Oh, I have my neighbor planted these little they're not sticker bushes. That's what I call it because they stick me, but they're not sticker bushes like you would think sticker bush. It was some kind of plant. To me, it looks like it might be like a pineapple. You know how like a pineapple tree or a palmetto tree looks? It looks like that, except it's just the leaves. It's small. It's not small, but it's kind of short. It's not all big like a palmetto tree, but it's no, my size, human size, I guess. I don't know. But the leaves on it, they hurt when you are near it trying to clean up or whatever around it. But anyway, so I was trying to get rid of those because I think those multiply. Because I remember there being like 2 of them out there, and now there's like 5 or 6 of them out there, and I'm just like, where the freak? I was like, they must multiply. That's all I can say. They multiply because I know I did not have that many out there. So now, I did try to get a few of them. I did get a few of them dug out, but the rest I'm gonna just have Don come and do it. He does my yard for me, and I just had to call him and ask him to do it because I'm not trying to get all. And I think I already did get cut up, from that thing. So yeah, I'm not going back out there doing that. I'll have to get someone else to do it. That's fine with me.
Can you hear me? All right. Your Honor, I want to add that we cannot question any other individual that was at that
Okay,
meeting
here we go.
about-
Okay, so I have my screen right here in front of me. Okay. But I have another screen over here, and I don't have I'm not sharing the trial page because there's nothing on it. So I didn't want you guys to have to sit there and look at that all day. That's boring. So I got it on my other screen. So when it does come up, I'll see it, and then I'll share the screen. But anyway, I guess I have a little bit more time to talk, more time than I thought I did. But I'm trying to think of everything I have to go to today. And nails done, eyelashes, what else I need? Pedialyte. I'm charging my headphones and charging my rechargeable charger thingy. I need to gather all my cords so I can make sure I have everything I need with that. I need this. Keep this. Get this. And put that there so I don't forget it. I'm gonna take this. Where is my tripod? I'm gonna need my tripod. Okay. Nope, nothing yet. Okay. I'll look for it in a minute. It's around here somewhere. I was talking to somebody about a friend of my daughter's. Well, actually, it's my daughter's neighbor, one of her neighbors. She's really cool, real nice lady. She's, I think, in her 30s, going on 40s, maybe. I don't even know. But she had a BBL done, and she was telling me she went to Miami. And I thought about it a lot about doing that, getting a BBL. And also I thought about a breast augmentation. But I was just like, really in my head, I'm just like, girl, you're old. Ain't nobody looking at your body. But I am single. I don't have a man. And eventually, one day, I think I do want one because I don't want to be by myself for the rest of my life. But right now, I'm okay with not having a man, and I'm okay with the way my body is. Okay, the trial's back. See, this is why I did not want to get started in a conversation. But let's go ahead back to the trial. There, share.
Mr. Copeland, after the video was released, did anyone from the state
I'll be
come and
back.
visit you after that October 2021 interview was released?
No, not that I remember.
On cross-examination, you were asked by Mr. Steele about the murder warrants that were taken out regarding the Donovan Thomas murder. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. And do you remember telling Mr. Steele that you never saw the warrants, but you were told about the warrants by your then attorney back in 20?
my lawyer came to the jail and told me I was child murder.
Okay. And do you remember when your attorney came and spoke with you?
I was in the feds.
Okay. Were you ever brought to Fulton County Jail for those warrants?
I was in the feds.
Okay. Were you ever arrested on those warrants?
I was in the feds.
Were those warrants dismissed against you?
That's what I was told.
And is it fair to say that you have not or were not indicted for the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.? Is that fair to say?
I don't understand you.
Were you ever charged with the murder, like formally charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Well, my lawyer came to the jail and told me I've been charged with murder.
Okay. And did your lawyer also tell you that the case was dismissed against you?
Yeah, like at one point, I can't remember when.
Were you still in the feds?
I think so.
All right. Now, last week, Mr. Shard asked you about the false statement arrest warrants that were taken out by the Fulton County Sheriff's Department. Do you remember him asking you about that?
Is
Okay. And it wasn't until last week that you found out that those charges were dismissed against you, correct?
when he told me, that's when I knew. That's when I first time hearing about it.
Okay. Now, do you remember him showing you a document? Do you remember him showing you this document last week, Defense 27, Charlie?
Yes,
Okay. And do you remember him asking you about Fonnie Wilson's name on here? Do you remember him asking you about whether or not her name was on there?
it's the same paper.
Okay,
Yes,
all right. Did Fonnie Willis sign this document?
how I supposed to know?
Whose name is on the bottom?
Mine's nose. Something. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Does it say Kenneth Hutcherson?
Yes,
Okay. And is it fair to say that that's not my name, correct?
now your name is Hilt.
That's not Ms. Love's name?
You just said the name.
Is it fair to say that no one over here talked to you about that case prior to last week when you learned about it, correct?
I don't get what you're asking me.
We did not, did anyone from this prosecution team here dismiss this case in exchange for your testimony?
My first time hearing about this case.
Sustained.
Did we ever tell you, did any of us ever tell you that your charges would be dismissed if you testified? That those charges would be dismissed against you if you testified?
I have the same objection.
And-
There's no alternate witness now.
Oh, the same objection as before. She's just overruled.
Did anyone talk to you about those dismissal of those charges in exchange for your testimony?
I didn't know nothing about church till he told me about it.
So it's fair to say that you are not testifying here today because in exchange for your testimony for dismissal of those charges?
I'm testifying here by force.
Okay. Now, on cross last week, you were asked by Mr. Steele, excuse me, let me ask you this. Do you remember Mr. Steele showing you a number of video clips last week from your from your interviews from June of 2015?
Yes,
And then he also showed you clips from your interview in January of 2015 as well.
He showed my interrogations.
Okay. And do you recall being asked by Mr. Steele on cross whether the district attorney or the police or anybody ever came back to tell you or confirm with you things that you said? Do you remember him asking you a lot?
I don't get what you're saying.
Sure. Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you whether or not the state of Georgia, the police, or if anyone ever came back and showed you a 911 call? Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you if anyone ever came back and told you that they talked to Valerie?
He asked me no questions.
Okay.
That's what you asking?
Yes.
Yeah.
And do you remember him asking you multiple questions like that?
Well, he asked me a lot of questions.
Okay, God bless you. Now, let me ask you this. You served about 51 months in federal custody. Is that fair?
Yes, a little bit over, but
After your release, did you want to speak with the Atlanta Police Department?
what you mean?
Once you were released from custody, did you want to meet with the Atlanta Police Department?
They never tried to reach me.
Okay. Did anyone from the state, the police, or anyone ever tell you that they found shell casings on a side street on January 6, 2015?
Say that again?
Did anyone from either the police department, the state of Georgia, ever tell you that they found I'm gonna strike that question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did anyone ever come from the state of Georgia, from the police? Did anyone ever tell you about the Hertz rental car records that you were shown a few weeks ago?
Nobody never said nothing to me.
Okay. Did anyone ever from the police department or the state of Georgia ever showed you the surveillance video that you saw last week?
Which one?
The surveillance video, God bless you, at the gas station.
Say that again?
The surveillance video at the gas station.
You said what about it?
Did anyone ever show you that before you saw it in court last week?
Yeah, I seen it before
Where'd you see it?
on the news.
Okay. Did you ever come into the police department to see it at all?
I never know.
Okay. Did anyone from the police department, the state of Georgia, ever show you telephone records that they received?
The police just asked me questions.
Okay. Did anyone ever show you your telephone records from 2015?
No,
Did anyone from the state of Georgia ever show you cell phone records from NARD that they may have received?
which not?
Demise McMullen.
You say that again?
Did anyone ever show you any phone records from Demise McMullen, also known as NARD, that they may have received?
What you mean? With me and him talking?
Did anyone ever show you any telephone records, period, that came from NARD?
Y'all can't, because none of them got my number. I don't know nothing about what you're talking about.
I'm just asking, did anyone ever show you any telephone records? That's
No,
all.
no.
Okay. Did anyone ever show you any telephone records from Duwop's phone?
Nobody never showed me no telephone, nothing.
Did anyone ever play any calls from jail with Duke and Javorce Bradford or Tuda?
How I supposed to know?
Did anyone ever play that for you?
Oh, no.
Did anyone ever show you telephone records from OG Bentley?
No.
Did anyone ever show you any phone records from Thug?
Who?
Thug.
No.
Did anyone ever play any phone calls from Shannon Stillwell for you?
You showed me.
I showed you, I played for you a telephone call with Shannon.
The visitation.
Not the visitation, a phone call. Did anyone ever play for you a jail call with, a phone call with Shannon?
No.
Just because you didn't see these things, does that mean that these things do not exist?
Huh?
Just because you never saw these things doesn't mean that it does not exist.
I supposed to know.
Okay. Now, Mr. Copeland, on cross-examination, you were asked by Mr. Steele about the fight at Club Crucial. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember also testifying on cross-examination that you spun out in the Infinity with Quindarius Zachary?
I don't know nothing about that. I don't recall. I don't know what you're saying.
Okay. Do you remember testifying last week that you were in the Infinity a few days before Nuts murder and it spun out on the highway?
What you asking me?
Your Honor, I object to the form of the question.
It's apparently, you're not the only one that objects to it. Mr. Copeland does not understand what you're trying to ask him. Rephrase the question. Sure.
Last week, do you remember being asked by either Mr. Steele or Mr. Shard about the Infinity spinning out on the highway a few days before Nuts murder?
Object to a few days before, Your Honor.
Why don't you just try to ask it maybe in pieces?
Do you remember last week being asked about the Infinity spinning out on the highway?
Yes.
Okay. And did that spin out happen right before Nuts murder?
What you mean? So you saying right before it happened?
Do you remember telling last week during cross-examination?
I remember saying that. I read the card and I gave you the threat.
All right. And then you also remember you gave Threat the car at the studio the night before Nuts murder, correct? You remember, now you remember giving the car to Threat the night before Nuts murder, correct?
I'm listening.
Is that a yes, you remember that?
I remember getting threat the car and leaving.
Okay. And you also remember stealing Nuts chain, correct?
I ain't steal nothing.
Or do you remember taking Nuts chain out of the car?
What about it?
Do you remember testifying that you remember that last week?
I remember.
And that you testified to remembering that you gave him back the chain, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. But the only thing you don't remember now is what Little D told you in the car at the McDonald's. Is that fair to say?
It's not remember. It's like I told you, I made it up. I mean, the D didn't get in the car and tell me that.
And is it only now in 2024 that it's convenient that you don't remember what D told you, or that D did not tell you anything inside of that car?
Because I didn't think I didn't think it was gonna be a big deal. I just, if I knew that it would have did all of this, I wouldn't even, you know what I mean? Like, damn, man, I keep telling y'all.
Do you remember on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asking you about the shooting at the gambling house?
I done been involved in so many shootings, man. Like, you gotta be more specific.
The shooting at the gambling house that happened the week before Nut passed away. Do you remember talking to Mr. Steele about that?
He was more specific, and I'm asking, can you be more specific?
Sure. Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you if you heard a 911 call from the shooting at the gambling house where
Okay.
Thug's car got shot at?
I remember he asked.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Thug ever get his car window fixed?
To my knowledge, did he ever get a car fixed?
Get the car window fixed?
I never seen a bullet hole in his car.
So you're saying that you never saw the window get shot out
Nah,
at the gambling center?
when the night that happened, I was so mad. Shit, by the time I noticed he was gone, I didn't even, I don't know.
Now, do you remember last week on Cross that Mr. Steele showed you the surveillance video from the Texaco gas station?
Yes,
And do you remember him asking you whether or not you saw Thug get out the car?
I'm listening.
Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes,
Okay. And do you remember, I believe Mr. Shard also asked you if you saw Shannon get out the vehicle? Do you remember?
yeah, I remember them asking.
Okay. First, let me ask you, did you or Thug get the car window tinted on the Infiniti after you rented it from the Hertz rental facility?
I don't know what you're talking about.
So you don't know if you got it tinted?
I don't even think the car had tinted windows on it. I can't remember if it had tinted windows on there or not.
I'm asking, did you or Thug go get the windows tinted?
I don't know if the car was tinted. Like, I don't know. I can't remember if the car was tinted or not.
Now, on the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, it's fair you were not at the gas station that night, correct?
I told y'all I was at my baby mama's house.
And you only told the police what Little D from Mechanicsville told you, correct?
I told the police whatever to get them out of me.
And in that interview, you told the police that Little D told you that they switched cars at the gas station, correct?
Excuse me. You say that again?
Sure. You told the police that Little D told you that they switched the cars at the gas station, correct?
I told the police whatever to get them out of me.
Do you know if they switched the cars behind the gas station?
How would I know?
Okay.
I just know when I looked at that video where they showed me last week, I didn't see nobody switch cars. So I felt that that'll prove that, you know what I mean, that I lied in the past. I can't speak on now. Like,
But you only know what Demekion told you, correct?
he didn't tell me that.
Now,
If he would have told me that, I would have knew. So for example, let's say if they did switch cars at the gas station, the camera would show that. So I that's why I keep telling you, stop going in the past. I ain't trying to go to jail, but if you're gonna keep going in the past, I'm telling you, don't do that because I lied.
Okay. Do you know if there were cameras behind the gas station?
To my understanding, there's cameras all over them.
I'm asking you specifically, do you know if there were cameras behind the gas station?
You gotta go ask the gas station and see.
Now, on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asked you, or you told Mr. Steele that Thug encouraged you to speak to the police on the night of the murder. Is that fair to say?
I don't recall telling him that. I don't know.
Let me ask you, did Thug take you down to the police department to go talk to the police?
No.
On the same night of Donovan Thomas's murder, your family's house was targeted, correct?
My baby mother house was.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Williams or Thug's stepfather's house was targeted, correct?
To my knowledge, I don't know. I don't have a clue. Still to this day, I don't know.
Now, on cross-examination, you told defense counsel that you had multiple phones back in January of 2015. Is that fair?
I did.
Okay.
I had two, not multiple.
You had two phones. Now, I'm going to show you a screenshot of Stacy Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
Can you cut the air down just a little bit?
What?
The air.
As in hotter or colder?
It's freezing. Thank you so much.
Now, do you see this screenshot of 378 Yankee Alpha?
Yes,
And is that a phone in your hand?
yes.
Correct. And I'm going to also show you a screenshot from 378 Yankee Bravo. And do you have a cell phone in that picture as well?
So I guess so.
Now, when you said you had two phones, did you have one phone that was your primary phone?
Can you be more, what you mean?
Is there one phone that you use more than the other phone?
I got both of them for the same purpose,
What was the same purpose?
to use them.
Okay. Is there one phone that you called Deshaun on primarily?
I call him on both phones if I had to.
Okay. What about calling your brother Trez?
I treated both phones the same.
Do you remember the phone number for both phones?
I actually got locked up with the other phone
When did you get locked up with the other phone?
for my probation violation.
The phone that you showed Detective Thorpe on January 11th, that is the phone that you had with you the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, correct?
Can you say it again?
The phone that you showed Detective Thorpe, that is the phone you had with you the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, correct?
Yes. That's my one I showed in the interview?
Yes.
Yes.
And that is the phone number that you gave him for the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, correct?
I don't know which phone number I gave him. I can't just say yeah or no to that.
Now, do you remember, we talked about this earlier, Mr. Steele playing for you a jail call from December of 2022. Do you remember that?
December 22?
Yes, when you were in the Fayette County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember in that call talking to your, I believe it was your sister, about Yak overhearing a conversation that you had?
Yes.
And that Yak was in the bedroom, I believe, with your cousin, and you were talking to someone else, and he overheard that conversation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were concerned that he was going to tell people about the conversation he overheard. Do you remember that?
I wasn't concerned. I try to be more secretive about whatever I got going on.
What was the conversation that you were having that you were concerned he was going to go back and tell?
I don't think you heard me. I like to be secretive about my conversation.
Okay, well, let's play Defense Exhibit 250. And we're going to only play from 425 to 559.
I need to put the headphones on.
Yes, please.
It's working now?
It should be.
I mean,
It's not working.
yeah.
Try putting it. Is it showing up on your computer?
It's right here, but I hit it out loud. I want to hear it in through these. Let me take it out, put it back in.
It should be. Are you on the Zoom? Can you see that same screen?
Can I? It's right here.
That same screen is on your computer?
Mhm.
Overheard me and somebody else having a conversation.
No.
I mean, so
This is a prepaid.
Last week, it seemed to just take it a minute before it would play on there. And also, where are the good headphones that were around a few weeks ago? Anybody know?
We were still looking for them, Your Honor. I think it got carted away with the
Yeah,
other.
I think so too, but
Yeah,
that might help also.
we are trying to find those.
All right.
But thank you. Like I said, we're only gonna play 450,
Yeah, I can hear
425,
it.
550 now.
I mean, and then Jet had overheard me and somebody else having a conversation. Know what I mean, so he was in his sister's house. Yeah, this nigga was late. No, sister house, cousin.
Oh, whoa.
This nigga was laid up in her bed, and I was in the living room. I was in the living room telling nigga. I was telling my partner, like, man, look, man, these fuck niggas got, this and then third. I'm telling him what's going on. Like, these fuck niggas playing on me. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So while I'm telling him that these niggas playing on me, this nigga hit the whole conversation and come out the room.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see him, my mouth dropped. I'm like, what? You feel me? Like, so when he heard the whole conversation, I'm just like, shit, fuck it. Now, I mean, I already know he could go back and let them niggas know what's him. Like, he tried to tell me that what I was talking about, I was wrong. I ain't know what I was talking about. I'm like, yeah, I do know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I ain't stupid.
That's too crazy. It's a world. I said, that's too crazy as hell. Y'all need to put them up for my people.
Then after that, then what's his name when kind of post me on his Instagram page and try to come back around. Man, I ain't come back around y'all niggas. I knew y'all got playing. Come on, man. Y'all niggas crazy here thinking I'm stupid.
Now, Mr. Copeland, what conversations were you having such that you were concerned that he was gonna go back, he being Yak was gonna go back and tell people about the conversation you were having?
What you mean?
What were you talking about to your friend that he overheard that you were concerned they were gonna go back and tell?
I was planning on doing something to somebody. That's what I said.
Then in the call, didn't you tell your sister that you said, I was in the living room telling this N-word, telling my partner, like, F these N-words, this, that, and the third. I'm telling him what's going on, that they plotting on me. You feel me? When I'm telling him that these N-words are plotting on me, this N-word yet, hear the whole conversation, and he came out the bedroom.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So who did you think was plotting on you?
Didn't I tell you I like to I think they was planning on me.
Who's the they?
Mr. Williams.
Okay.
That's why I said.
And you were concerned that Yak was gonna go back and tell Mr. Williams and them what you were telling your friend?
I wasn't concerned about him going back and telling me. I really was debating, should I let him leave?
Did you tell Yak, I already know that you fixing to go back and tell them what happened? And he tried to tell you, I'm not gonna do that.
Me and my friend was looking at each other, trying to debate on what we had going on right then and there.
And it's safe to say that you didn't do anything. Yak left the room, correct?
Yes.
Now, also, during the same call, and even in the course of your testimony, you said that you lied on Thug. Do you remember testifying to that multiple times?
I told you that.
What are the lies that you've told on Thug?
I put a lot of blame on him that I know that I should never did. If I, like I said, if I knew that it would have caused all these problems right here, I would never did it. But I told you I was going through a dark phase in my life. And at the time, I didn't care about none of the choices I made in life. And through the midst of, I was going through that phase, I had my little girl and she gave me a purpose. So, I, you know, I'm done.
No, are you done? But specifically, you keep saying that I told these lies because I thought it would get me out of trouble. So what are the lies that you told on Thug that you thought was going to get you out of trouble?
Whatever the police wanted me to say. If they brought his name up, about anything, I didn't care if he could have been in another country. I would have said he's right there, and he did it. Like he had something to do with it because they made me feel like they wanted him, and they only got me because of the stupid stuff that I done. And if I could get them something to help them out about him, then they'll let me go. And that's what I kept doing. And the whole time, they knew that I was just doing it, and they didn't care.
So let's talk about some of the things you told the police about Thug, okay? Do you recall that you told the police that Thug's window was being shot out? That Thug's window was shot out at the gambling house?
I think I said it in the interview. I ain't.
Do you recall that you told the police about Mo and other Bloods wanting to harm you and Thug?
I think I probably did.
You told the police about a concert with Thug and Rich Homie Quan.
I probably did.
You told the police that Thug gave you money to hold.
What you mean by that? Be more specific.
Sure. You told Thug that he may have one time given you $1,000, but like that you could keep, but he may have given you $300,000 that you could flash.
That nigga ain't never gave me. I mean, excuse my language, but he never gave me 300,000 to flash.
Okay. But it's fair to say you told him he gave you some money to hold.
What you mean?
He gave you money to flex with, to flash with.
As we together?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what you told the police, correct?
Yeah, I ain't gonna tell them it was my money.
At some point, did you tell the police Thug just gave you money that you could flash in the club?
Right. So the police asked me where I get all this money from. My job is to lie to the police. That's how I was raised up. I'm not gonna tell them that, oh, I break in stores or I do this and I do that. I'm gonna tell them that, hey, he's legit. It's still money. If I knew that it was gonna backfire me, I would never said that.
You also told the police that you didn't know what beef Thug and Nut had, correct?
I probably did.
You told the police that Thug rented the Infinity.
I did.
You told the police that on the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, that Thug got into another car with a girl and Little D, correct?
That might be one of the stories I told him. I can't be specific if that's what I said.
You told the police that Thug was not in the Infinity at the time of the murder, correct?
I probably did.
You never told police that Thug shot anyone. Is that fair to say?
Huh?
You never told the police that Thug shot anyone, correct?
Yeah, I did.
No.
I told the police.
You never told the police that Thug shot Nut, correct?
Oh, no, I don't think I told them that.
You never told the police that Thug was driving the Infinity at the time of Nut's murder, correct?
I didn't tell them that either. It wouldn't make sense to tell them that.
You never told police that Thug was bragging on the murder of Nut, like Nar and Dolly, correct?
Huh?
You never told the police that Thug bragged on Nut's murder, correct?
I never heard nobody bragging on it.
You told the police that Nar and Dolly bragged on Nut's murder, correct?
No.
So everything that you told the police that we just went over, which one was the finesse?
The one that make more sense, where you take a little bit where you know that they can prove, and then
But if you're trying to finesse
put the
them,
twist on it.
if you're trying to finesse them to get out of jail, why not say Thug was bragging about the murder?
When I say he brag about the murder, what you mean?
Why wouldn't that be believable?
Who brags about the murder?
Okay. Why wouldn't you say that Thug was driving the Infinity at the time of the murder? He rented it.
Because I'm talking to Gaither and Dennis. Like I've been dealing with them for a long time. I know they're a long way from stupid.
Right, but that's believable. He rented the car, so why not tell them that?
Objection, Your Honor. That's testimony on behalf of the propounded.
Rephrase your question.
Sure. If you're trying to finesse the police, why not tell them that Thug was driving the car?
Because think about this. This man, the multi-millionaire superstar. If I go in the police station and be like, yeah, Thug was a getaway driver in the killing of a nut, they gonna look at me like I'm stupid.
But he rented the car, didn't he?
And why would you rent a car to commit a murder in?
But you told the police that he rented the car, correct?
But there's something I know that they can prove.
All right.
They can prove that he rented the car. But I don't know if it was this car that was used in the murder.
Why not, if you were just trying to finesse the police and you didn't care if they were going to verify what you said, why not make up the beef that Thug and Nut had?
Because you got to get this, like I said, you got to get the facts together. You got to get stuff where you know they can go back and see. Like, for instance, okay, they jumped on me in the club. Everybody know they jumped on me in the club. So I can say, hey, they punched me in my face. That happened. Then I can say, oh, okay, something that didn't happen. They can't prove that this ain't happened or they did happen.
Right. And you wanted to tell them things that they could verify, correct?
Can you say that again?
And you wanted to make sure you told the police things that they could verify, correct?
I'm trying to make the police believe that I can help them. And if they let me go, that's what I'm willing to do. So every time, let's say the time they didn't let me go, you see, I never came back and helped them. When I told them I'd get them their gun back, what they had to do, they had to bring SWAT team to get me. So anytime they let me go, they knew I wasn't coming back.
On cross-examination, you talked about a meeting that you had with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys back in 2015. Do you remember telling Mr., I believe, Steele about a meeting that you had with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys back in 2015 or sometime during that period?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling Mr. Steele that there were some APD officers present when you were going to have that meeting with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys?
Yes.
What APD officers were there?
Gaither and Dennis, and it was another lady, but I don't know her name. And it was the ATF agent. It was everybody who was in the interrogation room
You mean interrogation room in that June interview?
when they locked me up.
Okay. Do you remember how long you were in the feds before you were going to have that meeting?
It was like probably the first couple months because I found my lawyer right out the rip.
And why did you fire your lawyer?
Because he working with the state, he was trying to work with the police.
And when you say he was trying to work with the police, what was your understanding of what he was trying to do?
He was trying to get me to do whatever they wanted me to do.
When you say he was trying to get them to do what you wanted,
He was trying to get me to work for the police.
and was that going to be in exchange for a reduction in your sentence?
That's what he told me. He told me that if I go down there and talk with them, they'll throw my case out. But he didn't say it like he lied to me how he said it, but he was like, when you go to court, I mean, we just gonna get this case swept under the rug. But when I got down there, it was all the police, they locked me up and I got mad.
And then you decided not to move forward with whatever the agreement was.
Yeah, because I seen it got real and I knew what I had done.
Now, last week on cross-examination, and on direct, you testified that YSL is not a gang, correct?
And it still ain't a game.
And you testified that it was a music label, correct?
Well, that's the purpose of it,
Okay. And it's a music label that you were never signed to, correct?
clearly.
Okay. And you never done any songs with Thug, correct?
I haven't.
All right. Now, on cross-examination, do you remember Mrs. Steele playing a portion of the On the Porch video?
Out the porch.
Off the porch, excuse me, thank you for correcting. The Off the Porch video with you?
Yes,
And that was Defense Exhibit JW 246 for the record. Now, that's a blog for up and coming artists, correct?
yes,
And you talk about music,
yes.
right? And you talk about life growing up, correct?
I think so.
Now, the portion that Mr. Steele played, was that was the portion when you called yourself a gangster and said that you would slap people in the face if they tried you or something like that. Do you recall him playing that portion of the clip
Yes,
for you?
yes.
But that was not the entirety of that interview. Is that fair?
No.
Okay. I want to play for you a few portions, okay?
Put the headphones on.
Yes, please. I'm going to first start playing Defense Exhibit JW 246, starting at 00 and ending at 007.
Yeah, they little Woody Freehand Entertainment. Just jumped out of the pool with Dirty Glove Best. Slack YSL for life.
Now, there you said Slat YSL for life, correct?
Yes.
And again, you were never signed to YSL, the label, right?
Not a
Okay. And Slat means slime love all the time, correct?
slack me slack.
Slime love all the time.
Yeah, this is, I guess.
All right. Now I want to play JW 246 at 9:15 to 9:47.
And you dropped a music video for that song too. Was that your first music video you shot?
Yeah, first one ever.
Yeah.
Um,
How'd you think that turned out?
It was fun. It turned out great. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Yeah. I like it. Still watch it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. And you rep YS. And you dropped a music video for that song too. Was that your first music video you shot?
Yeah, first one ever.
Yeah.
Um,
How'd you think that turned out?
it was fun. It turned out great. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Yeah. I like it. Still watch it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. And you rep YSL a lot in your music.
Gang. You know,
How far back does your relationship with them go?
Yeah, still.
When he said rep, he asked you if you rep YSL in your music. You said gang, correct?
No, I said game.
Why would you say gang?
Game. Like I wanted to be a part of YSL. I wanted, like, on the papers, I wanted to be a YSL artist.
This interview was done in 2020, correct?
One of them years.
Okay. Is it fair to say this is after you got out the feds, correct?
Yes, yes.
All right. And at this point, you had known Thug for a number of years, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it was fair to say at some point in time, y'all were friends.
Yes.
Okay. And even at this point, you still were not signed to YSL, the label, correct?
But me and him spoken about it.
Okay.
And he just told me I had to convince him that this is what I really wanted to do.
And you still aren't signed to the label, correct?
I had went back to jail.
All right. I'm going to play the last section, which is 2010 to 2040.
Other than that, you know, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's up. All right. Any last words or shout outs before we get you out of here?
You know, shout out to the game. YSL for life. You know what I mean? Shout out my nigga Munt, Ralph, you know, Threat. You know what I mean? For the ops. Yeah, man.
You said shout out to the gang, YSL, some other people, threat, and then fuck the ops.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the ops?
The ops.
The ops of another record label?
No, my ops. Fuck them.
All right. But this is after you talked about shout out to the gang, YSL, correct?
I said shout out to the gang. Then I said YSL. I said fuck the ops.
When you said shout out to the gang, YSL, you're not talking about the music label, correct?
Which, can you say that again?
You're not talking about the music label, correct?
I don't get what you're asking.
When you said shout out to the gang, YSL, you're not talking about the music label, correct?
I'm pretty sure I know you're not you're not in the streets, but you keep sticking on this gang stuff, and I don't know how much it's gonna take to convince you that when you're a gang, you can't be 2-3 different gangs or sets of members. Like, again, you can't be YSL, the gang in your voice, and be a blood, because let's say if YSL is a gang and YSL get into a blood gang members, you got to pick. So what you gonna do? You're blood or you YSL? It don't make sense. And if you're a blood's not gonna let you be YSL. If it's a gang, just like with Crips or just like anything else.
But you gave up being a blood, correct?
Yeah, I did.
All right. So when it said YSL for life, gang, that's who you rep now.
No, I
correct?
said, no, I always been 30 deep when I was a gang member. But 30 deep is not a gang. You know what I mean? It's just my neighborhood. A gang in Atlanta is Bloods, Crips, GDs, or whatever. And let me correct that. To certain people, it's not a gang to them, but y'all trying to say YSL when you know, Atlanta, we monkey see, monkey do. We see people doing something, we want to be a part of it. We want to represent it. We want to say it. If you see that most of these people in the courtrooms don't got no ties to me, I never seen them before. So you can't say it's a gang. A gang, everybody know who he is. Everybody, we rock together. A lot of these guys, we don't did stuff to each other.
And it's in the same video where you called yourself a gangster, correct? That's the portion that Mr. Steele paid for you last week, right?
It's entertainment.
All right. Now, on cross-examination, Mr. Steele played for you a portion of that jail call with you, Max, Thug, and Deshaun. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember the portion of the call that he played for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I remember some of it.
All right. I'm going to show you. It's going to be stated at 405Y.
I got to listen to it.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd like to go through a jail call that the state played for you, Ms. Hilton played for you earlier this week. It's, Your Honor, it's already in evidence. It's State's Exhibit number 295Y. And specifically, Your Honor, starts at 128. And just to orient the jurors, this should be the 13th day of June of 2015. So 13th day of June 2015. And I believe you said that you're on the phone, and there's other people on the phone too, but Jeffrey's sister, you identified her, or she'd been identified as Max. And then Jeffrey in the background, maybe his voice on the phone, is on the call. I'd like to just play that short snippet, okay?
I can't hear nothing.
I don't think it's playing.
Hello. Wait. What's up? Yeah. Look, yeah, he got bus. Be done. Yeah. How much the money?
15,000, but I go to a bond, kind of bond come about 15.
You found the button company?
I'm on lockdown, so they only let me out one time a day. But my brother there did.
You just when he hang up, please don't call his brother and I'm so his brother so he get his money. Is your brother no, I'm saying call his brother on sign it. Yeah, Deshaun, where you at? I'm at home. You ain't got no ride? I can get your brother friend. Meet me on University. On University where? That gas station you already. You know where that gas station at Chevron. Meet me at Chevron.
Hey, man.
Okay. Yeah.
You ain't right.
What did he do?
I'm gonna take some money.
He told what right here. Well, you come out rock.
Yeah.
You told him Roscoe too. You say don't fucking play, bro. You told him Roscoe. You told him Roscoe just like he Roscoe ain't no fucking good. You don't give a fuck. Hey, these guys come up and come meet you so you get your money. Go pay with the bond so you get out, bro. And when you get out, who that? I can have him talk to you. I really feel some type of way. I'm gonna talk to you about it so you get out.
Man, listen, man, I'm sorry, this shit.
I ain't playing with you. I ain't fucking playing with you either. God's fucking birthday on the way. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. I appreciate it. Tell you, but I love you.
He hear you?
You gotta get this motherfucker mind together.
He said you gotta get your mind together, bro. Like you did.
Man, bro, I've been left out there. I ain't never nobody, bro. I just feel like nigga left me out there. I ain't did shit.
You ain't never got there alone. You just want to be out there preaching. Bro, we ain't fucked up no more. You ain't gotta be out there pretending to be.
Shit, I had no choice.
That wasn't gonna get you time.
That's it.
Yes, and that is where Mr. Steele ended the call. Do you remember that from last week?
Yes, that was last week.
Okay. Now, a few things. Do you recall last week, Mr. Steele asking you, when you all were talking about Little D, do you remember him asking you if Thug said anything when you all were talking about Little D? Do you remember him asking you that?
Shit. I don't know when brought the D name up.
Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you, though, specifically, if you heard Thug say anything when you mentioned Little D on that phone call?
I don't get what you're asking me.
Last week, after Mr. Steele played that call for you,
Yes.
do you remember him asking you some questions after he played that call for you?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether or not Thug said anything after you talked about Little D in
Right.
that jail call?
Yes.
And do you remember your response being no, Thug did not say anything?
He didn't. I didn't hear him say anything.
Is that not Thug who says Little D, that pussy ass told?
Oh, you gotta play it again. I didn't hear that.
All right, I'd like to go through
You playing the whole thing, go?
a jail call. It should be the 13th day of June. Other people on the phone too, but Jeff on the phone. It's on the
Can I speak?
After.
I can't hear me.
I don't think it's playing.
Wait. What's up, Woody? Yeah. Look, John, yeah, he got a phone. John. Yeah. How much the money?
15,000, but I go to a blind, kind of blind come about 15.
You found the button company?
I'm on lockdown, so they don't let me out one time a day. But my brother there did.
You just when he hang up, the quick call his brother and so his brother so he give you money. Is your brother gonna? No, I'm saying call his brother gonna sign it. Yeah, John, where you at? I'm at home. You ain't got no ride? I can get your brother friend. Meet me on University. On University where? All right, that gas station you already. You know where that gas station is? Meet me at Chevron.
Hey, man.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
What did he do?
I'm gonna say too much, bro.
He told what that is. Well, you come out rock.
Yeah.
You told him rock.
Did you hear? We said D told pussy ass.
Probably, yeah, I heard it.
Okay. Is that not Thug who said that?
I can't say 100% if that was him or somebody else. I can't say, but I heard it.
Okay. Now,
But me going to jail was for a gun that he bought for me. So throughout the interviews, you'll see that they just be me breaking my mojo. I mean, the D name was never brought up for me to say he ain't right. That's proof of me lying, and I'm pointing it out to you.
were you saying that little D wasn't right because you wanted him to claim the gun from the Dunbar Center?
No, I was saying the D wasn't right because I'm trying to manipulate everybody.
All right. Now, Mr. Steele, when he played the call for you, he ended the call, but that was before Max actually got off the phone. Is that correct?
What you mean?
When he stopped the call, that wasn't the entirety of when Max was on the phone with you, correct?
He played the call. I listened to it.
Okay. I want to play for you 378 Yankee Echo, and we're going to start at 3:48. And my apologies for the record, we're going to be playing 395 Yankee. Starting at about 350.
You ain't never out there alone. You just want to be out there in the churches and bro, we ain't fucked up no more. You ain't got to be hanging out there in Cannonville.
Shit, I had no choice.
That wasn't gonna get you time, Cannonville. Out there in them apartments. I keep telling you that.
Yeah.
And wait for that shit, bro. Hey, you gotta realize swear to God, we killed nuts, so they gonna stay on you.
Yeah. Hello.
Stay away from that shit, bro. You just don't know it be your hood, bro. Your hood scared you, bro. That church in your hood is the main hood. Them the main people that want to have you fucked up before anybody else on the street do. Do what I'm telling you, play scared of you.
I already know.
You gotta stay away from that shit. You got a little girl now. I've been telling you that shit. Cause I really, I ain't even gonna lie. I was just mad at your ass, bro. On my mom,
you
call
you
you on.
setting the phone going off for me like I don't did something wrong, bro.
Yeah. Call Mac. Motherfucker.
Man, you know Valerie told me that.
But I'm saying you listen big bad. They call my phone 20 times, bro. You know what I'm telling you? They all just call my phone 20 times. No call ID, then we get right in the car. You walk past me like you're a boss. Bitch, I got it on me with that fake ass weave in your head, ho. I just drop your ass. And I got my pistol on me too, ho. Don't try me, fuck wrong with you. I just told you don't be listening to this fat ass hoe. She wanna keep up drama, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, man. This hoe just told somebody look just on her. Don't listen to her.
You finished?
Yes. So the portion that Mr. Steele did not play was when Max said, swear to God, we killed Nut, correct?
What you mean?
I played for you the clip.
I heard you. I don't get what your question is.
The portion that was not played was when Max said, swear to God, we killed Nut.
She said they swear to God we killed Nut. But if that's what you want her to say, then
That's what the recording says, swear to God. I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Sustained, rephrase.
In the interview, did you hear, swear to God, we killed Nut? I mean, in the jail call, excuse me.
I'm telling you what she said. I mean, I talk to her on a daily basis. Like, I might not can't hear her, but I can I can understand street talk slang. And she saying what they saying in the streets. They swear to God we killed Nut.
Did you hear the person in the background said, we smoked Nut?
You gotta play it again. I didn't hear that. But I never heard of that.
Okay, we'll play that. That's that portion for you.
Thank you. I want to hear the whole thing.
Yeah, got them Canterville.
Shit, I had no choice.
That wasn't gonna get you time, Canterville. I damn them apartment. I keep telling you that.
Yeah.
And what's
Man.
that shit, bro? It be, hey, you gotta realize it be, yeah. Swear to God, we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
Yeah. Hello.
Stay away from
Can you play it again? It was so fast. Not the whole thing. I can't.
Yeah, we're just gonna play that portion for you.
That wasn't gonna get you time, Canterville. I damn them apartment. I keep telling you that.
Yeah.
And what's
Man.
that shit, bro? It be, hey, you gotta realize it be, yeah. Swear to God, we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
Yeah. Hello.
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear it.
Okay. Let me ask you, who is the we?
Huh?
Who is the we?
See, you hear what she said? They gonna stay on me. Like, I don't know.
He says, swear to God, we killed Nut. Who is the we?
Ask Dolly.
I'm asking you.
This
Sustained.
Why didn't you ask her, what we are we talking about?
because that's what the streets are saying.
So who is the we? What-
Sustained.
You didn't ask, why didn't you get clarification as to who she was talking about?
Because I heard it in the streets myself.
So when you heard it in the streets, what did you hear in the streets?
Sustained.
When Dolly is talking to you, is this when you were being shot at because people thought that you killed Nut?
I don't get what you mean. Can you be more specific?
when you told Dolly that it was people were coming after you, was this because people thought that you had something to do with Nuts' murder?
Sustained.
Why did you think people were coming after you?
It's more the police that I was really speaking on coming after me. It's like every time I did something, they was popping up. Like I wasn't worrying about nobody in the streets. It was the police. So that's why I kept saying it come after me. I was going to jail for charges I didn't even crimes I didn't even do. Like that's why I was telling her like, I ain't got nobody. I ain't got nothing. I ain't got no money to get myself no lawyer. No man. Every time I come outside, the police locking me up. I actually went to jail in a county I never even been to.
When you heard her say, either according to you, you think or they think we killed Nut, who did you understand the we to be?
Shit, they kept telling me. They kept saying me and D people on the west side, me and Thug, me and Monton, me, Doc and Head. They were telling me and everybody to it. So I knew she was talking about me and whatever the street saying. So
And all those people you just named, those are all people who are associated with YSL, correct?
no.
All right. Now,
Only people that was associated with Thug and Monton. And that's not that was, you know, y'all try to put a part of this.
now you talked about at any point did they ever say that it was you and Dolly that killed Nut?
What you mean?
You said that they were saying it was me and Thug, me and Monto, me and this person. Did you
I'm
ever
pretty
hear
sure
that it
you
was
heard the
me?
rumors when it happened. You know what I mean? They put my name in there with everybody.
I'm asking you, did they ever put your name in there with Dolly?
I don't remember them saying it. So I can't say yeah or no to that.
Now, you've continuously talked about wanting to finesse people. Do you recall last week, Mr. Steele showing you a clip from your interview when you were talking to Detective Dennis about Bloody J and having Bloody J and Thug become friends again? Do you remember him playing that exhibit for you?
Yes.
I'm going to play for you State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo at 10:40.
Did the same one?
No.
Jurors, when they're getting all these set up, because it seems to take a minute, if y'all want to stand up and stretch or anything, that'd be a good time to do that. I know it can get tedious sitting all day long. 'Cause I do it all day long. Lawyers too. We're waiting on y'all, so when you're ready, go.
Ten, 2015, that you tried to get Mr. Williams or Jeffrey, and do you know who Bloody J is? I heard of. Do you know the given name Justin Ussery, excuse me? Who it is? That's fine. I'm gonna use Bloody J, okay? Do you remember telling the police, and this is, Your Honor, JW 240D, was in David State's exhibit number 378YE. It's June 10, 2015, meeting, interrogation, whatever, or conference with law enforcement and Mr. Copeland. It's 10:40:37 a.m. to 10:41:08 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, tell us if you hear this, okay? And if it's not, you correct us. Detective Dennis tells you, so the night of Crucial, when you were saying they jumped on you, you said, when all the, and I'm just not saying it, but SHI blank popped off. So what happened, Mr. Detective Dennis, what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying last time that there's overlapping conversation, meaning I can't understand it, multiple people speaking. And you said, the Detective Dennis said, when you were trying to bring everybody back together. And the Detective Dennis said, you were like, is he ready? And Thug or Jeffrey kept saying, nah, he ain't ready. You remember that? That was Detective Dennis saying, you remember you told us that when you said, and you said, you mixing things up. You're talking about the time we was in when I called Bloody J and tried to get him and Jeffrey or Thug. You said, back, cool. That's what I'm targeting, okay? So please listen to it. If I said it wrong, just say it right. Your Honor, can Mr. Copeland listen to this, please? And the jury.
So the night at Crucial, that when you were saying they jumped on you, right? When all shit popped off. So what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying the last time, when you were trying to bring everybody back together, you was like, be ready? And I stood and said, I am ready. You remember that? You really told us that? When you said, you're sneaking it up. You talking about the time you made shit on that house that day and trying to get him to throw that cool.
Remember saying that you were.
Now, in watching that video, do you see that you corrected Investigator Dennis when he had some facts wrong?
What you mean? You said, did I correct him?
Correct. Did you correct in the interview? Did you correct Investigator Dennis when he had some facts wrong?
Right, I'm listening.
So if you were trying to finesse the jury, why even correct him when he had something wrong?
I wasn't trying to finesse the jury. I was trying to finesse the police.
Correct. When you're trying to finesse the police, why correct him if he had something wrong?
Because they after me. And like I said, just when we going, one thing I know about Dennis, I know I gotta come correct when I'm talking to him, so I gotta. But Dennis, I know Dennis play games.
Right. So you said, when it comes in, you have to come correct. That's what you just said, right?
No, I'm saying, like, when I say come correct, I'm saying, like, I gotta. It's harder convincing Dennis and Gaten. Like, you gotta really make them believe, like.
Because they can see, like you said before, Gaither can see through your BS, correct?
Mm-mm. What I said before is that, like when I make up the names, I know that I can't come to Gaten with the names I done made up. She gonna already know I made them up. So it's different, like when I'm dealing with like different polices. When it come to Gaten, I gotta be more convincing than I will with Thorpe.
Okay. Also, let me ask you, in 2015, is it fair to say that you were closer to Shannon than you were with Duop?
With who?
With Duop.
If I was closer with Shannon than I was with Duop?
Yes.
I guess.
And matter of fact, Doo-Wop is Yak's friend, correct?
I'm cool with doo-wop.
But that's more Yak's friend than it is your friend. Is that fair to say?
I guess.
So if you're trying to finesse the police or mixing some truth with a little lie, then you would agree with me that the full truth doesn't matter, correct? Like if you're trying to mix in a little truth with a little lie, then the full truth doesn't matter, correct?
So my whole purpose was in the interview was my little girl birthday is coming up. And they every time they got me, they would ask me questions and they laugh and act like they was believing the stuff I was saying. So when they got me on June 10th, I didn't want to go to jail. I'm not scared of jail. You feel me? I know how to adapt to my environment. It's just the timing of when they got me. And my whole purpose was if I could convince these people that I work with them and I help them out and do whatever I do to let me go. And that's what my intentions. Y'all keep dragging me in here like I got facts. You know what I mean? And I don't.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted at 67-378 Yankee Echo at 534:49.
Do I listen to it or it's a picture or something?
I'm going to show you and you're going to listen to it.
Okay.
Or I'm going to ask you if you can listen to it, please.
Yak driving, Shannon with the AK, Nara with the pistol, and Doo-Wop with the pistol. Now, I don't think Doo-Wop had a pistol. Okay. All right. But you just know what seats, how everybody was sitting in the car. All you know is that Yak was driving. Yeah, I didn't know Yak. They said Yak was driving. And that's based on what Mikion told you. Yeah. Lil D. Okay. Did they say that to anybody else or just y'all little circle?
And we're going to stop it at 535:18. In that clip, you clarified for the police who had guns, correct?
Again, if I wasn't there and Lil D wasn't there, how could we say what happened?
All right. Because you were telling them what Little D told you, correct?
But if Lil D wasn't there, how could he tell me what happened?
Okay. You told the detectives and you clarified that it was Shannon and Nar shooting the gun, Yak was driving, and Doo-Wop didn't have a gun. That's what you just told the police, correct?
Right.
All right. If you were just trying to tell them anything, why not tell the police that Doo-Wop had the gun?
Again, I can't, right now, everybody in this courtroom see what's going on in this courtroom. The people who's not in this courtroom, they can't say what's going on in this courtroom. So if Lil D said that this what happened in that car, he had to be in that car to know that. If I say this what happened in the car, I had to be in that car to know that. Neither one of us in that car to know that. So it shows, again, that I'm just saying whatever.
Okay. I'm asking you, why would you tell the police or put the gun in your friend's hand when you could have put the gun in Doo-Wop's hand?
So again, January they got me, February they got me, whatever month come out today they got me. They got me every month. I wasn't convincing neither of them times because they were locking me up or whatever. I wasn't convincing them, so I had to be more convincing. It ain't like it's just like, okay, let me put it on Doo-Wop. It's the spare of the moment. So in the spare of the moment, you gotta get them up off for you. You just gotta off the top. Like, but I wasn't, listen, Miss Hilton, I'm sorry. I mean, like, I don't mean no harm, but I wasn't there to be able to say what anybody had. And there's just proof. And no matter how many times you ask me, which ways you ask me, and it's just what it is.
And again, you're just telling the police what Little D told you, right?
Lil D can't tell me something that he ain't. If Lil D say I was in the car and this what happened, then okay, I say that. But if I'm sitting right here lying saying Lil D told me something that I know that he didn't tell me and he know that he didn't tell me, because for us to know that, we had to be there.
And the reason why you wanted to make sure you were accurate with what you told the police is
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sure. The reason why you wanted to be as accurate as possible when you talk to the police is because they told you that they were going to try to verify what you were telling them, correct?
Well, when Nut got killed, the people on the scene was already saying what they saw. So Like I said, you just take pieces of what you hear, you know what I mean, and you just put them together.
Now, last week, Mr. Shard talked to you about making up fictional characters. Do you recall that?
I think I just spoke on it.
Yeah. He asked you about making up Little Rick and Quez as it related to the stolen items that were found on June 10th, 2015.
I'm listening.
Do you remember him asking you about making up when you talked about Nuts Chain? That he told you that you made that up as far as stealing Nuts Chain and who stole Nuts Chain?
I made somewhat to a certain extent, but the truth of the matter, I didn't steal it. The door was open. I keep telling you that.
Okay. He asked you about making up characters as it related to threat shooting up the barbershop. Do you remember him asking you about making up individuals regarding the barbershop being shot up?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
So if you know how to make up people in those instances, why won't you just make up people for the night of Nuts murder in order to finesse your way out of getting in trouble?
So if you realize Gaither and them wasn't in front of me. So when Gaither and them did get in front of me, I know what I'm dealing with. And when it was in the investigator that I knew didn't know me, I could tell them anything. But when it's Gaither and them in front of me, I gotta convince them. Like I gotta convince them that to make them believe me. So just like for instance with Shannon, it was stupid that I put Mitch's name because I know Gaither gonna be like, Woody, really? When have you and Shannon never not been together? But it's just a roll of a dice.
Okay. Do you recall that it was Gaither who you told about Little Rick and Quez?
You confused. Say that again.
Do you recall that it was Gaither who you talked to about Little Rick and Quez?
So
Oh, sorry.
yes,
Do you recall it was Gaither who talked to about Little Mike and Quez?
yes. But I said they from West Side.
Ms. Hilton, how much longer do you think you anticipate on your redirect?
Probably about 20 minutes, Sharon.
All right, go
Maybe
ahead.
about 25 minutes.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. I have 2 jail calls, so it's gonna be a little bit longer.
All right, let's break for lunch. Y'all be back at 1:30, please. All right, we were gonna take up a matter at lunch that y'all got notice of, but I don't think that everybody got notice. So we're gonna just try to reset that for maybe Friday. All right, anything before we break for our lunch? Yes. Okay. Does it have to do with like scheduling or something? Okay, well, I'm not gonna release everybody to go until if they want to stay and hear it. Speaking of things that have nothing to do with the case, but have something to do with scheduling, Mr. Harvey, I want to see on an entirely different matter, if you might be available on one of your other cases that is before me on a day that we're not going to be in court on this case. Come up here. So we'll see everybody back at 1:30.
I played it.
It was a good
Oh,
meeting.
shit.
I just kept telling y'all, leave me out of this. I just want to move forward my life and let my past be in the past.
And when we met, you did not have any pending criminal charges, correct? You didn't have any criminal cases.
I don't know. I didn't. I know I had just went to court and played to the last case I had open, where I had another one from the jail, but
At the time, you didn't know that had been dismissed. Is that fair?
well, the lawyer just told me they were dismissed.
And when we met in the car, we also didn't go into the facts of the case, correct?
Well, I told you I was. Oh, you confused. Say that again.
Do you recall that it was Gaither who you talked to about Little Rick and Quez?
So
And let me jump in right quick. Let me just read this. This is from the Fit Lawyer ATL. Y'all see her in. Y'all see the super chat here. It says, when you have to work this hard to rehabilitate your star witness, it's time to start handing out plea deals. Geez, this is a wrap. And I was thinking this about an hour ago, and I think any attorney is going to think this. And the Fit Lawyer ATL is an excellent attorney down here in Atlanta, Georgia. She's gone up against this particular DA's office, in fact. And y'all really need to understand just real quickly, you know, how important what she's saying is, guys. This is the state star witness. And this is supposed to be redirect. And what you're supposed to do on redirect is rehabilitate your witness and make him look better. And what she's doing, really, she's making it worse.
It's terrible.
If we're going to be honest, like, what is the purpose of redirect? Suppose I'm on trial, and just really quickly, just 30 seconds, guys, just to explain this to you. But suppose I'm on trial for murder, and my attorney questions me and then sits down, and now the prosecution who is prosecuting me for murder stands up, and they say, lead attorney, and I say, yes, good morning. They said, did you shoot and kill Billy Bob? And I say, yes. And they look at the judge and they say, no further questions.
That's it.
And they sit down. It's a murder trial. You shot and killed him. What does my attorney get to do? My attorney gets to do some redirect. My attorney gets to get up and rehabilitate me and make me look better. It's a murder trial, and I'm admitting to shooting and killing Billy Bob. What does my attorney say? They say, Lee, well, you just said that you shot and killed Billy Bob, didn't you? Yes. Why did you shoot and kill him? Well, I felt my life was in danger. Why is that? Well, I was walking down the street. I walk around my neighborhood at night trying to get my 10,000 steps in, and Billy Bob jump out and he pulls a gun on me. And he asking me for my keys and my cell phone. So I took the keys and took the cell phone and threw it on the ground at his feet. Well, when he bent down to pick it up, he lowered his gun. I pulled mine out from my waistband and shot him in the head. Right now, it's not so clear that it's murder, right? But,
Context, yeah.
Exactly. You provide context, you provide reasons. Now I'm rehabilitated. When the prosecution sat down, it looked like it was a wrap because I did shoot him and I did kill him. But why? Self-defense. That's the purpose of redirect. Here, you know, is Attorney Hilton, is she providing any context to rehabilitate Woody? What is she doing?
Yeah, and it's so interesting looking at what the Fit Lawyer ATL is saying, because late last week the judge did remind that the prosecution that they should entertain plea deals based on the way that the case is going.
Yes, and to be honest, like when that you know, everybody was making a big deal about that. I heard that the other day. Oh, well, the judge said that, you know, they should be doing plea deals. Guys, the judge said that when she came in first thing.
Yeah, she did.
She said that multiple times. Guys, y'all, somebody needs to offer some plea deals. Y'all need to talk. Why? Judges are like humans. They don't want to work. Judges are humans. If you're a judge, do you want to do a trial that's going to take 6 months? Or do you want everybody to plead out? You're going to get paid either way, the same. Well, I showed you how much Whitaker's making. She's making $139,000 a year. She's going to get $139,000 if she has to sit through this trial, or $139,000 if they plead out in one day. She wants the plead out case, right? So the judge has, since the judge came in, Glanville was not on this, but this judge has been try to settle it. But yeah, to Fit Lawyer ATL's point, this redirect is going tremendously bad, tremendously. Great point. The Fit Lawyer ATL. Let's keep it going.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Do you recall it was Gaither who talked to you about little Mike and Quez?
Yes. But I said they from West Side.
Little Rick.
Ms. Hilton, how much longer do you think you anticipate on your redirect?
Probably about 20 minutes, Sean.
All right, go
Maybe
ahead.
about 25 minutes.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. I have 2 jail calls, so it's gonna be a little bit longer.
All right, let's break for lunch.
All right, we are
Y'all
breaking
be
for
back
lunch.
at 1:30, please.
Coming back at 1:30. I know we ain't got no TiVo time really left. There goes Woody heading off the stand. Woody about to go eat. There's a nice Jamaican restaurant right up the street downtown, walking distance from the courthouse. Don't get that jerk chicken, boy, to give you bubble guts. Don't ask me how I know. Do not eat at that Jamaican restaurant, boy. You have the real bubble guts in 30 minutes. All right, but they are standing up as the jury leaves. So what do y'all think, man? Do y'all think the prosecution is doing any good? You know, AV, what's your take on all this, man?
Yeah, I'm just really disappointed in Simone's redirect. She seemed really enthused at the end of the day on Friday.
At lunch that y'all got notice of, but I
Hey,
don't
everybody.
think that everybody got notice. So
Lunchtime.
just try to reset that for maybe Friday. All right, anything before we break for our lunch? Yes. Okay.
Nobody's speaking on the microphone. I can't hear it.
Does it have to do with like scheduling? Okay, well, I'm not gonna release everybody to go until they want to stay and hear it.
I know that there was a matter with a juror that they haven't settled yet, so I wonder if this is about that. If they want to talk to her about something real quick.
Let me see if they're gonna put it up. Nope, they're not gonna put it on.
Let me see if they're gonna put it up. Nope, they're not gonna put it on the record.
Okay.
All righty. Yes, guys. What do y'all thinking? Listen, man, 11,000 people in here. What do y'all think? How do y'all think this case is going? You know, it's not it's not looking too good. What do you think, AV?
Yeah, no, I think she was trying to really prove her credibility in front of the jury. She started, I'm not even going to use the word strong. You could see the attempt. But at the end of the day, you know, she's trying to go in proving that he's lied to her. He's actually right there saying, yes, I've lied to you. I've lied to you all the time. And she just kept going to try to rehabilitate that credibility. But it's like, it's your credibility. And at the end of the day, like she had all those examples, but they really weren't memorable enough for the jury. And somebody had made this comment on my side last week. Shard did a great job, but by the time they go to deliberate, are they going to remember this 6 months from now? So even though she's trying, are they going to remember what she's attempting to do 6 months from now? So it sounds like they're sleeping.
Yeah, this case is so messed up, and I think it was the little gaming channel. Somebody write TLGC. I think he said something in the chat like, man, can you imagine these jurors only getting paid $25 a day to sit through this months and months and months? The jurors who started coming to court late, they don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Sylvia was saying some of them, infamous Sylvia was saying some of them are asleep during the trial. Some of them haven't been taking notes since day one.
One of them got evicted.
Did he really?
What?
Christ.
Oh my God.
Crazy, guys. And you look at guys, who are the real winners in this case? Does anybody know who are the real winners? Is it the jurors?
The attorneys getting paid.
I mean, actually, there are some winners in this case. Is it Young Thug? You know, Young Thug's getting a lot of attention. He's getting a lot of media coverage. Is it Young Thug? Hell no. It is not Young Thug. Shout out to Keita. Keita says the lawyers, Keita, you know, since it's you, I'm gonna hold you to a higher standard, baby. I'm not gonna give you any credit on this. It's not the lawyers. Why? Because Hilton is a lawyer. Attorney Love is a lawyer. They're taking it up the ass. All right, they are the biggest losers in this. Well, Young Thug is the biggest loser in this because he spent already 2 years behind bars, no bond, eating Cinnabons and soups and shit. Like this is terrible for Young Thug. So it's not. I'm not. If it was anybody else, I would take it from Keita. But Keita, don't, because you're an attorney yourself. It's not the lawyer. It's the defense counsel. Defense counsel. They are getting paid millions, and not even all of them, because some of them took this case for $15,000 a year.
And has another job.
Exactly. Looking for OnlyFans. But it is the Brian Steeles. It is the attorney Adams. It is the attorney Shards. It is the attorney Weinsteins. It's attorney Westmoreland, right? It's some of these attorneys. They are eating off this case millions and millions and millions of dollars that they are earning, and the reputation and future clients, right? They could not have asked for a better case. This case is worth X amount to Brian Steele if it's not televised, if it's not on court, if it's not on court TV or anything, not on YouTube, it's worth X amount. But if you can have this same case be publicized and show everybody your skills, it's worth so much more now. So much more. Everybody, any big criminal defendant who gets arrested for a big case, the first person they're going to call is Brian Steele. Now, if I'm gonna be fair, they were calling him beforehand. All right, but Brian Steele has been the number one guy for a few years, right? But then shout out to Bruce Harvey. I mean, everybody knows Bruce, but you know, the advertising of this case is huge. Who are the losers in this case? Well, I mean, we got to say, I don't even want to say it, but we got to say it, Glanville. Glanville's reputation. I know, y'all know how y'all feel about Glanville. Y'all know how I feel about it. And to support me, what did Brian Steele say about Glanville just last week or two? Brian Steele said, listen, I like Glanville. Glanville's always been nice, always been reasonable. Brian Steele said, I don't know what the hell happened this trial, but I've always liked him. And Brian and Judge Glanville has been the same way with me. You know, when I was retiring, he handled one of my last 3 cases. I was in his chambers. I was in an ex parte secret meeting. Right? He treated me, my client's grandparents so great man. I don't know what the fuck happened, but his reputation getting kicked off this case and trying to throw Brian Steele in jail and being overruled by the Georgia Supreme Court, just a terrible look. Who's also a loser? We said the prosecutors. The Judge Whitaker. Man, when Judge Whitaker came in, I'm gonna say she's a loser in this. Like she making $139,000, but look at all the stuff that she has to go through, the BS. She still has guys other cases. You know, Brian Steele, this is his only case. This is it. Well, I don't want to say only case, but he's not accepting new cases. He can't because he has to be in trial every day for this trial, for this case. But the Judge Whitaker, she has other cases that she needs to try to squeeze in and move along. And so she's a loser in this. The prosecution, a big loser. Who's a winner? You know who I'm going to say is a winner? I'm going to say Woody.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were going to say the first time.
I'm going to say Woody. Woody is parlaying it. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Woody, man. He came on my show. See, let me tell y'all something about social media. Y'all don't really know how it works, but you know, you got to get the diamonds in the rough. You can't get them when they all polished because they're too expensive. Woody came on for free and talked to us, gave us a lot of insight. Now, if you want to get Woody, I think someone was saying, you know, DJ Vlad was trying to get him or something with like, I can't even afford him.
Yeah. Exactly.
I can't even afford, you know, he charged about 10, 15,000. Who the hell know what happened on that damn bus he was on?
So crazy. I remember when we first started covering this in June, Woody had 22,000 followers on Instagram. He now has 200,000.
Damn. 10x.
Yeah.
10x, guys. This social media thing, it is humongous, you know. And let me tell you who's also a big winner. Who else? I don't know if I saw this. I'll have to look. We should do a poll. Wait, what am I doing? I don't know if I saw this, but I'll tell you who else is a big winner. I don't even really want to tell you. But goddamn, you know, AV in the lead.
Shout out to us. They want to leave us out the Netflix. We still winning over here.
Yeah, somebody write shout out to us. All right, guys, I'm telling you, man. Who was man? I don't even want to say it because like it brings tears to my eyes. I worked so hard, law school and starting out. There was a lot of times as an attorney, even if you're winning, you feel like you're losing. Because it's so much stress and you see what happens, the corruption, the damn judges, they don't like you. You going up against prosecutors or opposing counsel, they're lying, they're withholding evidence, they're playing games with discovery. I don't know how Fit ATL does that. I don't know how Keita, I don't think Keita goes to court, but I'm sure Keita all attorneys deal with some BS. But when you go into court, no matter what it is, no matter if it's immigration, if it's criminal, if it's tort, if it's divorce, you putting up with a lot of bullshit. And guys, I'll be honest with you, man, it's not really what I'm doing these days. And, if I'm gonna be fair, your boy making a little money. I made a course and a beginner's and advanced course to kind of teach you guys, what the deal is with this. I'll be honest with you. Me and AV, I'll speak for myself. I'm in a spare bedroom.
I got socks on.
Look at that. AV got socks on. All right, it is 12:41 on a Tuesday. AV with the damn socks on. I am in a damn spare bedroom. All right, but How much am I making in this damn spare room? You know, I made this video, showed you guys 116,000. So Zima was saying, well, the judge makes 140,000, Lee. You only making 116, so the judge is winning, right? No. Why? Because this is 116,000 for half of the year. The judge makes 139 for the whole year. This is 116 for half, and this ain't all of the money. You know, these
Hey. Okay. So lead is talking about his book and everything. I hope I look a little bit more presentable now. Sorry about that earlier. But anyway, I just ate me a salad. Belly is full. So the court is out for lunch now, and I am going to run out to get some stuff done. I need to go to the bank also. So I will be back. I will leave. I'm sorry. Just feel hair on my face and I hate that. Anyway, I will be leaving the camera up so when the court gets back into session, it'll be logged in. But I may or may not be back by then. But if I am, I will jump on. But if not, when I do get back, I will get back online and start talking. I think someone told me how to put my Cash App on here. Just putting it out there. But yeah. So I will be back, and hopefully I'll go get my nails done. If I get my nails done, it's gonna take too long. I won't be back by the time they come back from lunch. So I might do that later. It's no rush. Go to evening to do that. Trying to think of anything else I need to do. I definitely need to go to bank. I definitely need to go to Marshalls or TJ Maxx. I want to go get a new suitcase. I need to get some Pedialyte. And I need to write all this stuff down because I know when I get out of here, I'll forget everything I just said. But but yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying everything so far, and I will be back. So we'll go ahead and look at this ugly screen if I could find it. I would leave it on the lead, but the lead and AV sometimes go to lunch, log out and go to lunch. So I don't want to put it on them. I definitely know that Law and Crime will keep the camera up and it'll start automatically once the jurors and everybody get back. So we'll just have to, I'll just leave it on them instead of, I'll leave it on Law and Crime instead of on the lead in AV. Let's share my screen. So, all right, there you go. So, like I said, I'll try to get back as soon as I can so we can continue watching this together and I can get on and talk some more because I know it's rare for me to get on here and talk because I be at work. But yeah, I'll try to get back as soon as I can. So enjoy your lunch if you're going to lunch, and I'll see you back back in a little bit. Hey y'all, I don't know what's going on with my thing at home, but for some reason it is not I don't know if maybe it timed out at home or something. But I'll get on. I'm at the store right now, so once I finish here, I'm going home and I will get it back on track. Alrighty, see ya.
Maybe. Okay. All right, Ms. Hill. Nope. Okay. Yeah, that seems to be. No. Nope. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. See if you can play the audio. I don't know if it's gonna work or not. Just give it a try. Nope.
This is a prepaid collect call from. Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail.
Can you hear it, Mr. Pope? Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can
Hey
hear
everybody. Sorry it took a minute for me to get back, but I'll be back online.
Maybe if everybody turned the lights off and we just played the instead of like the back at the end.
All of our messages.
Nobody else. I choose another.
There's a thing.
All right,
find it very sporadic. First, turn off the backup system. Clearly doing their right. And maybe our system will work. In the meantime, IT receipts. Maybe they'll have another idea for fixing it. I don't know. Whatever. Clearly the backup is not the answer. Yeah, let's just break until we maybe have this fixed.
Okay, so obviously the court is having technical difficulties. So I got to run out again. So this time I'm going to leave it on the lead in AV. That way I know at least it'll continue. I don't know what happened, why it stopped before, but yeah, so we're going to watch the lead in AV.
Drinking and half thinking sends me 60. He says it's almost evening time. Enjoy one on us. Thank you so much, full drinking and half thinking.
Love it.
Gotta be like stream sponsor at this point. This one's funny. Shout out to Paul. He sends me $5 on PayPal and says, "Run DMC, LL Cool J, and Love can't touch this."
Can't touch it. Remember that typewriter when he was doing that shit? Y'all don't know about that damn typewriter. Oh my God. Oh, but listen, you know what? Shout out to Woody and shout out to Young Thug. What a lot of people don't know, man, MC8, MC Breed. We got so many. Who we to MC Hammer? MC Hammer was MC Hammer was a gangster. Like, and that's one of the reasons actually why he went bankrupt, you know, because he had a crew and he would take his crew, all 30 of them. He had a huge entourage. Wow. And his entourage broke him. But you hear entourage and you're thinking all managers and this and that. No, his entourage was gangsters. Like you ain't mess. Y'all don't know this. You didn't mess with Ice-T and you didn't mess with MC Hammer. And you wouldn't even, when you see MC Hammer in them damn pants doing a typewriter, you think it's something. No, it's another thing. MC Hammer was a goddamn real one. Wow. But MC Breed, I love MC Breed. We got some real ones in the house. Don't talk to me about no damn little baby. Don't talk to me about no
Somebody
damn...
said E40.
Oh, E40. See, this is what I'm talking about. E40. Y'all talking about some little Yachty and all of that. I can't.
Yachty?
What's his name?
I think it's Little Yachty.
Is it Yachty? I don't know. I'm sorry, I can't tell. I'm in another generation, guys. I'm in another generation.
Oh, amazing.
But like oh man, y'all are. We got some real ones up in here. Some absolute real ones. So shout out to us, man. Listen.
Yachty.
I'm 47, guys.
Oh my God.
I'm 47, man. I'm getting old. I don't want to admit it. Bone Thugs and Harmony. Someone
Bone.
No Surrender. Yeah, and they had to cross over to the white people when they did that End of the Road shit. That Boys to Men. What was it? The Crossroads, which is a good song, but they don't remember that first one. That East 99. God damn, boy. Bone Thugs was for real. But they had some great songs. Yeah, shout out to Too Short. Yeah, full drinking, half thinking, know about it. That East 99, I can listen to that shit today. Oh man, Bone Thugs was for real.
Silka Shaka.
Shout out to Edgar said, man, y'all are going too fast. Shout out to say AV is that business. Yes. Man, y'all are terrible. I can't even pull up the damn things because y'all are writing too fast. Shout out to Edgar says Too Short.
Well, down for the West Coast.
Too Short. He had about 17 albums. He was like, yeah, this number 11. Too Short had a gang of albums. He was the Lil Wayne before Lil Wayne. Wow. He had so many songs. Yeah.
Somebody just wrote it again.
How do you say the boy's name? What's his name?
Yachty.
Yachty?
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
It looks like it's spelled like how you're saying it.
Well, all right, well, give me some credit then. Like, these little niggas, when they spell it, just write kilo. I know how to say kilo.
I could never pronounce Tentation.
I was gonna say his name, but then he passed away. I said, let me leave my brother out of it.
I don't know
Let me
how to
leave him out
pronounce
of it.
that. So you're not the only one.
It was like a Spanish thing, right? It was like
Tentacion.
Tentacion. It's like, okay.
Why did you lean in like that?
It sounded like aventura, right? Like tentacion. Like shit. Yeah, I guess he had a different style or something. You know, I didn't really, I don't know. But these kids, they just so young, man. I don't know. I can't. I can't call it. I can't call it. I don't know why he would say his name like that, but it was different. It was different.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. So we are still here. 11,000 people just waiting to see, you know, what's going to happen. It is 3:19 on the East Coast, guys. And we are we are here. Now listen, now somebody's Ja Rule, he had that song, he had Murder Reigns. Ja Rule had Murder Reigns. That was a great song. Somebody said Lil Kim. Lil Kim had that song. Oh shit. What was that song she had with All About the Benjamins? Her verse on All About the Benjamins was the best verse any woman rapper had ever spit, really ever. Now, to be fair, Biggie wrote it. Okay, Biggie wrote it. All right, so let's just be fair. But that verse, I don't care what the fuck y'all say, her verse on All About the Benjamins, better than anything Nicki Minaj has done, anything that Cardi's done, anything that anybody's done. But of course, she didn't write it. Now, to be fair, does Nicki write all of her shit? No. Lil Wayne be up in there helping. Does Cardi B write all of her shit? No. Like nobody really writing their stuff. When Drake came out, that whole thing about Drake, that really pulled the covers back. Shout out to Meek Mill. His career went straight to hell. Meek Mill's career did after he exposed Drake. And then it just all came out that everybody was writing for everybody else. Wow. So it was crazy. Oh, Mystical. What was that?
Oh my God.
Yes.
Asia.
Sing it, AB. Mystical had that intro. He had that intro on one of his albums. That intro was amazing. It was fire. It was fire. Yeah. But Sequoia said Nicki is the best rapper. Swerve. Oh shit! I didn't even know the swerve. I was like, what is the swerve? Sequoia too young, man. Y'all do not have to go back. Listen, go back and listen to the remix of All About the Benjamins. I think that was the song. Well, somebody said Missy Elliott too. She wasn't the best, but she was ahead of her time. She really, yeah, Missy Elliott. You gotta put respect on her name. You gotta put respect on her name. MC Light. Yeah, MC Light, boy. Oh man, y'all are doing it. See, we got some real ones up in here.
Yeah, it's so funny. I was thinking of New Orleans music this morning because this woman chopped my hair. And I was like, chop a style, chop, chop, chop a style.
Oh, baby. Come on, chop, come on. Oh my God. Them were the days, boy. There were the days. All right, somebody said Arrested Development. Now, they were on there, they were conscious. They were conscious. Talking about, you know, giving trees names and stuff, but they were super talented. But they didn't really go anywhere. It's hard to be conscious. Really, the only, well, Cass, you got to put Outkast in there. They were conscious, but you know, they would, you know, they would keep it real, but they were on another level. Who else was conscious like that? Lauryn Hill. When Lauryn Hill came out before she went crazy, LOC, SWAT said it. Lauryn Hill, she was big. Yeah, so there was some conscious. Slick Rick the Ruler talking about him, the song that he had with Cass. That was a good one.
8 Ball and MJ, 8 Ball. And
Oh, 8 Ball and MJG. Yeah, you gotta put it for them. Oh my God.
30 Rocks is my favorite song.
Which one?
About 30 in my watch.
What? 8 Ball and MJG. Now, see, for all of this, this is the thing, and I got to be honest, I'm biased because I'm from the South, and we didn't really like y'all, to be honest.
We didn't like
Somebody
y'all.
said we did it. UGK was
UGK's
good. UGK was good. Now, somebody said a Tribe Called Quest, and see, now we got to talk about it.
Uh-oh.
Because all that fucking New York shit.
You're gonna get the New Yorkers pissed off again. The other night, they were so mad when you were talking about Tim's. They're like, "What you mean, son?
What you mean, son? God, B. I just came
Nah,
from the
B."
cipher. Just came from the cipher, man. In the South, we ain't really fuck with y'all like that. Biggie was amazing. Method Man. I ain't even gonna say Wu-Tang. I say Method Man because he was killer. You got to give it to killer. You know, Biggie, of course. Nas was upstate, right?
Yeah.
Him and Jay-Z. And Jay-Z's okay. But when you start getting a Tribe Called Quest, and who are some other New York people? Most Def. Everybody was like, man, leave that shit up there. We were not trying to hear that. We were trying to hear booty shake, okay? We weren't really fucking with the New York shit, man. We didn't. It was a whole different language. Erykah Badu was thoughtful. Yep, somebody said that. Erykah Badu. Who else? Yeah, somebody said Public Enemy. All right, now we got Unc in the house.
Right.
Unc is if you say Public Enemy, if you say Eric B and Rakim, like that's really before my time, to be honest. Yeah, we were trying to hear Luke and shit, man. We weren't really on this whole Wu-Tang shit.
Somebody said David Banner. I miss David Banner.
Oh, David Banner, yes. What was that? Real girls get down on the floor. On the floor. Oh my God. This is how you know this trial is a shit show, because we're talking about David Banner. All right, yeah. Somebody said the Goody Mob. Man, y'all are in it too fast. Somebody said the Goody Mob. And I really want to shout out to the Goody Mob because there's two Goody Mobs. I mean, there's the CeeLo that y'all know. The CeeLo that dresses up in the sequence dresses and the fucking big ass glasses with sequins and rhinestones. That's y'all CeeLo, but that's not our CeeLo. That is not our CeeLo. Our CeeLo ain't got fucking rhinestones on his glasses. Our CeeLo does not have dresses with the sequins bedazzled. Our CeeLo was one of the best rappers. It was they only really had that one album, Soul Food. But oh my God, he was so talented. Now you can say, well, CeeLo's always talented no matter what genre. But God dang, boy, there wasn't nobody that could really fuck with CeeLo like that. He was at the top with the best of them.
Chat is too funny right now.
I said Milli Vanilli. Like, I'm trying to tell him, man. It's like, y'all don't know that y'all talking about fucking Lil Baby and Yachi and shit. You don't really know the real shit. JC know about it. JC said the Dungeon Family.
Mike Jones,
yes. See, y'all don't know, man. Y'all too young to talk about some goddamn Lil Baby. Get that nigga out my face, boy. What about that cast somebody put? Yes. Y'all know about it. Y'all know about it. Y'all keep that Wu-Tang shit way up there. Give me goddamn CeeLo anytime, but the real CeeLo. Not the one y'all know, but the real one, boy. Oh man, y'all are killing the chat. It's going too fast. Oh, we back. Okay.
Yachi has now entered the chat.
Yes, keep your heart. 3 stacks. Ballerina, no. We got some real ones in the chat.
Mr. Adams.
It ain't just me. We got some real ones. Ballerina knows.
They said Paul Wall.
Paul Wall, he was
Anybody
good.
let them know to come back.
And someone said juvenile. And man, you can't even talk
is.
without putting juvenile in it. 100%.
Yeah,
E. Capone, of course. Of course, Rio recognized Rio. You gotta put E. Capone in you gotta recognize that E. Capone gonna know who it is. Juvenile was the shit, guys. Y'all don't remember. I remember in Atlanta, top 8 and 8, and it was Juvenile and the Hot Boys, all 8 songs. They would play the top 8 songs in the nation. All of them be Juvenile and the Hot Boys. All of them. All 8. Like, God, nobody has taken over the top 8 and 8 like Juvenile and the Hot Boys. God damn, they were fire back in the day. 3-6 Mafia. Somebody said that. Yeah, that's a real one. Whoever said that is a real one.
Woody wearing a mask?
They got Woody masked up. Somebody tell Woody mask off. Oh my God.
Oh.
Oh, the Ghetto Boys. Yeah. Turf know about it. Scarface and the Ghetto Boys. What was the midget's name? What was that nigga name? He was down here in Atlanta causing all types of problems. My former law partner represented him in his deportation proceedings. They were trying to deport him. What was his name?
Bushwick Bill.
Bushwick Bill. Yes. And my other law partner, not on tour, but my other partner represented him in his deportation. They were trying to deport Bushwick Bill, guys. I thought he was from here. I didn't even know he wasn't from here. They were trying to deport Bushwick Bill. Boy, y'all just don't know. My mind playing tricks on me. Oh my God, he was punching on the concrete. Y'all don't know about that. Don't nobody know about Bushwick Bill punching on the concrete. Oh my God.
Just for Mike.
Just for Mike, she bending over for you, Mike. Just for Mike, might be like, man, if you give me 8 minutes with Attorney Love in the back room. No,
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
A Tribe Called Quest. We ain't fuck with
We don't
that
know
shit.
why, but the first sound system is back up, so we're gonna try to use that while we can. And I just cannot apologize more for. I mean, I know that your time is valuable, and I just hate that we keep having to essentially just lose chunks of time
Exclaim.
from this trial because we can't get our sound system to consistently work. And I am trying to do whatever I can to get that remedied. Anyway, let's just go ahead while we've got the sound.
And you're right, we're gonna play from
Ghetto
12:40 to
Mafia?
14:30.
All right.
State's Exhibit 406Y.
So we're back in it, guys. Me and AV, wait, let me just stop this. Me and AV are going to be quiet so we don't blow your ears out. And I'm going to try to turn this up as high as we can so we can hear it. All right. Everybody listen in. We already know the court audio is fucked up, but we're going to turn this way up so we can hear it. Let's go.
Exhibit 406Y.
So that nigga was showing me, that nigga showing me, the tip was showing, the other, I was getting the video with Doug saying, I just kept saying like thinking myself, that nigga trying to make it like it's me so they can lock me up, bro. And the whole time, man, this shit, like he trying to set me up, bro. Like, that shit got me so mad, bro. Like, you keep putting my name, you didn't even know damn.
That didn't go off with what a song say.
Nah, it did. Bro, these folks already coming at me. These showing that nowadays about something you know I ain't do. Why the hell would you put these songs out there and have folks really thinking I did this? You know what I'm saying? This is damn fake. He should have put these names. If you gonna rap about this, you should put their names down who did it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm fucking put my name in no shit, bro. Now I'm trying to be out there with my family, bro. I wouldn't even fuck with these niggas, bro. Period, bro. The only reason I called them just to see something. You feel what I'm saying? I don't want them folks to do nothing, bro. Like, Oh. Anyway, every time I think about it, shit, they make me mad. I'm just can't even. These niggas out there with his family and shit. The whole time, I ain't have nothing to do with that. I mean, I was at her street, bro. These niggas did that shit. I ain't even have a problem with it, bro. Like, this shit so crazy, man. Then you have no problem. They had a problem with Thor, bro. Who had a problem with Thor? Nothing. Chill, all them, yeah. They didn't, I mean. Yeah, because I supposed to be, I mean, they think I supposed to be hanging. Every time what?
1428. Now, Mr. Copeland, in that portion of that jail call, that's you talked to Deshaun, correct?
Yes.
And in that call, you talked about the fact that Thug put you inside of a song, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't like the fact that that song had been released at this point because people are thinking that you did something, correct?
Yes.
And that's what got you upset, correct?
That's what it say.
And were you upset about that? That he put your name in a song?
You sure right about it.
Okay. And when you said these N-words are shooting at us and all this is about something you know I ain't do, what are you talking about?
Exactly what I said. Somebody didn't do.
Okay. So who is the shooting at us? Who's the us you are referring to?
Whoever was behind that gun.
You said they're shooting at us.
Me,
Which-
Deshaun, and my little girl.
This is in June of 2013, June of 2015. So that's who you're referring to?
Well, I can't be specific who I was preferring, but I'm pretty sure that's who I was talking about. Shit, I'm the only one ever getting shot at.
And when you said you're going to rap about it, put their names, who did it?
Huh?
When you said to Deshaun, why the hell would you put these songs out there and have folks really think I did this shit? You feel what I'm saying? This N-word, this N, know for a damn fact. He should have put these N name in it. You going to rap about it, put their names, who did it.
Right. So if you go back and look, I said it after the interrogation. So anytime before that, and I was in jail, I never said that. I knew that they were gonna be listening to my calls.
Okay. You said you feel what I'm saying. Don't put my effing name in no shit. Did you tell Deshaun this?
That's what it said.
And I'm trying to be with my family. I ain't messing with, well, you didn't say messing. I ain't fucking with these N-words, bro, period. Only reason I called them was just to see something. I don't want these folks to do nothing for me, bro.
That's what I said.
And who didn't you want them doing anything for you?
You talking about 10 years ago.
Then you further said to her, I had nothing to do with nothing. I was at the house sleep. These N-words did this shit. I had no problem with this N-word nut, bro. This shit's so crazy, man. They had a problem with Thug, bro. Who had a problem with Thug? Nut in them, and your response was Kel in them, correct?
That's what I said.
And this is what you're telling Deshaun, correct?
That's what we just heard.
The person that you trust and the person that you confide in.
And you heard her keep telling me, why am I lying?
She
She
didn't
said
say-
she see right through me, right?
She didn't say that on this call, though, did she? Did she say that on this call? Did you hear her say that on this call?
Oh, I heard her say it, so
Did you hear her say it in the call I
none
just
of the
played?
clip you just played.
All right. So next I want to play for you State's Exhibit 407Y. And we're going to start at 3:28.
Leads on mute.
God, I keep muting myself. Big shout
Unmute
out
yourself.
Unmute yourself. Big shout out to Viva Wood Life, supporting another 50. He is the stream sponsor, guys. He is the sponsor of the stream. We are all watching this crazy stream. Somebody write Viva in the damn chat. All right.
I don't know what to do.
Let me stop it. Y'all know the court's audio is messed up. So AV's going to mute herself. I'm going to mute myself, and we're going to turn this way up so we can try to hear it. All right, let's go.
I don't know what to do. What they say?
What did you say?
You know how to get a picture of him.
You want to try to call him too?
You finished?
No, it's still fine.
40291. Please enter your password. Please enter your password. Mailbox number, please. Sorry, could not find a mailbox for that number. Please enter the mailbox number specified by your system manager.
Hello.
Please enter the mailbox number specified by your system manager. Sorry you were having trouble. Please try again later. Goodbye.
What? Nobody in my background. I just said I'm here by myself.
Hello.
Yeah.
Anybody even went to your window? Saying about your window.
Hello, what?
About your window.
You said they went there?
I said, ain't nobody went to the window.
I know.
I'm paying attention.
Well, last time you start spreading around rumors.
Huh?
They need to start spreading around rumors.
Yeah, look,
I'm not funny.
I need to get timing them.
Who you did?
Catch me a brother who I always speak to, Johnny Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
I need to ask him, can he help me handle my bun?
He know that's money. I know she do too. He said, ask him, did he check to see was it on there?
Tell her I couldn't go out there. Hello?
Yeah. Yes.
Misha.
Misha too.
I just let you get me out of trouble, bro. About somebody too, man.
You have 1 minute remaining on your call.
You can play them, but you won't play me on that issue or you when you said it was on there, can't you call me from your book?
I can't hear you.
Can't you call me from your book now?
Okay,
He said, he seemed like it was on there, so can't you call me from your book?
I'm finna try to check and see if it's on there. Yeah,
Yeah,
I love you.
I love you too.
I need you to be there for me.
Hold on, I'm here.
I'm finna try to my book and call you right.
All right.
And Mr. Copeland, in that call, did you again tell tell Deshaun, that he's already putting my name in songs and stuff about what I do? He's making these folks think it's me doing it. You're staring. Do you have a response?
Yeah,
Okay. Did you tell Deshaun that?
we just heard it.
Okay. So that a yes?
I said, yeah.
All right. And that this shit is on another level. This shit ain't got nothing to do with homes getting killed. It got something to do with all those houses getting shot up.
That's what I said.
All right. And all them guns Thug got.
That's what I said.
Okay. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that shit. I was just not just hanging with them. I just got to prove I got nothing to do with none of this. You know what I mean?
That's what I said.
All right. And then later on in the call, you said, I let these N-words get me in trouble for something I did not even do, man. Do you recall hearing yourself say that?
That's what I said.
All right. Now, these are 3 jail calls that we played. All of these were between you and Deshaun, correct?
That's what we heard.
And on June 10th, you told Deshaun, not say June 10th, on that first call, you told Deshaun again that when D comes down and tell them, they will see that you're not lying, correct? You testified to this jury that Demikian never told you about Nuts murder, correct?
That's what I said.
So which one is it? Is it what you told Deshaun on this jail call, the woman that you love, or what you telling this jury here today?
What I'm telling the jury today is that Ladie never told me that.
Okay. But that's not what you told the mother of your child in a jail call back in 2015.
And you heard her telling me to stop lying. So she know that how I am.
Did you hear her say stop lying in the call I just played for you?
She said, what are you telling 2 minutes? Like, just stop. You heard her, man. She get no different treatment from nobody else. I'm not trying to drag her in nothing I got going on.
And what were the houses that you were referring to when you told her these houses getting shot up?
Whatever houses that were being shot up.
Okay. Do you know which ones you were talking about in this particular?
No, I do not.
Okay. And what guns were you talking about?
None.
So why would you tell her that?
Because I'm in jail. Like, I don't know.
Isn't it true, Mr. Copeland, that when you talk to Deshaun, she's not the police? She's not anyone you have to finesse, that you told her exactly what was happening back in 2015?
Miss Hilton, you heard her say out her mouth, why am I keep lying? I did say this, why am I switching my... You doing it to yourself, just stop.
In these last 2 calls, she never said anything about lying, did she?
No, she didn't.
And Mr. Copeland, is it fair to say that you still love Shannon?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You still love
Yes, I do.
and you don't want anything, and you don't want your testimony to hurt them, correct?
It's not about hurting them. I told you I lied. It's the truth. I lied.
I have no further questions.
All right, does anybody have?
Wow.
anything else?
No further
ahead.
questions. All right, we'll see if there's any recross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Copeland. I'll be brief.
All right, so
Okay.
Doug Weinstein is gonna now recross Woody.
You recall this morning, Ms. Hilton spent a lot of time going over the fact that you're a liar, correct?
Yes,
And you told Ms. Hilton that before you ever testified to this court, correct?
correct.
I did not call you here as a witness, right? You didn't receive a subpoena from me.
I haven't spoken to none of y'all.
Okay, you received a subpoena from the state to be here.
Yeah, from Ms. Hilton.
Thank you.
Wow.
Anybody else?
So Miss Hilton wanted you to testify and you had already told her that you were a liar. So why are you wasting the jury's time? That's really what Doug Weinstein's saying.
Yeah, that's a big question and an important one.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Copeland, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to make sure we're all on the same page here. Your testimony is that what you told.
Talking to the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Remember, we went through your statements to the police in 2015, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you remember we pointed out the first time that you said that you had heard, first time you had claimed that you had heard that my client Shannon and Mr. Kendrick and others were responsible for Donovan Thomas. The first time you claimed that was June 10th of 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you claimed that your source of information was Demekion Garlington.
That's what I told the police.
That's what you told the police. And you have made it very clear, I think, that your testimony is that was a lie.
It is.
Right. Now, what I want to make clear is your intention at the time, June 10th, 2015, you were being arrested.
Yes.
That was the reason for the finesse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your intention was that Demekion Garlington, Lil D, was going to back you up.
That's what I said.
Okay. And want to be clear, the statement Shannon, Yak, Duop, and Nard, you were asked by Ms. Hilton if you told that lie that you made up on June 10th, you were asked if you had shared those names with anyone else. And I believe you said with Little D, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You said I shared the names with him?
Yes.
Yes.
Characterization of the question.
Okay.
You want to rephrase?
Those four names that you made up, you shared those names with Lil D, correct?
That's what I said.
Okay, and I'm asking, I'm not worried about what you said right now. I'm asking for the truth. So you shared those names with Lil D.
Y'all confusing me at this point, man.
I'm not trying to confuse you. You needed, in your mind, you felt you needed Demekion Garlington to back you up, correct?
That's what I thought he was gonna do.
Okay, and you needed to share the lie you made up with him, correct?
I told the investigator that Ladie will come clear me.
Right. And so you shared the information that you gave to the investigator, the lie. You shared that with Lil D, correct?
I shared it with Moontoon too.
Okay, and you, I believe your testimony was Lil D, after you shared it with him, said, "Damn boy, you hell." Is that?
He said he got my back.
Do you know, if you know, do you know who Moontoon might have shared that information with, that lie with? If you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, do you know who Mr. Garlington, Lil D, may have shared that information with?
Well, I thought he was gonna tell it to the police, but I guess he didn't.
Okay, do you know who he shared it with? I'm not asking you to speculate. If you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. We just played some jail calls from 2015, correct? They just did. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
All right. And that was 394 Yankee, I believe, was the exhibit number. Every time you speak on those jail calls from jail, every jail you've ever been to, they play a recording in the beginning. A lady's voice comes on in the beginning, right?
Your call is being recorded.
Right. You know your calls are being recorded, correct?
Right.
You knew in 2015 your calls are being recorded, correct?
I knew before I even went to jail.
That's common knowledge, correct?
Right.
Okay. And obviously, if you're being recorded, you can control what you say on the recorded line, right?
Right.
So you can say things like, Lil D told me this or that, right?
I can say whatever I want to say.
Right. What you can't control is what the person you're talking to says. Like when Deshaun said, you're a liar, you're lying, you switched it up. That's the part you can't control on the jail recorded calls, right?
Well, you know that.
Talk about recordings. Let's move to meetings with the district attorney. You talked about several times the district attorneys, members from the district attorney's office coming to meet you in jail and in prison too, right? Federal?
Not federal.
Okay.
But state.
State jail
No,
and
no,
state prison?
County jail.
County jail. Okay. Rice Street.
Fayetteville.
In Fayetteville. Okay.
And Verito came to Rice Street.
Okay. Viverito had a, when we say Viverito, we're talking about investigator Viverito.
Yes,
She had a cell phone, you said.
she did.
Okay. Now you didn't have, you're in jail. You don't have the ability to record your meetings with the DAs in jail, do you?
No.
Okay. Do you know if they recorded those meetings?
The one in Fayetteville, I thought I caught Verito recording me, and then I started watching her phone.
Have you ever heard the recordings of the DAs when they came to meet you?
No.
Okay. What about in judges' chambers? You ever hear a recording of that?
What you mean?
A recording, an audio recording of that meeting?
You talking when I recorded them?
No, I'm talking about June 10th, 2024. You ever hear an audio recording?
No.
Okay, so the state has been playing recordings of phone calls you're making from jail, right?
I don't understand.
The state has played phone calls, recordings of phone calls you've made from jail. We just heard some, right?
Yes.
Okay, but do you know where the recordings of the state meeting with you, those meetings are?
Objection.
Know where those recordings are?
Human effects not evidence.
Sustained.
Okay, let's talk about the warrants for the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay, you acknowledge that you were charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas, correct?
They charged me.
Right. And when you say they, let's talk about that. When you say they, you're talking about Detective Thorpe, correct?
So I'm talking about the police, so the DA. I don't know who did it, but they told me I was being charged with murder.
Okay. Do you remember in 2015, and we talked about it, you gave statements about where you were that day, right? That you felt cleared you from the murder.
I did.
Okay. And you also lied to the police about Demekion telling you certain information.
Well, I don't say that for like a billion times.
Right. And you would agree that if someone were to believe that lie, it would have cleared you from the murder, right?
I don't get what you said.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Detective Thorpe, he took those warrants out on you in October of 2015, correct?
He took them out on me while I was in jail.
Right. After you gave that statement on June 10th, 2015, right?
Some months after, yeah.
Right. So he heard what you said on June 10th, 2015, and then months after that, he took out warrants for your arrest.
You say that again?
He heard what you said on June 10th, 2015, and then months later, warrants were taken out for your arrest for that murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, may I approach the evidence,
may.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Kokomo, could you play that prior testimony? Do you remember testifying about do you remember when I stood up there and talked to you about your pending charges that were dismissed?
Yes.
Okay. Could you play that clip, Mr. Kokomo?
Do I gotta listen to it?
If you would.
You're right. He said he remembered it, so I would.
Is there some reason we need to hear it again? Can you just ask him about it?
Okay. I can.
Okay, let's do that.
And you remember I was standing right there and reading the sheet?
Yes.
Okay. I was reading the sheet and you were agreeing with me, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I never said that Fonnie Willis signed the piece of paper, did I?
You said who name is that?
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you publish 27D? Okay, and Mr. Copeland, I asked you if Fonnie Willis's name was on the decision of district attorney declined to prosecute defendant. And that's your name on the sheet, right, Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Okay, and I asked you if Fonnie Willis's name was on the sheet, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the sheet starts out, comes now, Fonnie Willis, district attorney for the Atlanta Judicial Circuit, state of Georgia, and shows this honorable court the following, correct?
Correct.
And it's signed by another man named Kenneth Hutcherson, whose title is labeled as executive district attorney, correct?
That's what she just showed me.
All right, and you know Miss Fonnie Willis to be the elected district attorney of Fulton County, correct?
I think she like the head person.
The boss.
Yeah.
Mr. Hutcherson's boss. Let me ask you, this was from 2021, right? When you were first charged with this false statement and false report of a crime. It was 2021, right?
When I was in jail.
Yes. Okay. Who was the attorney that got this case dismissed for you? Who was your attorney on this case?
You.
I was?
You told me.
Did you ever hire an attorney on this case?
I'm saying you told me.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, what advocating for yourself did you do that convinced the district attorneys to dismiss this case in January 2024? What did you do to get them to dismiss it?
Sustained.
Mr. Copeland, you've said in your testimony that you've been sent, the police have constantly sent you to jail for things you didn't even do, right? Right. The state has prosecuted you time and time again for things you didn't even do, right?
Yep.
People are picking on you, right?
Yep.
And then in January 2024, your case just got dismissed and you didn't even do a darn thing to make it happen, huh?
You told me, I didn't know.
All right, thank you.
Any other recross?
That was interesting.
It was very good.
Shout out to Angie Holmes, sends me a cash app, says, new to the family, free Woody, okay? Woody is up against Brian
Before you
Steele right
finish, I'd
now.
like to publish 378 YD. It's in evidence already. Shannon Stillwell 24F as in Fox. It's 62259 through 62401, about a minute and 2 seconds. Mr. Copeland, can you listen to this? And this is February 21, 2015. If you need better headphones with the court's permission, we have other ones if you need.
All right.
I got somebody, I don't know his name, he was there, he called tonight, well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night, and no, it was a Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But a barbecue just about, it was blood, everything blood. Then the whole meeting was based upon me.
I can't
They was all
understand what I'm saying.
John, can you stop it, please? Is that okay? Thank you. Would this possibly help? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, I can't understand what I'm saying. We can give it a try. I don't know.
No, may I approach?
Yeah, you can. put it on.
And keep your knees.
There's the intern.
Brian Steele gave Woody the good headphones that he got from his office. Brian Steele brought his own headphones. Woody grabbed these. I'm keeping these, Brian. You can afford some new ones.
What I want you to listen for, can you hear me? What I want you to listen for is any mention of this conversation about you being killed with Mo, that conversation, any mention of Jeffrey Williams, okay?
All right.
I got somebody, I don't know his name, he was there, he called tonight, well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night, and no, it was Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But the barbecue just about, it was blood, everything blood. Then the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about this and this, talking about this and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, I need every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whoever that nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all of them guns. The same night, they gave every last one of them guns. Say, treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot whatever. But he called and he told me everything, and he said, is this person a friend of yours?
Do you hear anything about Jeffrey Williams, a young thug or anything like that?
No, I didn't say nothing about him.
All right. And when the prosecutor was asking questions about your jail calls and Jeffrey Williams putting you in songs, do you know any other song that you are referenced in that Jeffrey Williams is featured on or performed with your name except Halftime?
You said do he got any other songs with my name in it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Which song?
Beat It.
Anything else?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. And then when you were questioned by the prosecutor about Monday, June 10th, 2024, coming from DeKalb County Jail to the chambers of Judge Glanville, you remember those questions?
Yes.
have, with all of your time, all of you, Judge Glanville was there at that meeting, right?
Yes.
All of your experience and horrors with the criminal justice system, all the arrests and prosecutions, all your convictions that are in evidence, tell the jurors another time that you found yourself speaking about the case with the prosecutor and the judge and your lawyer.
Never.
You said that you were coerced and pressured. Do you remember using those type of terms to testify?
I am.
Do you remember being told, and I know it was corrected by the Honorable Judge Whitaker, but do you remember being told by Ms. Hilton and Judge Glanville that if you don't testify, you have to remain in jail, not only until this trial ends, but all 28 people who are charged in this indictment resolve their case? Do you remember being told that?
No, they told me indefinitely. Whatever that word, they don't sound like a good word. And I asked her to explain it to me. And then he explained it. And then she broke it down to me that every defendant, so that means the people that go to trial next and all of that.
Okay.
And it could take up to so many years and just not about sitting in jail all them years.
Judge Whitaker said that's not correct and corrected it, right?
Huh?
Later, the Honorable Judge Whitaker corrected that, said that's not true.
I didn't hear her.
Okay. I want to ask you, and if you need those, if those help, the headphones, I want to talk with you about the jail call. It's states 295Y, as in yesterday, starting at 350, Your Honor. That's wrong. It's a little later. It's 407 to 420. I wonder if you can focus, if they help you, if it's they swear to God we killed Nut, so they going to stay on you. And at 411, they swear we smoked Nut. If you could listen to this.
Uh-oh, look at Lee's face. Something happened.
Swear to God, we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
They swear, he smoked nut.
Hello? Stay away from shit, bro. You just don't know it be your hood, bro. Your hood scared you, bro. Don't.
Were you able to hear that better?
Yeah, real good.
What was said? Tell the jurors, and they could listen to it their own at their leisure too.
Which part?
Both parts. When Max was speaking, who you call Max, Jeffrey's sister.
She
what did
said,
tell the jurors.
They gonna swear to God we killed Matt. She said, Nut. She said, can I hear it again?
Of course. With the court's permission, Your Honor, we're going to replay. And that again is the same exhibit 295Y, and it's from 407 to 420.
Swear to God, we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
Swear to God we killed Matt, so they gonna stay on you.
Say it one more time.
Swear to God we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
Okay. Did it say they swear to God, or did you hear it? What did you? I apologize. Did you hear they swear to God we killed Nut?
Objection,
So that's how Dolly talk.
Okay. Explain it. Explain what you were going to say.
She talk fast, so when we was on the phone, she like, they swear to God we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
And then Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission, going to continue For that other person speaking, it's a man's voice. If you know who it is, tell the jurors and what that person said, if you can tell. And that's at 411.
Look, so they gonna stay on you.
They swear he smoked nut.
They swear he smoked nut.
They swear
He smoked nut.
he smoked nut. Okay. All right, Mr. Copeland. Now, you said, you can take off the headphones if you want to. You said multiple times that you were raised in a situation where law enforcement, you believe you had to lie to them. Do you remember saying things like that?
Y'all have to. Yeah.
And some people don't have that experience. Law enforcement assists them. Was that your experience growing up in your area?
Yeah, when I grew up, the police used to run in from my house and beat my uncles up and kicking our door. So my whole life, up until my mama died. So yeah, we didn't like the police.
And when you get in that interrogation room, you said earlier, it's not about the truth. You remember saying that?
I'm listening.
Is it about just getting out of there?
That's the purpose of going in the interrogation room, to finesse your way out.
And do you know people, other people, do you personally know who lied to the police in the interrogation room?
Shit.
Sustained.
Last questions that I'd like to ask you, a series of questions. Ms. Hilton asked you, Jeffrey's not seen on the Texaco video changing cars like you told the police. You know what I'm talking about, right? I have you?
Yes.
She then asked you about, was there switching of cars in the back of the Texaco? Do you remember something like that?
Yes.
Where did that come from?
That's my first time hearing it.
To verify or support your statement, Ms. Hilton asked you the following items. Did the police show you found shell casings? Remember that question?
Yes.
How does that support whatever you told the police?
Oh, you lost me.
I lost you? Okay.
Yeah, you start over.
Yes, sir.
That question was withdrawn.
Okay, if it was withdrawn, it was withdrawn.
Did the police show you rental car records from Hertz? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
How does Jeffrey renting a car for you put Jeffrey into a murder?
They did it.
We talked about the surveillance video of the Texaco and about the back, in the back of it, so I'm skipping that one. How about Duke? You know who Duke is?
Which one?
Martinez Arnold?
Yes.
Javaris Bradford or Tuda, do you know who that person is?
No.
Ms. Hilton asked you about, did the police show you a jail call from Martinez Arnold in conversation with Tuda or Mr. Bradford? How does that implicate Jeffrey in a murder?
Your Honor, objection, Mr. still invading the province of the jury.
Well, speculation, so sustained.
Okay, the way Ms. Hilton asked you, don't speculate. How does that support anything you told the police?
Sustained. I mean, that's not something he can answer.
Telephone calls on the jail phone recorded from Shannon Stillwell. Did the police share it with you? That was her question.
Yes.
Let me ask you a different verification or corroboration. Corroboration is a bad word. It just means it verify. You know what verify means?
Yes.
Okay. It verifies your story to the police. How about Detective Gaither speaking with Miss Quarterman, Deshaun Quarterman? And you told the police Deshaun Quarterman knows all about this, right?
I did.
Well,
I don't.
in one of your statements.
You said I told the police that she knows.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about the police ever recording a call with Deshaun Quarterman saying, tell us what you know? That ever happened? Did the police ever show you that?
I don't think they ever questioned her.
Okay. How about this? You have your cell phone, or the police have it, June 10, 2015, right? You got arrested with your cell phone at your home, right?
Yes.
How about give you the phone and the police are recording and you call Jeffrey Williams and the police can listen? Did that happen?
No.
Thank you, sir.
All right,
Thank
does
you,
anybody
Your Honor.
else have questions? Follow-up questions, no, everybody? All right, Mr. Copeland. Is he released or just excused?
He'll be excused for right now, Your Honor.
So he's excused, he's not released.
Of course
He
he
needs
will.
to be.
Okay. Mr.
He needs to be
Copeland,
released.
you are excused. It is,
Oh, what
I
do you mean?
guess, possible that you might be called back, but until you hear otherwise, you don't have to come back here again.
It's not over with?
Well, your testimony for right now is over with. The trial is not over with, but you don't need to concern yourself with the rest of it. But as I understand, he's still under subpoena. Okay.
I
And Mr. Engelberger, thank you again for your willingness to step in here for us, for the court.
Okay, he wouldn't.
You may be, and obviously stand by as well, because he's not released, but yeah, we would let you know and give you all both some heads up if he's to be recalled. Thank you.
Woody asked if he could take the headphones, and Steele said no. Nigga, put them damn headphones right back down where you got them from.
I can't believe he tried that.
Okay, thank you.
Don't try Attorney Steele.
All right. Do you have a short, like hour-long witness?
He's not an hour long. We do have
Okay.
one out there, but he's not an hour long.
Okay. I know we have a couple of matters to deal with. They're not gonna, I don't think, take very long. We can start with the next witness, or we can just start fresh in the morning. Jurors, y'all have a preference? The morning. Okay. All right, I'm gonna release y'all for the evening. If you could stick with us for just a second. And with the reminder to not discuss the case with anybody, don't allow anybody to discuss it with you, don't observe in any way, and try to avoid in every way any kind of accounts from anybody or any place about the trial, and we'll see y'all in the morning, okay?
All right, guys. So that is Woody's testimony. Attorney Love and Hilton did not want to release Woody. That means that they can call him back at any time. So if things start unraveling, they can call him back up on the stand, possibly, and see what else he has to say on the matter. The judge now wants to address some issues outside of the jury, and then come back tomorrow fresh with a new witness who might be Munk Tunk. Everybody check that out tomorrow. That is going to be on AV's channel. We'll be checking that out. But today the judge wants to handle a few things outside of the jury.
All right, this next matter is going to be, it's going to concern a juror, so if the media could please stop recording.
No!
We
No,
done.
what happened to
All right.
We done.
Oh my
They cut
God.
us off. They cut the cable off.
Just pull the goddamn plug.
That's it. Get out.
How rude.
Too funny.
All right, AV, do you have any catches?
Yeah, they're like, get out. Like all you YouTubers, bye, Felicia.
For real, for
Uh-huh.
real. It might have something to do with that juror who apparently is under eviction proceedings, but we don't know. Go ahead, AV.
Yeah, shout out to Sherry who sends me $10. She says, gonna be like you when I grow up. Thank you so much, Sherry. That's very, very sweet of you. Shout out to King of AFK. He sends $1. He says, longest 20 minutes ever. And oh my God, it really was. She burnt the whole day just on a bunch of repetitive things. So really great observation, King AFK. Shout out to Chantel with $1, says, keep up the amazing work. Love you both. Shawnee from DC. Thank you. Really.
Wait. I think they're back in it. Hold up. Let me pull it up. I had stopped it. Give me a second, guys. They're back in the court.
And they said the media stopped recording and it went black.
And now they're back here. Okay, so let me pull it back up. The media is back. We are back on it. All right, give me 1 second. Let me back it up. All right, let's go.
He can be here tomorrow. He did tell me that he was letting the court know his schedule, but he did apprise the court, I believe, in Dublin.
Wherever else he needs to be, that he's gonna, and once he's here, he's gonna need to stay here until we're finished with that witness. He understands that, right?
Is this Muntu?
We spoke outside at.
Okay. Is he here now?
He should be.
Do you want to just have him come in and I'll just let him know if I need to reach out to any of the other courts and let them know what's going on? I'm happy to do that.
Yes.
How long do you anticipate with, and I know you can't know for certain, but
3 hours.
okay. And then, so I don't know how much cross there will be, but probably, I mean, lawyers are notorious for underestimating how long everything takes. So I'm going to say we might be with him for most of the day. And then if you throw in a couple of sound issues, which seem to be pretty regular as well, we're probably talking about all day with him. Although have your next witness lined up just in case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Big shout out. Sorry, guys. Big shout out to Lola. Longtime viewer Lola in the house making excellent commentary. Shout out to ZZXXZZ as well.
Your Honor,
Thank you so much. And thank you to Lola.
The state earlier, I thought, announced that there was 2 interviews of Mr. Sledge, and I
think that was in an email. Isn't that what we were talking about this morning?
Yes, and we said we were going to verify. We just haven't had the opportunity, but we're going to verify and we'll email everyone this evening.
Okay, well, y'all were, I thought, going to talk about that at lunch, but
I'm fairly certain that the defense only has 1 interview in the discovery.
can somebody kind of go ahead and sort that out before we leave here? Good afternoon. So I think that we're going to see you and your witness tomorrow. But, and I appreciate you being here. You know how it is. You never know exactly when the next person's going to get called, but your witness will
Who
be
is that in the
first thing
back right there in the
morning, 9
maroon?
a.m.
She's pretty.
The estimate is somewhere between 3 hours and I'm thinking more like the whole day, but who knows? Hopefully it'll just be tomorrow in terms of your scheduling, but obviously if I need to reach out to any other judge who expects you, just let me know that. And obviously our chambers will coordinate. Okay. All right. Okay. And if there's anybody that you think needs to be apprised in advance, just let us know that and we'll go ahead and do that as well. Okay. All right. So we'll see y'all in the morning, 9 a.m. sharp. Thank you.
All right, then.
That looks like that was the attorney for Muntu.
How fast do you think y'all could find out about, because I kind of wanted y'all to do that over the course of the day? A few moments. Okay.
Judge, while we're waiting on that, I I want to reiterate, I don't know whether this has been covered, but I do want to reiterate my objection to the admission of any guilty plea agreement or guilty plea transcript against anyone other than the witness on trial. I mean, the witness in the witness stand. So I do want to reiterate that.
Can you put
And
your
ask
channel
for
in
a
chat, please?
cautionary 105 instruction with regard to the admission of the guilty plea and any alleged guilty plea colloquy.
Okay, and I know we've talked about various different witnesses, potential guilty plea colloquies. Remind me what might come up with this particular next witness, Mr. Sledge.
There were two issues. One was the entry whole hog of his prior guilty plea.
Shout out to Danny
and
Lee
the
with the
state,
yellow bones.
I think, made very clear. So there's a video of him taking the plea, and then there is the actual plea agreement paperwork that has been admitted for other witnesses. What I said and what I maintain is that we will not be tendering a guilty plea just to tender the guilty plea. We would tender the certified conviction, but as far as that guilty plea paperwork, unless he says something that is not consistent with it, then we won't have a need to tender it as any prior inconsistent statement. Or if there is some challenge to something that he said as a recent fabrication, I mean, unless there is an exception to it, there won't be a need to have it read into the record. I mean, we may tender it as evidence for the record, but not for presentation or anything to the jury unless something happens during his testifying.
All right.
That was the first.
You're not intending to introduce anybody else's guilty plea with this witness, are you?
No.
Well,
Mr. Harvey, can you give me a little bit of
well,
more info on what it is you might be referencing
the guilty plea agreement.
of anybody else?
No, of the witness.
Oh, you said you were objecting to the
Admission of the guilty plea agreement as to anybody other than that it represents and can be used as substantive evidence against any of the other defendants on trial. It can be used traditionally, and there are 100 cases on that point.
I understand what you mean now. I thought you meant somebody else's guilty plea agreement. You mean its use against somebody else?
Yes.
Big shout out to Gracie.
Okay.
We get well
And
soon. Shout out
Do
to
you
Gracie.
have a proposed instruction on that? What did he plead to?
Your Honor, he pled to the indictment. So two things. One, I'm not certain why Mr. Harvey is saying that a 105 instruction is necessary. As it relates to this particular witness, he will be on the stand testifying, and his testimony would be admissible, especially as it relates to count one, as to all of the defendants. If he says something on the stand inconsistent with what he has said previously, then that prior inconsistent statement would be substantive evidence against all of the defendants, if that comes to it. But I don't know that it will come to that, so I can't really speak to,
All right, yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, just have something ready, and it may just depend upon what the circumstances are.
Well, the rule is as follows. One person's guilty plea or conviction may not be used as substantive evidence of the guilt of another. The evidence, however, a co-defendant's guilty plea is admissible at trial, provided that, quote, the evidence serves a legitimate purpose and the jury is properly instructed about the limited use they may make of it, close quote. That's United States versus Deloach at 34 Fed 3rd 1001 at pinpoint 1003, as discussed in United States versus Clay. In United States versus Clay is I don't know whether you want a Westlaw or Lexus site, but 2021 US Appeals Lexus 36080 or 2021 Westlaw 5795330. That's the general rule.
Judge, I think that's the general.
That's the general rule. That's not
Yes.
when we're talking about something like a RICO account.
It's the general rule as to anything. He can testify, but the plea agreement cannot be used against everybody else. That provision of the statute and the gang statute has been held unconstitutional. We've argued about this before. But his guilty plea can't be used against anybody else.
I disagree with what Mr. Harvey is saying. I think as it relates to this witness's guilty plea and anything, if it's a prior inconsistent statement, federally it may not be allowed, but under the Georgia rules of evidence, a prior inconsistent statement is substantive evidence. So given that it would be substantive evidence against each of these defendants as to count one, a limiting instruction would not be warranted. A 105 limiting instruction, as Mr. Harvey has requested, would not be warranted. So I'm not certain what he's proposing to the court, so I can't really object specifically to what he's proposing.
It's not.
But I argue that.
Sorry.
Please don't
I'm sorry.
interrupt.
I'm sorry. I
the
thought she was
attorneys when
done,
they're
and I
talking.
apologize.
Okay.
But I would, at this point, my position is that a 105 limiting instruction isn't necessary. We're not talking about someone that they cannot cross-examine. We're not talking about somebody who's unavailable. We're talking about a person who is on the stand as a witness that will be asking questions.
Okay, so I don't think Mr. Harvey is talking about a prior inconsistent statement being used as substantive evidence. He's talking about the guilty plea itself being used as evidence against any of the people here on trial, right?
That's correct. That is correct. The guilty plea agreement can be used against Mr. Sledge, but not against the other defendants. Show the court a case. I want to see a case where
All right, talk to me.
where it says that a 105 instruction and a guilty plea of even a testifying co-defendant doesn't require a 105 instruction. The case that I cited to the court, which cites a whole series of 11th Circuit cases, is a case that deals with a testifying witness. It is not just unavailability. And fine, if we can see a case that says otherwise, we'll be glad to discuss it. In the meantime, I'm moving in limine and want a 105 instruction.
All right, well, give me something that you would like proposed, and why don't we all meet here at 8:30 in the morning, since we'll need to hash all of this out potentially before we get the next witness on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll be here at 7.
And what I heard Mr. Harvey say is he's not speaking about the certified conviction. He's talking about that plea form where there were factual acknowledgments that were made. And that is what we discussed the last time. And that is what I told the court that I would not be using unless there was something inconsistent said. And that is why I said it would be a prior inconsistent statement that is admissible as substantive evidence. And Mr. Harvey is asking us to prove a negative, when in fact, the case law that he is citing is not applicable to this circumstance.
Judge, I am talking about a plea agreement. There
Are you
is a
talking about
December.
the part that he signs and he says, yes, I acknowledge X, Y, and Z are true, or whatever it is
Yes,
he says?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. See y'all at 8:30 about it, and send anything you want to have me consider in the meantime to Ms. Firstfield. All right, anything else?
We have a response for the Antonio Sledge interview, Your Honor.
Okay.
It appears that there's only one interview to answer the question. And also, Your Honor, I can do this now or when the jury is, I want to just make sure that the exhibits that we discussed today were tendered and admitted, Your Honor, and so I just wanted to go over those numbers again.
We can do that now.
So the exhibits that we tendered and moved for admission was 399Y, 401Y, 402Y, 403Y, 404Y, 405Y, 406Y, and 407Y.
And you think those were all admitted?
Yeah.
Or you're
If
just
they
trying to
weren't,
make
I want to make sure that they are.
I know. So remind me what 399Y was?
399Y was the law and crime clip where I asked Mr. Copeland about reading the Hertz records.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if you tendered, or, well, I mean, you must have because you played it. So yeah, that was admitted. And then I know 401 and 402Y were, and then obviously anything that you played was.
Yeah.
Is that what everything else was?
So 401 and 402 were the
Guilty plea
document
forms,
Yes.
yeah.
And then
Those are in.
And then 403, just to confirm, was okay, 405Y, I can start there, was the video clip of Mr. Steele and Mr. Copeland and the portion of the We Killed Nut call. 406Y was the June 16, 2015 jail call. 407Y was the June 13, 2015 jail call.
Okay, those are in.
And then I just need to look and see what 405.
I mean, a lot of this is like it was already in, and now they're just excerpts. And so they already are in. They're just labeled as smaller pieces of the larger piece that's already in.
No,
right?
no, these were like the law and crime. The law
Not the law and crime things. Those are in. And the two guilty plea forms are in. But
Correct.
all of the things that are just, snippets of things that were already in. I mean, they're already in. It's just more for convenience that y'all are relabeling them.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so was there anything else other than those groupings of things?
Okay, no, that was it, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Anything else before we break for the day? Okay. 8:30. See y'all at 8:30. All right, we are adjourned for the day.
Muted, lead.
I'm always muted, guys. All right, they are adjourned for the day, guys. Adjourned for the day. What do you think? Did the state prove their case? We have finished with the state's star witness, the star witness. And after your star witness gets up and does his thing, you're more than halfway home, right? Do we think that we are more than halfway home when it comes to reasonable doubt? Does it seem to us that these crimes, the murder of Nutt, is almost there to where we can say beyond a reasonable doubt, young Thug was the culprit? Put yes if you think we almost there, Lead. We almost there. Put no if you're like, man, we're not even close. We're not even close to reasonable doubt. What do you think, AV? What do you think about today's proceedings?
I think it was terrible. It was really embarrassing for Hilton. We started seeing all this robotic stuff happen with her. She stopped, she thought about it, and then she would respond, right? So there's a lot of things like that. I think the defense team, again, huge big ups to them. On Wednesday last week, they had an amazing performance, and even just with the brief nature of their redirect, it was very organized. They knew what they were going in for. They knew what the contradictions were. They had better headphones. Like, they were just showing really good levels of preparedness. we spent about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours in the afternoon session, really focused on some really flimsy evidence that Hilton wanted in. It's good that the judge did not allow those things in. So they did not release Little Woody. I thought that was interesting. They said that you're dismissed for now, but you are not released. We know Little Woody wants this to be completely over with. He wants to move on with his life and go from there. I think it was also, I forgot who bought it out, but I think it was Steele. He was just like, hey, do you have love for Young Thug right now? He's like, yeah. Do you have love for these people? He's like, yeah. So I thought that was interesting too, to really kind of look at their relationship behind the scenes, because we don't know what that looks like. Everybody assumes that there's beef between these guys because of this entire case. So I thought that was pretty interesting for their relationship. I am kind of pumped for the Moontung thing, because Moontung is the next witness up, and he's got some pretty interesting pieces of evidence that we already got a preview of, like the money phone, all of that. I really want to see what's going to happen with him, because allegedly he had a plea deal, and that's what we saw at the end of the day with the attorney with the braid, right? The OG asking questions, because it's like, okay, well, he has his plea deal. That plea deal should not come in as evidence to implicate or show guilt to the other defendants. So I think tomorrow's going to be just as action-packed, and then we might actually see a second witness too, because they estimate only 3 hours, but one never knows. 20 minutes became an hour and a half with Simone, so we'll see.
100%. Do you have any other cash apps that you wanted to shout out?
Sorry, that phone stand. No, I'm all caught up.
Awesome. Shout out to Amy E. Says, I'm willing to bet Brian Steele's closing arguments will go down in history. Oh my God, that's going to be a killer closing argument. Shout out to Amy. Amy is exactly right. Shout out to Now What Now. Says the only thing the state proved is that the state board, okay? That's the only thing they proved, that they're not going to have a job next year. All right, bring some new people in. Shout out to that. Who was that other white lady? What's her name? The one that's running against Fannie.
Hold on, let me look on my channel. I just did a video.
What's her name?
Courtney Kramer.
Courtney Kramer.
Yeah.
Courtney Kramer says, listen, if y'all elect me as the district attorney, then I am going to dismiss this case. Now, Courtney, man, I'll be honest, I don't really know how I feel about her, because I sent her a DM way back in July and said, hey, do you want to come on the show? Nothing. Didn't even respond, which is fine. Then Phil Holloman, excellent content creator, attorney down here, announces that he's going to have her on her show a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So I was like, oh, great. Let's see what she's about. She doesn't show up. Just leaves Phil hanging. Dennis Byron, who is in the courtroom, another content creator, did a show and said, hey, Courtney Kramer is coming on, and let's see what she has to say. She's running for DA. When he hits the live button, guess who's not there? Courtney ain't there. Then out of the blue, she emails me, the lead. And she's like, lead, I would love to come on your show. What are you talking about? Just say when. I said, you can come any day of the week. I'm doing the afternoon sessions, but whenever, let me know. Come on. Nothing.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
So it's like, are you really running? Are you serious? She did the thing with Kayla. She showed up for Kayla, but what did she say? And this was kind of odd. I don't even really want to speak on it, because nobody wants Fannie in. So when a woman say, hey, I'm gonna run against Fannie, shit, put her in. But what is the case? What is the position that she's running for? Does anybody know? District attorney. Fannie has been an attorney. I think she graduated from Emory Law School, where Attorney Hilton teaches. I think she graduated in 96.
Yeah.
And it's 2024 now. So Fanny's got some years under her belt for practicing. Fanny did criminal law on her own. She worked in the DA's office under our other district attorney, Paul Howard. But I thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, I thought that I heard that Courtney Kramer said she graduated in 2020.
She did. I did a deep dive into her bio. She's only been practicing for like 4 years and she wants to be the DA. I mean, the only really good experience she brings is that she worked for the Trump organization for the White House. So that's it, really. Yeah.
Is that good experience though? Was it because I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that on the Trump campaign or whatever she was working for with Trump, she was working in election law.
Yes. She specializes in election law now.
What's the problem? A DA specializes in criminal law. It's a little different.
It is.
Now, some people will say, hey, with Trump, maybe it's the same. We ain't even gonna get into all that, guys. We are not political. But what I'm saying is, you've been practicing 4 years, and you are gonna be the district attorney of the most important county in the state of Georgia. And then when people invite you to come on and talk about your experience, you ghost them.
Not even that. I think I'm bigger than Phil now.
Are you bigger than Phil? Yeah. You ghost them. So it's like 4 years. And you guys don't know this. If you are an attorney for 4 years, I don't even want to say it because people be like, oh, you hating on Courtney Kramer. I don't even know the lady. Forget Courtney Kramer. Put her aside for a second. A general attorney who's been practicing 4 years, what do you know?
How to be on time.
Jesus Christ, baby. It'll be on time. In any type, if you're a mechanic, maybe mechanic, you know a little something, but 4 years is not a long time to really get a lot of experience on your back, a lot of wisdom on your back. And so she says, well, if I come in, I'm just going to dismiss the case. Fine. They asked her on Kayla's thing, they were like, hey, with this whole attorney Love, her performance in this trial, with Attorney Hilton, with her performance in this trial, when you come in, you're going to dismiss the case. Are you going to dismiss Attorney Hilton? Attorney Hilton, who has been ordered to go to remedial classes. Are you going to dismiss Attorney Love? Attorney Love, who has been ordered to go to remedial classes about the law. What's the problem? Well, first, what's the answer? What did she say? She said, well, you know, I got to get in and check it all out, and I got to figure it out. I don't know.
I think Fonnie did it. Remember, like when this whole scandal happened at the start of the year, a whistleblower came out and she was mentioning that when Fonnie came in, she brought all these new people on. Some people were getting moved into different departments. Some people were let go.
Listen, I love that.
Yeah.
If you elect me as the DA, I'm firing everybody, especially this office. I'm firing everybody. I'm getting all my folks on the phone. Hey, we in. Let's go. Show up at 9 o'clock. We ready to rock and roll. Fuck everybody in this goddamn office. I'm firing everybody. All the heads are rolling. This is my office. I am the captain of the ship. It's going to be my team. Why would you come in and keep Fannie's team when you see that Fannie's team has been ordered to go to remedial classes on Brady, remedial classes on Giglio? Why would you keep them? But what's the thing, guys? When did Attorney Hilton graduate?
2008.
2008. So Attorney Hilton has what, 10, 12, 16 years under her belt? When did Attorney Love graduate? Goddamn 1973. Like, God damn, Attorney Love. So it's like if you come in, all of these attorneys know more than you. Every single attorney. Listen to this. I know it sounds crazy. Every single attorney in the DA's office knows more about criminal law, presumably, than Courtney Kramer, but Courtney wants to jump all of these people and go straight to the top. Because Courtney doesn't know anything about criminal law, apparently, because she's only been doing election law. Now, if I'm wrong, she can come on and express some of this stuff, but you got all these attorneys, all of these attorneys in the DA's office who practice criminal law. She practices election law and now wants to be the boss of all of these attorneys, and she doesn't know what they know.
Yeah. And if she graduated in 2020, she has to be really young.
I think I heard she said she was 31.
Yeah, she's younger than me.
She's a baby.
Yeah. To be the DA for
The DA of the most important county in the state. The most important district attorney in the state of Georgia. She and let me be fair. Shout out to Nathan Wade. A lot of people were getting in Nathan Wade's ass because he was making all of that money, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, $750,000. And he had never prosecuted one case in his life. He was appointed the special prosecutor of Donald Trump, never prosecuted a federal case, never prosecuted a state felony grade case. Guys, he was elected special prosecutor, never prosecuted a misdemeanor in his life. Never prosecuted a misdemeanor. So people were like, oh, Nathan Wade, your black ass you're unqualified. Fine. When did Nathan Wade graduate? Probably in the 90s. He's 50 something, but fine. Courtney Kramer, been practicing 4 years. Has she prosecuted a federal case? Has she prosecuted a felony grade case, an aggravated assault, murder, RICO? Has she prosecuted a misdemeanor, a battery, a jaywalking? Has she prosecuted anything? But you want to be the lead prosecutor of the state of Georgia, and you've never prosecuted a thing. Is this even insulting to our state? I mean, and everybody's like, God damn, we gotta put somebody in because we need Fannie out. Fannie has to go. Bueno, está bien, tiene que salir. Okay, pero chingada madre, o sea, who are we gonna put in? She's been practicing 4 years. They're prosecuting the case. We're gonna put her in.
Yeah.
Is she a white girl with blonde hair, blue eyes? It's like, God damn.
She actually is, like, not even trying to be funny.
But Nathan Wade, it's a problem with Nathan Wade. It's a problem when, what is it? It's fine when they do it, but it's a problem when I do it, right? It's like, shit.
Yeah, it is an interesting debate.
So, Courtney Kramer, she has an invitation to come on. Y'all done fucked it up now because she probably ain't never coming on now. But, there needs to be some explaining to do because shit, man, this is my county. I pay taxes in this damn thing.
I'm sure her campaign's probably going to prepare her to address that because that's like the first thing that people are going to ask. Especially as we get closer to, voting time, voting season.
Right. Like, can we get somebody qualified? Does Fannie got to get up out of there? Yes. But shit, we're putting in somebody that's never prosecuted a case for district attorney. I mean, and imagine you never prosecuted a case, but you're going to be over Attorney Love. And how can she tell Attorney Love how to do her job? How can she tell Attorney Hyatt how to do her job? Love's hasn't been practicing since the 90s. Is she good? Well, if she was good, why is she going to remedial classes? But you can't tell a prosecutor that's been prosecuting for 30 years and you ain't never prosecuted one day. What can you tell her? How can you be her supervisor? How can you be her superior? How can you be her boss? How can you correct her? That's like me going into a mechanic shop and start telling people, hey, change the carburetor and fix them. I don't know any of that shit. I know how to change a tire. If you give me 20 minutes, I might be able to show you where the oil go. But now I'm supposed to be the head of the lead mechanic shop in the state of Georgia. Does that make sense, guys? So I don't know, man. What do y'all think about that? Like, we want, on the one hand, Fanning got to get up out of here. But shit, like Courtney Kramer? But yes, I mean, listen.
You know who would have been nice against her?
Who?
Ashley Merchant.
Oh, Ashley Merchant. Somebody super qualified. You're exactly right. Ashley Merchant. If it's got to be a Pantene, if it's got to be a white woman, fine. If it's got to be a black dude, fine. But Nathan Wade is the lead prosecutor. Courtney Kramer is the district attorney. What the fuck are we doing down here in Atlanta? Shit. I'm a 20-year divorce attorney. Might as well elect me for DA. Somebody put YSL lead / DA. Put me as the DA, district attorney lead. Somebody write DA lead in the chat. Well, Lee's only been right. Lee's a 20-year divorce attorney. Well, shit. When did I pass the bar? 2001 or some shit? It's longer than 4 years.
I was 11, and so is Judge McAfee.
Jesus. When I passed the bar, AV was 11 years old. I was gonna say so tender, but I can't even do that as a child.
Yeah.
It's a child.
Like
We'll leave that to Roland Martin, right? With the porn and stuff. It's like, shout out to DA Lead. At least I practice criminal law. I've handled tons of criminal cases when I was first coming up. This lady, Courtney Kramer.
Yeah, it does say on her campaign website that she does a little bit of civil litigation, but it's mostly election and political law.
Civil law is totally different than criminal law.
Completely different.
So I don't know, man. Like, are y'all? I know I don't want y'all to be like, oh, lead hating or anything. But shit, man. Why are we choosing the most unqualified people? I mean, between Fannie and Courtney Kramer, I mean, shit. I guess you have to choose ignorance over corruption. Right? But neither one is great. If you had to choose what you want, ignorance or corruption, well, fine, give me ignorance, I suppose. But what does that mean for the Black men in this county when you got a DA who's never practiced criminal law in her life? What does it mean for the white men in this county? The Black women, the white women. La raza, what does it mean for los mexicanos? La raza, los inmigrantes. Like, what this lady, I don't know, man. Y'all know what I'm trying to say, but shit. So shout out to Courtney. She damn sure ain't coming on now. Y'all done fucked that up.
You know that happens to us quite a bit. Like we be burning bridges with people. I'm pumped that we're gonna have LA Pink on my side at some point this week because of that whole jail scandal.
Have who on your side?
LA Pink. She's the activist that's in Atlanta with the pink hair. Yeah. She's been a huge advocate with that whole jail corruption issue from last week, where like 4 women that worked at the jail were sneaking in phones. They were having, intercourse with the inmates. They were sneaking in chicken pot pies. It was crazy. And so she's been doing a few interviews on it. So I'm gonna bring her on to talk about just some of the corruption that's happening in the jail system.
It goes down in these jails, boy. It goes down. Shout out to Michelle. Shout out to Ruth. Thank you again, Michelle. Really appreciate that. Shout out to Little Gaming Channel. Says the interview with Kayla, I'm assuming that Kayla Courtney the interview was horrible, and I learned nothing about Courtney. Kayla had her read the chat questions, and Kayla was focused on chat comments more than interviewing her. No good questions. Yeah, man. Yeah. Shout out Little Gaming Channel. It was not an informative interview. When I learned that she was 31 and had graduated in 2020, I was like, stop the press. Stop the motherfucking press. The most important district attorney in the state of Georgia has been practicing 4 years. The most important district attorney in the state of Georgia has never prosecuted one case, not even a dog bite case, not even a dog bite case, that's civil, I suppose. Not even like a jaywalking or a battery case, simple battery. You go up and push somebody, simple battery. You haven't even prosecuted a DUI? Driving under the influence? This is the most powerful law enforcement officer in the state of Georgia. Zero experience. It's a problem with Nathan Wade. With Nathan Wade, it's a problem. But with Courtney Kramer, it's okay. I mean,
It's like a good thought experiment. But this
yeah, I mean,
we're gonna have to deal with in Fulton County.
right. And so Little Gaming Channel is so important because now when she's giving an interview to Kayla and says, okay, I'm ready to explain how this makes sense. It's a problem if Nathan Wade is unqualified. I appear to be unqualified. Let me explain to you why I'm not unqualified. Let me explain to you why I can do this job.
Yeah, but I wonder too, and maybe TLGC can weigh in on this, if the questions were thought about first. It looks like they weren't, but maybe if she went to the right platform, because I'm sure like the way you interview, your interviewing style, you would have asked her those questions, and it would have been great for her because she would have an opportunity to answer those questions from her standpoint, and maybe that can sway some voters, right?
That's such a great point, guys. You know, a lot of times it's like the home run derby.
Yeah.
In the home run derby, you don't have Greg Maddux pitching you these balls. You don't have John Smoltz. You have the person on your team basically almost throwing underhanded so you can knock it out of the park.
Yeah.
And so it depends. Like if you go on a channel that's really going to help you explain this stuff, they can set you up in ways. But if you go on other channels and you're having to read the own question from your chat, you might not be set up.
Yeah.
So AB's point is so well taken that maybe because of the way the interview went down, Courtney didn't really have a chance to shine.
Mm-hmm.
So great point on that. And big shout out to the Gaming Channel, always telling it straight, boy, no chaser.
Right, like this is what it is.
Yes, shout out to Pills, Potions, and Poisons. Says Lee, you say a marriage isn't real after 4 years, so Courtney isn't experienced enough. Yes. Guys, as a 20-year divorce attorney, I tell you, I don't consider anybody married until they've been married 7 years. Because that's after 7 years is when the shit started rocking, getting a little loose. The bolts start getting loose. And we're going to find out if you really got to stick to it in this. So I say your marriage becomes a real marriage on your 7th anniversary. Courtney been practicing 4 years. So, I mean, is she gonna make it? Is she gonna make it? I don't know. It seems like y'all know about it too. Shout out to the RPG. The RPG says the first 5 years are the hardest. Yeah. So shout out to It Is What It Is, the 7-year itch. Yeah. Y'all know about it. Looks like Nikki's married. Nikki made it to 7. Somebody shout out Nikki. Nikki made it to 7. Listen, I'm telling you guys. Lisa said, that's not true, Lee. Well, Lisa been married 2 years.
No, she's been married for 24.
What's that?
She says 24 years.
Lisa, be honest.
And she says, and it's been hard since year 2.
Oh, well, shit, Lisa. Well, there you go. She said, she's saying that's not true. Year 7. She was like year 2, Lee. Year 2. Shoo, what? Let me tell you. I was married for 10 years. Mine was about year 8.
Wow.
Year 8, I started looking around. I was like, baby, I don't know if you're gonna make it, baby girl. I don't. You got 2 more years. I'm gonna try to give you 10. I gave her a good 10. But in year 8, I started noticing, I was like, your attitude, baby girl, it needs some improvement. And she couldn't, you could be on a nosedive, but if you're a good pilot, you can pull it up. And I saw, baby girl, you're on a nosedive, and she tried to pull it. She did try to pull it up. It looked like, yeah, I was like, oh God, we got to get her up out of here. We had to get her out. So big shout out to her. But yeah, so Master says she's at year 6. Okay, hold on, Master. You got 1 more year, and then I will officially consider you married. All right. 20, lady said 28 marriage shit takes work. Shit takes work. Okay. So lady, married 28 years. Your boy Nathan Wade probably been practicing 28 years. Fannie Willis probably been practicing 28 years. 4 years, Courtney Kramer. Y'all pick up what I'm putting down, man. So it's like, shout out to Kimberly, says celebrating 20 years with my husband this anniversary. Some of y'all are making it work.
Yes.
Even though it's hard, and it can be hard. It can really be hard. Some of y'all are making it work. Shout out to Annette. Annette says 39 years with the same person. Divorced at 5 years into marriage, for 2.5 years, remarried, and still together since 85. Somebody write Annette Nunez.
That's amazing, Annette.
Yes, these are some windy roads, guys. As a 20-year divorce attorney, I can tell you, I have married and divorced couples who then got remarried, and sometimes they come back. My most couple was 4 divorces. They got married, I divorced them the first time. Married, I divorced them the second time. Married again, divorce, married again, divorce. I don't know if they got remarried after that. I did their divorce 4 times. Some people, they keep trying, even though it don't work. But Annette says, hey man, you can take a step back, 2.5 years. Now it's hard because guys, if you divorce a woman, what is she doing during those 2.5 years? Like, now you doing your thing, but guys, you don't care about that. Right? You don't care about you doing your thing, but it's her. And you're like, oh, God. Damn, boy, that's it's hard. If we gonna be honest. And it's hypocritical. Guys are super hypocritical because guys know good you 2.5 years, you doing your thing. But you want her to sit in the house, right? It's like, come on, man. Come on. But yeah, so shout out to Annette. So the Courtney Kramer thing, I don't know. She still has an open invitation to come on here, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. At any rate, we are gonna keep following this case, guys. Tomorrow, apparently, it starts at 8:30.
Yeah.
At least the judges are showing up. The judge and the attorneys are showing up there. We'll be doing the daytime stream over here on AV's channel, on AV's side. So please go over and subscribe to AV so you get the notification. You got to hit that little bell thing. AV will probably drop the link to that sometime tonight or something so y'all can all get locked in. And then I may or may not stream in the evening tomorrow for the folks that didn't catch it. We'll see. We'll take a look. But this has been some amazing circumstances with this case. I want to thank everybody who was in the chat. I think we topped out at like 12,000 or something. So y'all are absolutely supporting. Big shout out to everybody who watched, everybody who commented. Some of y'all's comments were off the chain. I want to give a big shout out to everybody who became a member. A lot of people became a member today. A lot of that was through gifted membership. So thank you to everybody who gifted a membership. Let me take a look here. How many members we got today? We got 179 new members.
Wow.
179 new members. So thank you so much, guys, for joining the jury. All right, each individual juror. In addition to that, I want to thank everybody who sent me and AV cash apps. Y'all can see AV's cash app in the banner if you want to support her. Everybody who gave super chats as well, supporting this channel so generously. Apart from that, though, I do need to take a second to really give my deep felt appreciation to a few people who went way over and above way over and above in their support for me and AV in this channel. Big shout out. Big shout out to Classy Beats, excellent content creator in his own right. Stopped over here to say, hey, talking about, hey man, these attorneys out here making money. Not attorneys, strike that. These content creators are out here making money, these YouTubers. Classy Beats has been following this case, giving excellent commentary. One of the mods could drop a link to his channel. Thank you so much, Classy Beats. Shout out also to Innocent Bystander channel as well, hugely supporting, really appreciate that. Another attorney in the house, Keita G. Thank you so much, Keita, for blessing us always with your commentary and your support. We got High Value Man on deck. Y'all know who he is, CIA asset. Again, the little gaming channel, always a straight shooter out there. One of the mods could drop a link to his channel. Excellent content creator, but an excellent man. A man of men. Somebody write TLGC in the damn chat. He has sponsored not only individual streams, but also a whole series. And one of the principal players who undergirds, who supports this channel. Hugely important to this community. So I really do thank y'all when y'all shout this man out. Huge. Also, big shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Excellent content creators. Those brothers are so strong. Trent came up first time. Got to talk to him. Got to thank him so much in person, virtually, for all the support he gives me, all the support he gives AV and the channel. So many memberships he's given over these months. So big shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. And they've started their channel. They're a month in. If one of the mods could drop their channel in the chat, please go over and support him. Excellent content creators. They've only been up for a month. I think they got over 100 subscribers. When I was up for a month, man, I might have had like 10 subscribers. Shit was tough. So big shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Also big shout out to Trial Archive, Brian Martin, Futuristic Hub lawsuit, hugely supporting. So thank you so much. Big shout out. Cannot tell you how grateful I am, Trial Archive. Big shout out to Brian. Somebody write Brian in the damn chat. Thank you so much, Brian. Also, big shout out to the people who bought the course, guys. The course, shout out to Lisa D. Bought the beginner's course. Melinda, the beautiful Melinda R. Bought the beginner's course. Jermaine bought the beginners and the advanced course. He bought the bundle. Somebody write bundle in the jam chat. And we have a Labor Day sale that is going on right now. Get an extra $225 off. So it makes the price like $320, 14-day money back guarantee. I showed you guys how much money your boy makes on this, man. And, Classy Beats told you, hey, you can make this money on YouTube. AV tell you, hey, man, you make this money on YouTube. Y'all see where I'm at with it for half of the year, not the whole year, half of the year, 327,000. Right? 327,000. So you got to times this by 2, and that don't even include all the money. Only 15 discount codes available, and people are picking them off. So go ahead. If you want to see how many codes are available, hit the link and put in labor in the discount code area and press enter. You'll see how many are available. Go ahead and snap yours up, money back guarantee. And guys, for this special stream here, I want to thank the sponsor. The sponsor of the stream, y'all already know who it is. We got Viva Wood Live. Somebody write Viva in the damn chat.
Trust Unc. Trust
Unc. Relax in your unkness, okay? Big shout out, man. Unc gives me so much encouragement and love and support. Gives AV so much love, encouragement, and support, and gives y'all the community so much love, encouragement, and support. He has gotten you guys so many gifted memberships and bless me and bless AV beyond belief, guys. Excellent, high value man through and through, giving back to you guys, supporting us, the media over here, the new media, the social media, trying to get this stuff out. So really big thank you to Viva Wood Life. Thank you guys so much for shouting him out. Shout out to Candace Yates, another one who's always supporting. But big shout out to Candace. Shout out to Truest Dude. We got Truest Dude in here as well. Huge supporter of me and AV and the league. So thank you guys so much. And just huge shout out to our man Viva Wood Life. All right, everybody, we are going to pick this up tomorrow. AV's channel. Somebody drop AV's channel in the chat, and we'll watch it from there. I think Munk Tunk is going to testify next, so we should have more fireworks. And I don't know too much about it, but people are saying Munk Tunk kind of has to really point the finger at Young Thug because of his plea offer. Munk Tunk might have an outstanding pending charge where the prosecutor's like, hey, man, we can make this pending charge go away, or we can put it on you. It's going to depend how you testify tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be huge. All right. So everybody check in with AV's channel. Thank you guys so much. Now I know me and AV, we did a lot of commentary on this trial today and gave our thoughts. Please trust and believe that none of this was legal advice. I am not your attorney. I am the lead attorney, and I'm here to help you lawyer up. All right. Big shout out to everybody. See you tomorrow on AV's channel. Shout out to Viva Wood Live. Thank you so much, Viva.
Hi guys, how are you? We are going to be getting right into day 14 of the YSL trial. I believe that was January 4th. We are going to finish up with the direct examination of Chontavia Stevens, aka YSL Slug, aka Tick. Whatever you want to call him, that is fine by me. This was a half day and there was a break and there's another break. So we'll get through this pretty quickly. There's a bit more direct on day 15, and then we will get to cross with Brian Steele. Look at you guys in here early. Hey to everybody in here hanging out. Hope everyone is having a great Labor Day. I got some work done. I was laboring. And then JT says, yesterday, I think it was Ike. Ike had made a comment about using a certain Colgate toothpaste, and if it's 3 people or more, now that's some type of gang conspiracy, according to Adrian Love. But now, according to JT, in Young Thug's song, Daddy's Birthday, he mentions Colgate several times. Perhaps the conspiracy goes farther than we know. Very funny. And then let's see. There we go. Hey to everybody. I think we are good to get started. I have all the videos lined up. And again, this is going to be day 14, half day, nothing surprising. And we'll get through it pretty quickly. I have it on 1.25 speed. You guys can call the shot. So here we go.
And then we're going to go till about noon. That's going to be our hard stop. And then I'll give you some more instructions on what our plans are at that point in time, okay? All right, so Ms. Lover, you can continue with the examination of Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevens, let me remind you, you're still under oath from yesterday? You're still under oath from yesterday? Okay, all right.
Good morning, Mr. Stevens.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm kind of tired. I went straight to work from here yesterday, and then I got off at like 6, so I'm kind of tired.
All right, well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're safe. Now, you haven't had a chance to talk to anyone about your testimony before the structure, is that right?
Right, correct.
And has anyone from our office reached out to you to do that?
No.
So do you remember when we stopped yesterday, we were talking about your ability to go from one place to another without getting permission to do so
Yes.
from the person you had to report to?
Yes.
Who did you have to report to? What was the name of that person? Do you remember?
No.
And do you remember how it was that you were supposed to report?
No.
Do you remember how often you were supposed to report?
No.
So when you said yesterday, when you talked about getting permission to travel out of state because you were on, what was it that you were on?
I was on an ankle monitor.
And that ankle monitor, was that the result? What was that the result of?
Are you asking me the reason I had ankle monitor on?
I'm asking you, why did you have to wear an ankle monitor?
Because I was, I had a case pending.
You had a case pending,
Yes, I was here.
and that was in 2015, correct?
Yes.
So your pending case, what kind of case was that?
It was a, like a, what kind of case was it? So I know my charge was material witness.
Okay. So did you have a criminal case pending at that time?
I was arrested. Yes, I was arrested, so.
And did you have a criminal case pending at that time with anyone in this courtroom?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you recall having a criminal case with Shannon Stillwell?
Yes.
When was that?
Around 2015?
So was that the pending case that you were wearing an ankle monitor for?
No.
Okay. There was a different one in 2015?
Yes.
All right. And when you got the pending case with Shannon Stillwell, did you and Shannon have in the car with you a stolen gun?
Yes.
And was that around July 15th of 2015?
Yes.
So the case with Shannon Stillwell with the stolen gun occurred after you all had gone to the compound when Little Wayne was present. Is that right? When was your birthday?
Yeah, yes, that's right.
Now, when you say that you couldn't travel outside or you couldn't do certain things because of your ankle monitor, what type of things could you not do because of your ankle monitor?
I stand objection.
Where were you not allowed to go because of your ankle monitor?
So, I don't remember the exact conditions of my ankle monitor, but I do know that I can leave the state.
Did you ask to leave the state?
No.
Did you know whether with permission you could be given permission to leave the state?
So it was clear upon getting a house arrest monitor that I would not be, I just remember this part, that I would not be permitted to travel until the case was over.
You called it just now a house arrest monitor. Would you explain what you meant by that?
So it's a monitor that monitors you.
Why did you call it a house arrest monitor? Were you under house arrest?
I don't know if I was up on a house arrest. No, I couldn't have been up on a house arrest.
And you say that why?
Because I don't recall no one telling me that I had to stay in the house.
And so when you said house arrest monitor a minute ago, you don't know why you said that?
No, it's just a term.
So yesterday, when you were talking about the amount of money that you had to pay to get into the compound,
Yes.
where did you get that money from?
By then, my birthday, I was receiving gifts in forms of cash from family members, friends, loved ones.
And when you and your YSL friends were going to the compound, did you all communicate with one another?
When we was going to the compound?
Yes.
Yes.
How did you all communicate with one another?
By mouth? Is that what you asked?
Were there members of YSL in the car with you?
Yes.
Who was in the car with you?
Shannon Jackson and I think D.
Tell me who it is. Tell the jury who it is.
You want me to tell your name? Like, I know D.
I do.
I know D.
Do you know his name?
I don't want to like get mistaken or nothing. Let me
To
get,
the best of your recollection, who did it?
his name is, Demikian.
Demetrius Darlington?
Yes.
Was he also known as 30 DG?
Yes, I guess so.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Now, did you know at the time who 30 D was?
Did I know who 30 Beat was?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I heard.
And who was 30 D or what was 30 D?
It was a neighborhood and.
Not.
I'm over objection.
Thank you. You may answer.
A neighborhood in the Southside community.
30 D was a neighborhood?
It was, yes.
It was a neighborhood, okay. Was it also a gang?
I don't know. They went by being a gang.
What neighborhood was 30 D?
Mechanicsville.
And is it your testimony that when you say a neighborhood, what are you talking about?
Area in Atlanta.
So 30 D was called, when you wanted to go a certain place, you would say, let's go to 30 D?
No.
So then,
With a long
how is it a
pause.
neighborhood? How are you calling it a neighborhood?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation. I'll sustain the objection. You will play on more foundation, okay?
If you call 30 D a neighborhood, do you mean that it's a place?
Yes.
So based on that, if you wanted to go to the place where 30 D was, would you then say, let's go to 30 D?
I don't know how people will say that they'll go. Me? I wouldn't say that.
Why not?
I don't know. That's not like no.
These are such
No,
long
that's not the
pauses.
terminology I would use. I move the area. Zone 3. I'd probably say, let's go to a different part of zone 3.
So then, when you said that 30 D is a place, a neighborhood, and it's not something you ever refer to as that place, where are you getting from that it's a neighborhood or a place?
Because that's where that's where they was known out of, the area.
They, who is the they that you refer
The
to?
30 deep that you, the 30 deep.
So 30 D is a group of people.
Yeah.
Is it gang?
I don't know.
But Demetrius Darlington was 30 D.
Yes.
Was Demetrius Darlington 30 D?
That was his Instagram handle. Yes.
How often would you say that you associated with Demetrius Darlington?
Rarely.
How often?
Rarely, I'm sorry.
How often did you associate with Jeffrey Williams?
Often. A lot.
Did you also associate with Walter Murphy?
Often.
How often did you associate with Shannon Stillwell?
Often.
Now, when you were speaking about on the way to the compound, you talked with YSL members. What did you all talk about in the car?
I never said we had a car conversation.
What did you talk about on the way to the compound?
That we was going to continue club hopping until all the clubs gone. Till all the clubs closed. It's my birthday, we celebrate.
What time did you all set out to celebrate?
There wasn't no initial celebration time. The whole day was a celebration.
Were you all at clubs the whole day?
Yes.
What clubs had you gone to before the compound?
Like Magic City.
And did you go directly to the compound from Magic City?
We went to a lot of different clubs. That was like 10 years ago. I can't recall the exact movements, but I know we went to a lot of different clubs.
Did you go to the studio? Any studio before the compound?
No.
Did you go to the studio after the compound?
I don't recall. I don't know. I think I was trying to get home to my girl at the club. I don't recall.
Did you talk with anyone in particular on the way to the compound?
I don't recall.
While you were in the car with Dee and Shannon, and incidentally, you said Shannon Jackson. Is Shannon Jackson in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please tell the jury where he is?
In the far back with brown and the glasses on.
Is he seated next to a gentleman with white hair and a gentleman with no hair?
Yes.
Your Honor, if the record would reflect that the witness has identified Shannon Stillwell.
It's y'all.
Thank you. Okay. So how long were you in the car with Shannon and Dee on the way to the compound?
However long it took to get from one club to the next one.
Okay, so did you give the jury an estimate?
Roughly 20, 30 minutes. I don't know.
Whose car were you all in?
It was a rental car, my rental car.
A rental car?
Yeah.
Who's driving?
I was.
Who rented it?
I did.
Where'd you rent it from?
Not from an initial rental company. It was from like an owner of the vehicle.
Okay. What kind of car was it?
Okay, so this is actually a great question that I see people ask. So FFS, when you try to reply to somebody, even if you at their name, you will not see that bolded or highlighted in, for me, it comes up like highlighted in an orange color. It will only be highlighted to the person you're tagging. So if you're trying to reply to someone, and you don't actually need the @ symbol, you can do it if you put their full name, including any emojis they might use, and it will still tag somebody. Because when my name was just Kat, before I added the not Williams, anytime somebody was talking about Kat Williams, the cat would be highlighted for me with no @ symbol. So you don't need to actually use an @ that just helps you type on a PC to tag someone. But you won't see the bold unless it's someone tagging your name. But thank you for the super chat. And that's probably a good question. Other people have that same curiosity at times. And thank you, Jen, for being a member for a month. Super nice message. Love your channel. Thank you so much. Buffering love. I did add a Waluigi emoji. Emoji. Come on, really?
Ms. Levy, you can continue with the examination. Mr. Stevens, let me remind you, you're still on the road from yesterday? I did.
Where'd you rent it from?
Not from an initial rental company. It was from like an owner of the vehicle.
Okay. What kind of car was it?
It was a Mercedes-Benz.
During the 20 or 30 minutes that you were in the car with Shannon and Dee on the way to the compound, what did you all talk about? Objection, Your Honor. That's it.
I'll award objection.
You may.
I don't recall too much talking. I ain't gonna lie, I was smoking weed and drinking liquor. It was my birthday, I was celebrating.
Was everybody in the car smoking weed and drinking liquor?
I was.
And you were the driver?
Yes.
So how did smoking weed and drinking liquor, how does that affect your ability to remember today what happened that night?
How did smoking weed and drinking liquor affect?
But the better question is, you said you were smoking weed and drinking liquor. Does that have any kind of significance in your testimony today while I'm asking you a question?
So, from my understanding, your initial question was, did you guys have conversations? Or were you talking to each other on the way? And my response was that basically I was vibing, listening to music, smoking weed, and drinking liquor. So I don't recall any like exact conversations.
Not exact. Do you recall any parts of what you all were talking about?
I don't recall.
So did the smoking weed and drinking liquor, is that what impaired your ability to recall today?
Objection, Your Honor. This is 8 years ago.
Your Honor,
And we're closing the speaking, okay? What's the basis for relevance? What is it? Okay, all right. Okay, I'm gonna send the objection.
Your Honor, with the court's indulgence, I have a follow-up question that relates to that prior question that I was.
Let's get to it.
So if the smoking weed and drinking liquor kept you from remembering today certain things, how is it that you were able to recall the length of time that you were inside the compound yesterday?
I never said that smoking weed or drinking liquor had me forget what I was saying. I said I recall smoking weed, drinking liquor, and vibing out to the music. That's what was my answer.
So now my question is, did smoking weed and drinking liquor affect your ability to remember things from that night?
The length of years ago that this particular thing we're talking about is the reason.
I'm asking about the smoking weed and drinking liquor.
No.
So how is it that you remember the 30 minutes you were in the compound?
Because I'm very familiar with the Atlanta area. I grew up here, I'm born here, and I know how much time it takes to get from one place to another.
No. Yesterday, I was talking about how long you said you were inside the compound. Do you remember how long you told the jury you were inside the compound?
Yes.
And how long was that?
When I say about 30 to a half hour, yeah. Something.
So how do you remember that you were inside the compound for about 30 minutes? Okay.
No, I'm gonna overrule. That's Mr. Steele. I'm overruling the objection, sir. I remember that by being upset about the amount of money that I paid to get in and the length of time that I spent being in the party.
And you said you spent $500 to get in?
Sustained.
Do you remember how much money you told the jury that you spent getting in yesterday?
Yes. I sustain the objection.
So was that all of your birthday money?
Overruled. I don't remember how much money I had on me.
Was that also because of the time they spent?
Yes.
Do you consider $500 a lot of money or not a lot?
Overruled. $500 is a lump sum of money.
That's a lot.
You can pay a bill with $500.
I agree, but you consider it a lot of money.
Anything you can pay a bill with, that's a lot of money.
So did you plan to spend that lot of money that night on the compound?
Overruled. Remember I told you one at a time.
Do you understand how badly she wants to bring up money as some type of sign of gang activity, that she is about to go down a rabbit hole for $500? And I'm not saying that coming across $500 isn't cool, right? You get excited when you find a $20 bill. But they've got this man sitting here. He's tired today. He was tired yesterday. And Love is just dragging out these questions, going on and on and on and on and on about bill money, what amounts to bill money. And it's ridiculous because the RICO statute in Georgia, it's not like the federal statute. There's no requirement for pecuniary interest to be proven. But she's just going to go on and on and on. And getting us through this ridiculousness, we have 5 gifted memberships from Satchel. Thank you so much. Super sweet of you. Everyone say thank you in the chat. And there is a new emoji today. It's a Waluigi, specifically like the wah. So every time Love doesn't get an answer that she's looking for, you can use that emoji today. And then FFS had also said, how's this guy 30, 31, looks 50? Fulton County Jail do that? Can you imagine? Oh man, you go to Fulton County Jail and you come out looking like Max Shart's. Hair just steams off your head. Just crazy. Thank you so much for your support, FFS. And Ike, good to see you. I hope you saw the comment about the Colgate toothpaste. There's actually a Young Thug lyric about Colgate, referring to your comment yesterday. Is it normal for a police officer to walk behind a witness during the trial? Strange. It always makes me feel a little weird when I see it, but it happens all the time. And I never know if it's because they're just trying to get something from the printer or put something up there, because the judge doesn't really sit all that close to where the printer is. But every time I see it, I'm like, kind of feels like a little intimidating. I don't know. So I definitely notice it too. Thank you for the super chat, Ike. Good to see you.
I didn't make any plans. I just planned on enjoying myself for the night.
Did you know prior to going the cost of getting into the compound?
No.
Did you know prior to going how long the artist Lil Wayne was going to be at the compound?
No.
And when you got to the compound, did you ask whether or not Lil Wayne was still performing inside the compound? I'm sorry, did you say that? I can't hear you.
Yes.
Overruled, sir. Did I ask anyone? No.
Did you try to find out in any way whether he was still performing?
No.
So when you get up to the compound and you're in the car with Shannon and Dee, what do Shannon and Dee do when you go up to the door, the entryway to the compound?
I don't know. I'll stay in the objection. I don't recall. Hold on. Let her pose another question to you, okay? All right.
Does Shannon and Dee go to the door of the compound with you?
I don't recall.
Is your inability to recall for any reason in particular?
The length of time it was a long time ago. I don't remember everything step by step that happened at night, so no.
Do you remember how you got home?
Yes.
How'd you get home?
I drove
What did you drive?
to Mercedes-Benz.
Was there anyone in the car with you?
I don't remember step by step.
How do you remember who you came with but don't remember who you left with?
That was a long time ago.
Did you communicate with any other YSL members while you were at the compound? Not on the way, but while you were at the compound?
I recall telling I'm finna go in the club.
Did you communicate with any other YSL members any more than just say the words, I'm about to go into the club?
That's the only thing I recall.
Do you recall members of YSL saying anything to you without telling the jury what they said?
I don't recall.
Did you tell us yesterday whether Jimmy Winfrey was one of the YSL members that went with you to the compound as a group?
No,
And was Jimmy Winfrey one of the YSL members that went to the compound?
he was there, yes.
Do you remember what he was driving?
It was a long time ago.
Is that a yes or a no?
It was a long time, oh no,
I'm sorry?
no.
And Walter Murphy, the Walter Murphy that you spoke about associated with Ogden, was Walter Murphy one of the YSL members at the compound?
So it was a large group. I don't recall everyone who was with us from the length of time that they were.
Understanding that you may not recall every single person. My only question right now is, do you recall whether Walter Murphy was one of the people, one of the YSL members at the compound?
No, I don't recall from the length of years ago it was.
So, do you recall what time you left?
I don't recall.
Do you recall exactly where you went after the compound?
I don't recall.
When you spoke yesterday about the thing that you were not involved with, and then clarified as Lil Wayne bless you, where were you when that happened?
I don't know the exact time that it happened, so I don't know where I was.
What do you know about it?
Other than what I heard and seen, nothing.
What did you see?
Seen on the internet. The artist had his butt shot.
Did you join up with any other YSL members after you left the compound?
I don't recall.
Can you tell the jury how it is you recall that you all went to the compound as a group, but don't recall whether you all left together?
Oral. Can I tell the jury one more time?
Can you tell the jury how it is you remember you all went to the compound as a group, YSL, but you can't recall whether you left or who you left with?
No, I cannot explain it to the jury.
Can you tell the jury what you talked about, if anything at all, with YSL members after you left the compound?
No, I don't recall.
Did you call Jimmy Winfrey at the time Jimmy?
No.
What'd you call him?
Roscoe?
Is Roscoe the same person known as Pee Wee Roscoe?
Yes.
Did you ever wear any articles of clothing that said Free Roscoe?
I don't recall.
Did you ever see YSL members wearing shirts that says Free Roscoe?
If I'm not mistaken.
That's a yes or a no, please, and then you can explain.
I was trying to answer the question. So I can't give you a yes or no because I think that I was in prison at the time.
At what time, sir?
I think I was in prison at that time that he was locked up, if I'm not mistaken, or in jail.
So do you know when it is that you went to prison?
Yes,
When?
in 2015.
What part of 2015?
I don't remember the exact dates.
So understanding that you believe you were in prison at the time Jimmy Winfrey was locked up, my question to you is a slightly different one. Do you recall seeing YSL members wearing merch or shirts with Free Roscoe on?
I don't recall.
Are you aware of the existence of YSL merch that says Free Roscoe?
I don't recall. That was a long time ago, man.
Do you know why or what it was that Roscoe was locked up for when that Free Roscoe merch came out?
I stand objection. You can bring that.
Are you aware of the Free Roscoe merch?
I'll stand objection.
When you spoke about Roscoe, when you said that you believe you were in prison at the time Roscoe was locked up, how do you know what time Roscoe was locked up?
I don't.
Then why do you believe you were in prison at the time Roscoe was locked up?
because of the allegations happened in 2015, and that's when I went to prison in 2015.
I'm sorry, I don't know what allegations you're talking about, so could you please tell us
So the initial incident
what initial is?
that you were speaking about,
I'm just asking you about Roscoe and Free Roscoe. So what are you talking about?
you asked no
No what?
to your question,
Since I just asked you what you were talking about, how is no the answer to that?
to your initial question.
Which question is that you're considering my initial question?
You asked me, did I know when Roscoe was locked up?
So once again, what incident is it that you're talking about when you make reference to the initial incident just now?
The incident surrounding the tour bus shooting. The incident surrounding the tour bus shooting?
Are you talking about the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
What does that have to do with when Roscoe was locked up?
You asked me, did I know when I was locked up? Did I know when he was locked up? I think that was the question.
My only question is, what does the Lil Wayne bus shooting have to do with when Roscoe was locked up?
Hi, Nick and the Viking Squad.
I don't know. I got from the question that you was initially talking about the incident, so I didn't understand.
So what I'm asking you is, why did you bring up the Lil Wayne bus shooting when I was asking you about Roscoe being locked up?
He's answered questions. Remember, what's your base for the objection, Mr. Matthews? I'll stay in that objection.
Was Roscoe locked up for shooting of the Lil Wayne bus?
Yes.
And Roscoe is a member of YSL, is that right?
Yes.
And is that the same Roscoe that went to the compound with you all as a group, with YSL as a group?
Yes.
And was the whole gang of YSL as big a Lil Wayne fan as you talked about yesterday?
I stand to say objection.
Yeah. Who all was it?
I stand objection. All right, you need to rephrase that. Okay.
Thank you. Would you tell the jury what members of YSL that went with you in this group to the compound were actual fans of Lil Wayne?
Okay, look. One at a time, please. Well, if you see somebody else to rise, you should rise when you make an objection anyway, so we can see you. Because Ms. Weaver can't take down this, and she told you that yesterday. So if somebody else doesn't make an objection, and somebody else can rise and make a timely objection. But I have to acknowledge you for purposes of taking this down. I can't take down 3 people at once, so I'm not going to do that. So, Mr. Matthews, since you made the objection, I've ruled upon it. Do you have a separate objection, sir? Mr. Sharp?
I didn't hear Lil Wayne separate. I didn't understand.
Listen up, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay, you made it, President.
Do you remember talking about being a fan of Lil Wayne yesterday?
Yes.
And do you remember telling the jury why it is that YSL went to the compound?
Yes.
What today is your memory of what you told the jury about why YSL went to the compound?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Basis.
It's a dating question. YSL is not in person.
Overruled, sir.
Your Honor, may I have a close objection?
Yes, you may.
403, Your Honor.
Overruled. Overruled, sir. So.
I didn't even hear the argument.
I never said anything about anyone being a fan. I said that was an inspiration to the start of the music career. I said he inspired the music career, and I said he was an idol.
Okay, before we get into everything you said, let me make sure I heard you. Did you say you never said anyone was a fan?
I said that he inspired the music career.
Just now I'm talking about.
Yes.
You just say that you never said anybody was a fan.
I don't recall saying it.
Okay, to your knowledge, was anybody down there a fan of Lil Wayne at the time that you all went to the compound as a group on your birthday?
I don't know. There are likes and dislikes. I know mine.
And were you a fan?
Yes.
And so, was it you then who convinced YSL to go to the compound where Lil Wayne was performing?
So my initial thing of the whole night was celebrating my birthday, and it wasn't even a thing for everyone to say, hey, let's go here or something. That's what I wanted to do, and that's what I did. So being in communication of like, no one said, let's go here. That's what I want to do for my birthday, and that's what I did.
And Did anyone, any YSL members have anything to say about your decision to go see Lil Wayne at the compounds?
I didn't converse that with anyone. It was what I wanted to do, so I did what I wanted to do.
So how did you all manage to go as a group? If you didn't talk about it.
Maybe that was on some of their minds already to go to that club. I don't know.
I want to back up a little bit to something you said a moment ago in reference to what you testified about yesterday. Yesterday, do you recall telling the jury how you all came up with the name Young Flyman?
Yes.
And today, what is your memory of how you all came up with Young Flyman?
I'm over with objection, sir.
Today, what is your memory?
Today was my memory.
Your Honor, I object to this.
Yeah, I hear that as well, so stop it. If you're talking loud, I can hear you as well. Please don't do that.
So today, what is your memory of how you all came up with the name Young Flyman?
A passion for music. Coming up with a name for the music group.
And why did you all, as 3 founding members, choose the word slide?
Because I often listen to Wayne music. We often listen to Wayne music.
Tell the jury, and this was this pre-2014 that you all formed YSL?
Yesterday I answered that question with, I don't recall the initial date, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm asking you today.
And I got the
Do you
same.
remember the year?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling the jury approximately when it was formed?
If I'm not mistaken, I said that I don't recall.
Do you remember me showing you State's Exhibit 10 Uniform Bravo? I can put it up on the screen. Can we get sharing capability, Mr. Cummings? And that is 10 Uniform Bravo.
It's crazy that this is on 1.5 speed and it's still crawling.
Do you remember seeing that exhibit yesterday and talking about with the jury?
Yes.
And do you remember referencing the date of October 12th, 2014? Are you talking about it?
Yes.
Do you remember telling the jury that YSL was founded at least before that date?
I think I said I don't recall the initial date of it being started.
While I'm not asking you the exact date, are you able today to tell the jury whether YSL began before October the 12th, 2014?
No, I can't answer that. I don't.
Even while looking at an IG post,
So you asked me,
him and I, the founders of YSL, So Brilliant, photo by Thugger Money, posted on October 12th, 2014?
but I stated that I didn't recall.
Okay. So even looking at that, you don't remember whether YSL was formed?
Hold on. What's the basis? Objection. I stand objection.
Does looking at this refresh your memory, whether it was formed before that date or not?
No.
Tone.
Are you able in any way to explain why you would be calling yourself Original Science Line _ Slug and be called a founder of YSL on a date October the 12th, 2014?
No, I can't explain it.
And are you now stating to the jury that you can't give them any time frame when YSL is formed?
Objection. Same objection.
Can you give the jury any time frame whatsoever?
No.
Would you explain how you're able to remember the inspiration for a name and not remember any time frame about when the inspiration came about?
No, I can't explain it.
Are you willing to offer one?
No.
Do you recall, as part of your agreement with the state and with these?
Here we go. Repeat those plea initials, everything he initialed off on, which is good for a prosecutor to do. But she has to keep doing it because her questioning sucks otherwise. And actually, and shout out to Nick Starro in the chat. Thanks for the raid. Good to see you on this side. Shout out to Taybiz TV, who did some great content last night. But I want to ask you guys, if this had been a different prosecutor. Think of if you've watched other trials, if this isn't the first trial that you've watched, if there was a stronger prosecutor questioning Trontavia Stevens, someone that knew how to make sure, the questions were geared towards a yes or no answer, perhaps, not letting certain answers come in, keeping it more concise, not being repetitive. Do you think that a prosecutor could have done some damage to the defense with Trontavia Stevens? Because actually, in a way, I do think so. Nothing that would reach the beyond a reasonable doubt standard, but I do think with the right questions in maybe 2.5 hours worth of questioning this witness instead of a day and a half, if they focus in on some stuff with the wardrobe and the plea deal and did it right, they could have helped put the image of a cohesive gang in the jury's eyes. Again, I don't think beyond a reasonable doubt would come from this particular witness, but Love doesn't even get us close there. It's like she's moving the needle backwards. My opinion there. My opinion there. And yeah, like just shorter questions. Because to me, he's so sympathetic. He seems so genuine. He says he's tired. He's not really part of that life. He reasonably, understandably cannot remember things from 2015, like who he was hanging out with in particular at a club on any given night. I mean, if you go to the club several times a week for months and years, and then you've got Attorney Love here asking you, who was standing near you at the club that night? Can you name people? Can you name everybody that lives on Cleveland Avenue? Like, it's just not effective questioning. You know you're not going to get an effective answer out of those particular questions. And I just don't get it. I just don't get what she's trying to get out of there. Thank you so much, FFS. I think, thank you to the mods. I think they had dropped my Cash App to you. Really sweet of you to ask. And you also had, I was going to say a question. It is a question. I was about to go hang out with Lil Mike and Quez for a Labor Day barbecue, but I'm here instead. Want to join later, Tape Is? Guys, I swear, if I had a mic, I know one mic. Next time I see Mike, if it's while this trial is still going on, I'm just going to call him Lil Mike. He's gonna be like, why are you calling me that? Be like, how's your friend Quez? And just see if they know. Oh, man. But yeah, and if you're asking Tay Biz to join this barbecue, remember, he could be Tay Quez. I appreciate you for the super chat, FFS. And Yedat says, her being in the difficult witness division explains how she asks questions several different ways, fishing for the answer she wants. I don't think she's good with difficult witnesses. I think she's just never been in the spotlight for anyone to be able to criticize her. What do you guys think? Do you think that this is... Like, honestly, I think she makes difficult witnesses more difficult, if that makes sense. Nobody wants to talk to her. We heard it from Woody, of course, in a very hilarious way about was on her knees begging. Left the interview when I wouldn't tell her what she wanted to hear. Great work with difficult witnesses, Love. Same thing. Trying to contact Slug, Tick, Trontavia Stevens without a lawyer. And she asked, why were you willing to talk to Steele and Adams, but not me? Well, my lawyer wasn't with me. You tried to contact me without my lawyer. And Love didn't know how to fix that questioning that she walked herself into. So I don't know. It's actually shocking to me that she is the specialist for difficult witnesses. It really is. And I really think it has to do with, probably no mentorship for that role if their turnover is so high in this DA's office. It seems like the turnover is really high for the prosecutors. When Michael Sprinkle said he's been in this office for 10 years, I feel like he's on the far side. He's an outlier at this point. So, and then Ike says, a stronger prosecutor by even a fraction of a degree wouldn't even be in the courtroom without a ledger, without body, without ballistics, without voluntary witnesses, without more evidence. And guys, Nick Starro also just did a rewatch of Michael Sprinkle. It was a pretrial hearing, his Daubert hearing. Definitely worth rewatching. He also covered a pitch and Zoom witness who was hilarious and very, in my opinion, hostile to Doug Weinstein. So definitely give that a rewatch at some point today because we have Michael Sprinkle coming up as one of the witnesses coming up. And Michael Sprinkle's answers were, maybe he felt like there was a little bit more evidence there for Shannon Stillwell than the other three that were initially charged. They had to drop the charges against Kenneth Copeland, was it Demiki Garlington, and Antonio Sledge. And then Shannon Stillwell, Shannon Jackson were initially the four charged for the murder of Donovan Thomas. And there wasn't enough there, so the three of them had their charges dropped. And the remaining evidence against Shannon Stillwell at that point in time was testimony, or not testimony, but statements from what seems like a jailhouse snitch. Nicholas Robinson was his fake name. Gaither recognized that this person, Spencer Wright, gave a fake name to Detective Thorpe. And they caught him on a jail call speaking to someone else about how he's going to get out soon because he's helping cooperate with detectives on the murder of Nutt. And the other guy on the phone goes, "But you didn't witness that." And then he said, "Shh, not on this call because it's recorded." So very interesting. I think it's going to be very interesting to see Michael Sprinkle come in here because it's going to be exactly, I think, what you're saying, Ike. It might look okay when Love or Hilton questions him on direct, but as soon as they get to cross-examine Michael Sprinkle, and Judge Glanville blocked a lot of questioning from the defense counsels during this Daubert hearing. Now that he's going to be in front of the jury, Michael Sprinkle might be confronted with some very unfortunate facts for the state's case and how they approach this case, how APD approached this case. And I think he seems pretty forthcoming, pretty honest. I think crossing Michael Sprinkle might be one of the best crosses in this entire case because it's going to be exactly what you're saying, Ike. He's going to realize, well, me personally, I wouldn't have brought this. So thank you so much for your super chat, Ike, and your thoughts. Satchel says difficult witness specialist indicates the quality of the Fani Willis bench. And I really think that's the problem, right? We hear about people like Amanda Timpson, who, she takes a role, she's trying to do a good job, watching funding, watching spending, making sure grant money is going for the things it's supposed to go to. And when she tries to keep things in line and raise concerns, she gets shifted out of a department and then eventually shafted. So you have turnover either because people get sick of it and want to leave. We lost Don Geary and I think Lizzie, Rossetti, something with an R is her last name. So Love is really the third prosecutor handling this case as lead. Which, yeah, I guess it's been going on for a long time, but doesn't bring much confidence. So high turnover in the office, and it makes you wonder, the people that stay, like some people stay at the same job forever because they're good at what they do. They love the work. They like their coworkers. Some people stay at their job because nobody really presses on them to do a better job. It's basically like lifelong quiet quitting. So it makes you wonder what caliber, where the bar is when you have a department with high turnover like this. So I think that's probably getting to it. Yeah, she's the specialist, but nobody else was there. Just like Michael Sprinkle, he said there was nobody else in the department, so he was essentially just the head of the unindicted homicide department work. So we'll just fill the roles because nobody else is. Thank you so much for the super chat. Black Butterfly says, and I loved your commentary. Was that on Classy Beats earlier this morning? It was good to hear from you. I was listening, but I was like, oh, Black Butterfly. Sprinkle, AK Harry Potter. Yeah, he does kind of look like that. Does he have a mark on his forehead? Hold on, I have Nick's stream up. So just real quick here. When we say Michael Sprinkle, this is who we are talking about. Right here. Shout out to Nick. You guys make sure you go and give this a watch if you want to get a better idea of what we're talking about with Michael Sprinkle. And then Innocent Bystander, thank you so much. Thank you for giving me my YSL trial fix during the holiday. Absolutely, absolutely. This was not a day off for me, but getting some work done this morning with the help of Classy Beats and Nick keeping me occupied. This is like the fun stuff, right? the happy hour, the after work. So definitely happy to be here and hanging out with you guys. Thanks so much. See how much more love drags this on about this picture we looked at yesterday.
Uniform, thank you. Do you recall me showing you 16 uniform yesterday?
Yes.
And do you recall as part of 16 uniform in section number 3, would you please tell the jury what section number 3 is called?
Special conditions of sentence.
And would you please read verbatim what section B, bravo, of number 3 says?
Defendant shall testify truthfully about all matters related to this case upon which he is questioned at any trial or judicial proceeding stemming from the facts alleged in this indictment.
And you understand that that is what you have obligated yourself to do? Do you understand that that is what you obligated yourself to do?
Yes.
Today, as you remember today, did anyone make you sign this?
No.
And yesterday you said something about being pressured. Who was it that, did anyone at all? Did someone pressure you?
Overruled, sir. Overruled, sir. My words, if I'm not mistaken, they wasn't pressured. I think it was like persuaded.
Do you recall who it is that you're talking about when you say persuaded?
Yes.
And when you say persuaded, what is it that you're using that word in reference to?
Telling me what that person who's doing the persuasion persuading me that this is in my best interest.
And so, did you agree with the person that told you it was in your best interest?
It wasn't a did I agree or disagree matter, because I hired that person to tell me what's in my best interest. So I don't feel like there was a agree or disagree matter.
Did the court tell you anything about whose choice it was to enter into any kind of agreement like this?
Yes.
What was it that the court told you that you remember today?
That is my choice. To make, yeah.
Did you understand what the court said?
Yes.
And what did you understand it being your choice to mean?
That it should come from me.
Did the court say anything to you about whether or not it could be your attorney's choice?
No.
Did the court make clear that it has to be your choice and not your attorney's choice?
Yes.
Did you understand that?
Yes.
So, did you agree with what your attorney said about entering into this agreement being in your best interest?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to correct things that you saw were incorrect as part of this agreement?
Yes.
And did you make corrections when asked to agree or disagree with parts of this document?
Not these initial questions. So I was given 2 sets of questions. I received those questions on the 27th. And
Changes made to the initial sets of questions that you were given?
the first set of questions?
Yes, were changes made from the time you were given the initial set to the time you were given the final set?
Yes, it was a complete change.
And were those changes reflective of conversations you had had with your attorney who then conversed with the state?
Hold on. What's my changes? One more time, I'm sorry.
Did the final document reflect changes that you discussed with your attorney who then conveyed that information to the state?
Yes, but without my permission, I didn't tell her to do that.
But so the yes part, is the yes part to my question about whether it reflected the changes that you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. So the final document is reflective of changes that you discussed with your attorney. Is that an accurate statement?
Can you write down the question for me?
when you first saw the set of questions given to you, and by questions, are you talking about any particular part of this document or the whole document? Y'all look at it. When you say the initial set of questions, which questions on that document are you talking about?
Is this the initial set of questions?
This is 16 uniform. And you said, as I recall, that 16 uniform isn't the set of questions that you initially saw.
Yes.
So on 16 uniform, would you please point out the area that has changes from what you initially saw?
So I said all the questions were different.
All of them?
Yes, from my understanding.
So the current charges, was that section different?
No.
So
So that's what you're asking. I understand what you're asking.
we'll go over, was the negotiated sentence, was that section different?
I didn't even see a point.
That's evidence rules is we're comparing two documents. I don't have that other document.
Your Honor, he is referenced.
I think he's just referencing conversation. So I'm going to overrule your objection, Mr. Steele. Unless there is another document that was.
No, Your Honor, this is something that.
Then I'll overrule the objection, sir.
This, and to be clear, so that the record is clear, the witness has testified about something that I'm not asking him.
Objection to speaking.
I'll sustain the objection. Just go ahead and ask the question, ma'am. So,
Was section 3, the special conditions, were those different?
so
Just, if you don't mind indulging me, were those different?
I didn't even see this. Me and my attorney went over the initial set of questions on via the call box in the jail. I didn't even see any of these papers. She was just reading and talking to me. I didn't see any papers.
Did she go over the factual acknowledgements with you?
No, it was just the questions.
What questions are you talking about?
They're not here.
So, is it your testimony that none of the factual acknowledgements, none of section 4, have you seen any of section 4 before you signed the paperwork? And not on this physical document, but any of it before you got into court and signed it?
Are you saying from these set of questions or the initial set of questions? I thought we were talking about the initial set of questions because
I'm asking you.
basis. I'm overrule the objection, madam.
I'm asking you whether it's your testimony that you have never seen on any medium or ever heard any of the questions of any of the statements under section 4, not necessarily on this piece of paper.
Compound question. Why don't you just repeat
Have you ever?
a little shorter?
Yes, Your Honor. Before you sign this document, had you ever seen or heard any of the questions in the defendant's factual acknowledgements?
What is that?
Here, I'll let you go.
Oh, defendant factual knowledge. All right. So, up under defendant's factual acknowledgements.
I need you to read them, but.
I'm answering. I'm not reading. I'm answering the question.
Okay, just tell me a number. Tell me the number of the questions that you have never seen before you signed the document. Never seen or heard.
Tell you a number. I'm confused. I'm sorry. I'm confused.
Can you just read to yourself did you read the document?
Yes. Yes. So I hope that this can answer your question. I seen this paper, the 28th and the 29th. I hope that can answer your question. I seen this paper, this whole entirety of this paper. My first time seeing this whole entirety of this paper was the 28th and the 29th.
That paper, does it have a DA seal at the top?
Yeah, what's a seal? Like a heading or something? Yes.
And that document, is it dated?
Yes.
What's the date?
December 20th, 2022.
And the question that I'm asking you specifically is not about the physical piece of paper in front of you. It's about, and you have to tell me, you understand the question I'm asking, it's about the questions and statements under defendant's factual acknowledgments, just the statements themselves. Do you understand what I'm asking you?
You finished with the question?
I'm asking you, are you able to tell the jury which of those statements, if any, you saw for the very first time, or you heard for the very first time, the day you signed that physical paper?
I seen. Hold on, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair, what's your objection? What's your objection?
The form of the question is no boundaries.
I'll sustain the question. You can rephrase, madam.
Was the day that you signed this paper the first time anyone ever talked with you about question or acknowledgement number 1?
No.
Was the day that you signed that paper the first time anyone had ever talked with you about acknowledgement number 2?
No.
Was the day that you signed that paper the first time, and let me be clear, read acknowledgement number 1 again.
Defendant Young Slime, aka YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, handset, terminology, who have committed crimes and intend to increase the notoriety, street credit, and reputation of YSL.
Okay, and what is number 2 again?
Defendant is one of the founding members of Young Slime.
And number 3 is the day you signed that paper. The first time anyone ever talked with you about acknowledgement number 3.
No.
What about acknowledgement number 5? Would you read acknowledgement number 5?
When asked by law enforcement about defendant's YSL and Rock Crew Tattoo, defendants truthfully advised law enforcement that defendant is a member of a gang called Rock Crew, but that group is no longer going by that name and now goes by YSL, which originally stood for Young Slime.
Is the day that you signed this paper that you have in front of you the first time anyone had ever talked with you about statement number 5 that you just read?
No.
Go down to statement number 9. Would you read statement number 9 under defendant's factual acknowledgement?
Defendant is a person referred to as Tick in a song by Young Thug entitled Ill, in the verse she getting robbed by Tick.
Is the day that you signed this paper the very first time anyone talked with you about statement number 9 under defendant's factual acknowledgement?
No.
Now, would you read statement number 10 under defendant's factual acknowledgement?
On February 4th, 2021, defendant participated in a group chat with fellow YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, and YSL associate One Elite, aka Shine Like Shawty, wherein Jeffrey Williams stated YSL, we were a kid. Y'all just started bringing me the money. Man, y'all stop playing with me.
Was the day that you signed, are your initials next to statement number 10?
Yes.
Did anyone force you to put your initials there?
No.
Was the day that you put your initials there the very first time anyone talked with you about statement number 10?
No.
Now, who is Boyyyy Lee? How often, or did you associate with Boyyyy Lee? Let's start there.
Yes.
And going to statement number 11, are your initials next to statement number 11?
Yes.
Did anyone force you to put your initials there?
No.
Would you read for the jury statement number 11?
On May 13th, 2021, defendant participated in a group chat with fellow YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, and YSL associates Martinez Arnold, Miles Farley, Quintavious Greer, Antonio Sumner, and Wayne Lee, wherein Jeffrey Williams asked y'all ain't beat him up or shot him yet, then states y'all getting soft.
Was the day that you signed Safety Jet 16 uniform the very first time anyone spoke with you about statement number 11?
No.
Let's look at statement number 12 under defendant's factual acknowledgement. Would you please read statement number 12?
The gas station at 151 Treatment Avenue is a location where YSL associates sell drugs.
Are your initials next to statement number 12?
Yes.
Did anyone force you to put your initials there?
No.
Is the day that you signed State 16 uniform the very first time anyone spoke with you about statement number 12?
No. Ms. Love, can we pause this a second? I think our jurors need to take a comfort break. So we're going to pick up at this point in time. So we're going to be in recess about maybe 5-10 minutes and we'll come back. Okay. All right. All right.
Okay, I think the recess was longer than 5 to 10 minutes, but so something like this with the document, it is something that the prosecutor's going to want to go through and point out line by line, at least the important bits. His plea, he initialed off on quite a few statements that seem extraneous because we didn't get much explanation, and if we did, it's not sticking with me, it hasn't stuck with me, about why some of these last 3 lines were all that relevant, right? Okay, Thug talked about you in a song. Well, you didn't really explain to me why that's supposed to help your case, but you're highlighting it here. You know, my natural conclusion, I'm inclined to think if, you know, Trontavia Stevens was offended because Young Thug said in a song that you rob money from women, it would make me as a juror believe that possibly Trontavia Stevens has beef with Young Thug, would testify against him to spite him, would think negatively of Young Thug, maybe when he shouldn't be, just because he was personally offended and now is just hates everything about Young Thug. But Love doesn't explain the context of these things. She just wants the jury to hear in an open bubble. You initialed this, didn't you? Nobody forced you to initial that, did you? Well, what's the point of it? What's the point of this specific line that you're initialing? So I don't really get where we're going. Wait, hold on. Okay, so 1:45. And we're coming back at like 2:08. Let's get the jury back in.
questioning accordingly, and we'll stop at noon, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Good morning again, Mr. Stevens. On your break from the court recess, did you take Stacy's exhibit 16 uniform with you?
Yes,
Is it why?
it was just stacked up on my papers. It was intentional.
Did you read over it while you
No.
were on break? And did anyone from the state attempt to talk with you?
No.
And did you speak with anyone else?
No.
All right, then I'm gonna give you 16 uniforms, okay?
She came back
And you
from
would
break.
turn to page 4
Quick.
of 5.
Some pep in her step.
So we were talking about number 12 under defendant's factual acknowledgements. Did anyone force you to put your initials next to number 12?
No.
And was the date that you signed State's Exhibit 16 uniform the first time anyone had ever spoken with you about statement made in number 12 under defendant's factual acknowledgement?
No.
Okay, let's go to number 13. Would you please read for the jury State's 16 uniform at number 13 under defendant's factual acknowledgement?
The gas station at 221 Cleveland Avenue is the location where YSL Associates sell drugs.
Are your initials next to number 13?
Yes.
Did anyone force you to put your initials next to them?
No.
And was the date that you signed Stacy's Exhibit 16 uniform the very first time that anyone had ever spoken with you about the statement in number 13?
No.
The factual acknowledgements that you made. If I can grab 16 uniforms.
Can you imagine how much dead space, empty air would be on a rap album featuring Adrian Love? It would basically be instrumental. John Coleman says, I have a theory. This is all fake beefing. When all this is over, Love, Hilton, and Willis will release a rap album, and YSL will also release one. The most strategic promo of all time. Oh my goodness. You guys in the chat need to come up with stage names, artist names for Love, Hilton, and Fonnie. And also this, I saw it and then didn't pull it up. FFS had said, is that smart water from the DA? If so, either they aren't drinking any at all, or it's defective smart water. It clearly isn't working at all. My other question is, hopefully this is just something in the vending machine, right? Like that vending machine's probably contracted out. It's someone's choice to get something out of the vending machine. But if they were providing smart water specifically and had smart water on hand for people, that's kind of pricey. Hopefully it's just vending machine stuff. But thank you so much, you guys, for both of your super chats. And yeah, we're gonna come up with some stage names for these three. This DA's office. And we get throw Sprinkle in the mix. He's already kind of got a artist name.
By putting your initials next to each sentence, what was it that you were meaning to convey? Did anybody read the document?
Yeah, I agree to it.
That you agreed to it?
Yes.
Did you mean to convey as well that you agreed with it?
Yes.
And did you mean to convey that it was a true sentence?
Yeah. I stand objection. Sustained objection.
By putting your initials next to each sentence, were you or was that any kind of acknowledgement that that sentence was in fact true?
Yes.
And is there any statement in defendant's factual acknowledgements that you put your initial next to that you are now saying was not true?
No.
And so, did you have an opportunity to speak with your lawyer about these statements before you got into court and signed the document that is stated 16 uniform?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to tell your lawyer or even the state about any corrections that needed to be made?
Yes.
And did you instruct your lawyer or the state, either one, to make any corrections to defendant's factual acknowledgements?
No.
Did you believe or did you understand that the ability to do that, did you think that it had any kind of consequences? Or did you?
Objection, Your Honor, ambiguous. No.
So when you were talking about something that had changed, it was different. Did you see on 16 uniform, whatever it is that you're saying was changed or was different from when you spoke with your lawyer prior to coming to court and signing this document?
I see something that was changed or different. That was my first time seeing the initial document with my eyes and physically.
When you say the initial document, what are you referring to?
That document.
Physically.
Yes.
And what, for you here testifying today, what significance does that fact have on your signature on this document?
I didn't make any, I wasn't making none of it. I just answered the question.
I didn't hear you.
I was just answering the question. I wasn't saying any significance to it.
Was there any reason that you said that when you signed this document, it was the first time you saw this document? Any reason for the jury?
Yes, with the question that you asked me. It went with the question that you asked me.
Okay. So was the question that I was asking at the time dealing with persuading you or anyone persuading you to sign this document?
I'm talking about the question you just asked me before the last question. That's the question that we saying that went with.
And just for clarity, for the purpose of the record, what question you said?
Oh my gosh.
I can't remember that fast because due to me being tired, but at the time, that's how I was trying to answer the question. If you can repeat it, I can repeat my answer.
Are you going to simply answer the remaining questions truthfully?
Yes. That's all I've been doing, truthfully.
This is so stupid for Love to be doing. I think he's genuine and he gave a good reason why he can't remember word for word a question he was recently asked, especially since the questions are very confusing and Love is asking them in weird ways. But when you have a witness reminding in front of the jury that they're having difficulty remembering stuff, that doesn't look good because you're the one asking them questions, trying to use their answers against the defendants. Like,
So, statement number 9. Defendant is the person referred to as Tick in the song by Young Thug entitled You, in the verse She Getting Robbed by Tick. When or what label was that song released on?
I'm not sure.
Now, when you said that you are one of the founders of YSL, would you please tell the jury the name of each founder of YSL as you understand that word to me?
I answered that yesterday.
Would you please answer it for the jury as you know it today?
Jeffrey Williams, myself, Trentavious Stevens, and Walter Murphy.
And what is it that you were founded when you named yourselves YSL?
At the time, it was a possible.
It was what now?
At the time, it was a possible record label because at the time, they didn't even know the music was going to reach the heights that the music reached.
Who is they? When you say at the time, they didn't know.
I didn't say they.
Okay, I didn't.
I said at the time, man. Yeah, I said at the time, we didn't know the heights that the music was going to reach.
So it was a record label at the time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It ain't you with me. I'm tired. I'm sorry.
You know,
No, I'm good. I can maintain.
now,
I can maintain. I maintain.
when you founded this record label, do you remember where you were when you all came up with the name?
Isn't it? I don't recall.
And when you founded Young Slime Mark along with Jeffrey Williams, is that what you call Mr. Williams? Jeffrey Williams?
That's his name.
I understand. What do you call him?
Call him my brother.
What else?
Bruh.
What else?
Old. I don't know. I don't feel like I call him Young Thug. That's what like people don't know him. I call him brother, my brother. That's how I refer to him. Bruh, my brother.
Ever call him Slime?
I call him brother, my brother.
Have you ever called him Slime?
I probably have.
And when you called him Slime, what was that intended to mean?
It was basically short for what his record label stood for, or what his, yeah, that's nice.
If you were one of the founding members, why did you just refer to the record label as his record label?
Because on paper, it's his record label. The groundwork is his. That's something he built.
So on the date that Stacey exhibit 10 Uniform Bravo, that Instagram post referring to you as one of the original founders,
Yes.
was anything built that day?
I don't understand your question.
You said just now, and I asked you why did you refer to the label as his record label? Do you acknowledge still today that you're one of the founders of Young Slime Life?
Yes.
And if you're one of the founders of Young Slime Life, what does that mean if it doesn't mean it's yours too?
I don't know. Okay. I don't know.
Did you all incorporate the name in 2013 or 2014? Did you start in 2013? Did you incorporate the name Young Slime Life as a record label?
I didn't. I don't know. So.
I know that's technically a different question, but he just clarified that his name is not on the papers. So by you asking this, as a juror, I'd be sitting there going, he already told you that. And now you're trying to use like the bigger word, the technical term, did you incorporate, when he already told you his name is not on the papers? He had nothing to do with the actual paperwork. So why are you asking? What are you trying to get him to say? Just trying to establish that we founded something and suddenly you're not part of it? What is that going to mean? Everybody knows at least one person that has had some type of issue with somebody because we started something together. It could have just been a group project in school. We're supposed to work on something together. It doesn't always pan out that everybody is part of the final product. But love wants to insist that all things must progress linearly and that there's something nefarious to be extracted here. And whatever it is, she's not identifying the argument, the point.
Did you go around referring to yourselves as Young Slime Life?
Yes.
And why is it that you weren't able to tell the jury anything about what happened to a record label? Do you even know if a record label was ever incorporated entitled Young Slime Life?
You just asked me two questions at the same time. Which one you want me to answer?
The one that says, do you know if a record label was ever incorporated entitled Young Slime Life?
I don't know.
Are you able to explain to the jury why you wouldn't know something like that if it was your intention to form a record label when you created or founded Young Slime Life?
No, I'm not able to. I can't explain how business idea transpires. No, I'm not able to.
What were your contributions to Young Slime Life as a founder?
I didn't contribute anything. That's maybe why the reason why I'm not an owner of it or anything. Yeah. I didn't contribute anything.
When you say you didn't contribute anything, what is it that you're referring to not contributing anything to?
Gang, say the gang, the big bad gang.
What did you not contribute anything to?
The question that you asked me.
Was it a record label belonging to Jeffrey Williams that you did not contribute anything to?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the record label that was incorporated is different than the gang that started when you all created Young Slime Life?
I stand objection. You can rephrase.
Would you explain to the jury the difference or the distinction between Jeffrey Williams' record label and the gang Young Slime Life?
Positivity and negativity. Positivity and negativity. The label that Jeffrey Williams created was based on positivity, and the game was negative.
And did the gang precede, did you all form it before Jeffrey Williams started his record label?
Myself is a music label, so music happened first. That was the approach, music.
Mr. Stevens, do you remember your testimony about 15 seconds ago?
Can you rephrase the question? I answered the best of my ability.
Which question do you want me to?
What you asking me?
It's about the question, Your Honor. As a district attorney, just ask questions, not ask.
I don't need your help, Mr. Steele, okay? All right, I don't need your help. You need to give me a basis for the objection, okay? That's all I need from you.
Improper way to ask this question.
Improper foundation?
Foundation form.
Okay, I'll stay in as a form of the question. You can rephrase, madam.
Your Honor, the witness asked a question.
Madam,
Clear.
same thing, okay? Look, just rephrase the question, okay?
Yes, sir. What is it that you need to ask again, Mr. Stevens?
You just said a whole lot. So whatever you feel like that you didn't get my answer to, I feel like I answered your question to the best of my ability. So if you...
I'll explain the problem. You answered that YSL was about music, not gang activity. So in Love's world, that wasn't an answer. That's why she's got to try to ask you the same question 17 more times. That's why we're here. That's why this guy was on the stand. Granted, there was a week-long recess, but from January 3rd to January 29th.
Mr. Stevens, do you understand counsel's question? No, sir. Why don't you just rephrase the question, madam? Back up 2 questions.
Yes, sir. Mr. Stevens, do you recall me asking you what your contributions to Young Slime Life were?
Yes.
And do you recall referring to his record label?
Yes.
Do you recall my asking you why you referred to his record label?
I thought that was the direction your question was going in.
Do you recall me asking you why you referred to his record label?
Yes, you just asked me that.
And so do you recall responding that a record label is something that Jeffrey Williams built?
Yes.
And do you recall me asking you the distinction between Young Slime Life, the gang, and the record label Jeffrey Williams built?
Yes.
And do you recall answering for the jury that the record label was positivity and that the gang was negative?
Yes.
And is Young Slime Life, the gang, the entity, the thing that you were one of the founding members of?
No, I was found of the music.
You were a founding member of the.
If you see what she did there, she took his answer that maybe wasn't the most clear answer, but it seems like his answer was we change Young Slime Life. We change what we're calling ourselves because we want to come off as more positive in our imagery. Love took that answer to be we wanted to change from a gang to a record label. And that isn't what he said in his answer. But she's trying to roll with it.
So I committed crimes while being a part of YSL. So
YSL, Young Slime Life?
Yes.
The gang?
Just YSL.
I'm asking you about Young Slime Life, the gang.
I'm trying to answer the question.
Okay. I'm asking you about Young Slime Life, the gang.
So I committed crimes by being a part of YSL. So by me committing crimes by being a part of YSL, that was basis to say that YSL was a gang. Because
Wait a minute, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I
think he's finished.
Then shout out to Cindy. I've been waiting for this part of the testimony. Cindy earlier had said, Kat, do you remember when DK said the police made them a gang because he committed crimes? Well, look, we have another witness here saying the same thing.
All right, so are you done with your answer?
And it was not responsive.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So this is yes or no?
So,
Sir, please sit down. Please sit down. Thank you. Just please sit down, okay? I don't need any help from you, okay? All right, and there's no objection on the floor. So, all right?
My objection, Your Honor, to that last series is that court, I would ask the court to allow the witness.
He's finished the statement. There's nothing else. If he asks to continue the statement, then fine. But sit down and stop interrupting, Mr. Matthews. Mr. Stevens, are you finished with your last response, or did you finish? Was there anything else you were going to say? But I lost my train of thought, Your Honor. But I mean, you can continue. No. If you weren't finished, we'll let you finish that statement if you wish to. But you.
We'll let you finish. He just said he lost his train of thought, probably because you are screaming in the courtroom. And then because you catch yourself screaming, Now you're going to act like the issue was him not being able to finish the question, but now he can't. He just told you he can't finish it.
You have to, I don't wish to. All right, when you trail off, what happens is that the examiner thinks that you're done, okay? Yes, sir. And that's causing a little bit of confusion because the folks out here think you want to say more things. So if you have more things to say, just go ahead and just continue to talk, okay? Yes, sir, I'm trying to my best. And complete your answer. Yes, sir. Fair enough? Yes, sir, Your Honor. Okay, all right.
Mr. Stevens, what colors are associated with Young's Limelight? Again,
All colors?
Mr. Stevens, would you do me a favor and tell me, you ever heard the word snitch?
Yes.
And what does the word snitching mean to you?
Excuse me, Miss Lowe. Madam in the black, get rid of your gum. Remove yourself from my courtroom and get rid of your gum. In the earrings, you, yes, you, get rid of your gum. I apologize, Miss Lowe.
Shout out to earrings.
All right, madam, you may continue.
You may answer, Mr. Stevens. What does snitching mean to you?
It doesn't mean anything to me, but I'm aware of the term that you, yes, I'm aware.
What is the meaning of the term? What's the definition?
It doesn't mean anything to me, but I'm aware of the term.
How are you aware of the term?
I've heard the term.
How do you understand the term to be used?
Boomerang. So thank you, Black Butterfly. Why is the security behind Tick? And I was just thinking, you know, if he was out there on the floor, he could have gone up to earrings and said, look, whatever you're doing is distracting. Sorry, I have to ask you, but can you like not be distracting? But instead, he's been just hanging out, chilling up here. Just chilling. This whole time. This whole time. Let me go back to Boomerang. Something. There we go.
I'm not aware of the term to be used. Yeah, indicating that a person is a law enforcement or something. Indicating that a person is law enforcement or some nature.
So are you able to use snitching in a sentence?
Yes,
Please use it the way you understand it to be properly used in a sentence.
I heard someone is a snitch.
And please explain how, in that sentence, snitch refers to law enforcement.
Okay.
Why did you use it that way?
I mean, I've seen movies, and that's the direction that the movie was going in. Maybe even used the term. Maybe even got it from our movies.
And the way you understand the term, is it a good thing or a bad thing to be known as a snitch?
I really don't fully understand the term. So this might be a stopping point at this point in time, okay?
Yes, sir.
Given it's pretty close to noon, all right? But thank you. All right.
All right. So this was a half day and they had like 2 recesses in it. And I still think they stopped before noon, if I remember correctly. We are going to move to day 15 where we will get to cross-examination. Hallelujah. So, you know, back when we were on day 15, Law and Crime, all the news stations were splitting their streams up. So we've got to split this in 2 parts. Let me pull it up to when the jury's here. Get to this. Get some captions on. And yeah, this part is only The morning half was pretty short. We'll do 1.5 again. It's still, honestly, that seemed like it was crawling still. So let me know. Ike, I see you guys talking about food. You guys are making me hungry. But Ike said we've got trial food here. Write this down, it's important. Smoked salmon, Philadelphia cream cheese, green onion, chives specifically, pinch of dill, mix, spread on Ritz crackers. Now, see, I'm not a big fish fan. I don't know if I've ever tried smoked salmon. I do like regular salmon compared to other seafood, like grosses me out. But I do like salmon. But oh my gosh. Let me tell you how much I love a good bagel with cream cheese. I don't even really care what kind of bagel. But one of my favorite things, and I haven't had a bagel with cream cheese in so long. So I don't know about the smoked salmon, but definitely yes to everything else. Now I'm really, really hungry. And then FFS says, guys, good vibes in the chat. I do think when a comment is removed, it's just not displayed. So on channels that I mod in, YouTube will actually flag certain comments. I don't know what it is. Not always, like mods can still mod on their own, but YouTube will often flag certain things for review. So sometimes when you think your comment was removed, it might not have actually been manually by a mod. A mod can review it and then I think choose to undo it. So I've only recently started modding on other channels, so I'm not actually sure that what I'm talking about is 100% correct. But I do know that YouTube can retract comments for approval first. But yeah, so shout out to you though for, you said someone removed it, rightfully so, because it was out of pocket. And thanks so much for your support for the channel, FFS. Angie Lease, see, we got to come up with a new term. We always say you're sprinkling the gifts in the chat, dropping them one by one. But we have Michael Sprinkle coming up. So we could either stick with it and make sure we know that you are Sprinkle KLE, not Michael Sprinkle. But thank you so much, Angie Lay. Appreciate you. Say thank you to Angie in the chat. She's always gifting memberships. And we get to see her awesome dog every time. And then Don Allen says, this speaks volumes to the level of corruption in Glanville's courtrooms that he would see nothing wrong with the deputy hovering over a witness. Yeah, so you've got the deputy standing there like the whole time. I don't think it was as bad yesterday. The deputy was going up there back and forth, day 13. I don't think the deputy was standing there for such prolonged periods of time, although the deputy movement was a lot more frequent than I remember in recent days. But man, day 14, just hovering there the entire day. Like, just odd. And then after all of that, you guys pointed out in the chat, everybody's snacking, drinking. Half the time, Glanville's chomping cough drops in the microphone himself. But somebody in the courtroom is chewing gum, and they get lashed at by the name Earrings. And I get that a judge can control their courtroom, but that just seemed a little bit selective. A little bit selective. So here we go. We're going to, I think we just got the jury in. We've got it on 1.5. We're going to finish up on direct, hopefully. And that won't be the end, by the way, because after cross, they do some redirect. But let's finish out love for now. Atkins is relegated to the back table. All right. YouTube hates me.
Good morning, Mr. Chief.
Come on.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Did you get enough rest this weekend?
Yes.
Good. Did you have a chance to speak with Mr. Steele again this weekend?
No.
Did you speak with Mr. Adams again this weekend?
No.
Did you speak with Jeffrey Blakes?
No.
All right. So picking up where we left off from last week, you spoke about having to disassociate YSL or Young Slimelight from Rock Crew. Would you tell the jury why it was necessary to disassociate from Rock Crew and rebrand yourself as YSL or Young Slimelight?
Come on. I feel like, so all the guys that was rock crew, they was like older than me. Felt like it was time for me to start hanging around people my age.
But why was it necessary to disassociate yourself from Rock Crew and rebrand Rock Crew as Young Slimelight?
Your Honor, I have two objections.
All right, basis,
Offense not in evidence about rebranding and asking.
overruled, sir. I felt like I was hanging around a whole bunch of older guys who I really didn't have nothing in common with. And it was time for me. I felt like I didn't want to do that anymore.
But why did you have to rebrand Rock Crew as Young Slimelight?
I didn't want to feel like I was going to still be a knowledge of like hanging around the older guys or doing stuff that the older guys were doing.
Did you testify last week that you, Walter Murphy, and Jeffrey Williams are the founders of Rock Crew, of Young Slimelight?
Yes.
All right. And did you testify last week when you spoke, we needed to get away from the gang activity that Rock Crew was known for? And so we changed our name to Young Slimelight.
Yes.
Who is the we that you were speaking about when you spoke to the jury?
People who I grew up with, my age group, my brothers, all the names I gave.
What, those people were not, were those people founders of Young Slimelight?
No.
Okay, so why then would the founders of Young Slimelight need to rebrand from Rock Crew?
Why did I rebrand from Rock Crew to YSL?
You said last week, you did not,
Yes.
that we, you did not say you.
Yeah.
You said we, so why did we, as you put it, need to rebrand to Young Slimelight?
So that, using the we word wasn't even like intentionally. That's just the direction I was saying.
What does that mean?
Oh my gosh.
That the words I was using wasn't like thought out. I'm just answering your question to the best of my ability.
Okay. Were you trying to be honest at that time when you said we needed to get away from Rock Crew?
I'm being honest the whole time.
Specifically, when you spoke of the we that needed to get away from Rock
Yes, I was being honest.
Crew. And do you recall what you said about needing to get away from Rock Crew being known for committing criminal street gang activity?
Yes, we as in everyone who was willing to do something else. That's we as in it. Yeah.
Were we not talking about the founders of Rock Crew, of Young Slimelight?
So a lot of stuff being said, and I'm trying to my best ability to follow the questions and follow with my answers.
Who is telling you a lot of stuff?
You asking me a lot, not telling me, asking me a lot of stuff.
Was there any part of what I asked you last week that you didn't understand?
Yes, but I'm making my best to process it.
And do you feel like you can't ask me to clarify?
I feel like you can ask, does anybody in the chat feel like they can ask Love to actually clarify anything? What a question.
Not without like, I don't know. You said, no.
You haven't asked me to clarify?
You asked me, do I feel like I can't?
So you do understand that you can ask me to clarify?
Yes, that's understood.
Okay. And did you ask me to clarify that before you explained to the jury why we, as you put it, needed to separate ourselves and disassociate from Rock Crew?
I didn't ask you that because I'm trying to do my best ability to follow up and not keep saying that I don't understand.
Last week, when I asked you whether there were members who were Rock Crew in this courtroom besides yourself, you said that there were none. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Which of these defendants in this courtroom right now are members of YSL Young Slimelight, the gang?
All of them.
And by all of them, would you please call them by name?
Quay, Rod, other Quay, Thug, SB, and Yak.
You said Thug, so you do call Jeffrey Williams Thug?
Yeah.
And Yak, is that Diamante Kendrick?
Yes.
SB, is that Shannon Stillwell?
Yes.
The two Quays, is that Marquavius Huey?
Yes.
And Camardius Nichols?
Yes.
Lil Rod, is that Rodelius Ryan?
Yes.
Now, does telling on your friends to a jury make you a rat?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Why don't you know?
I don't feel like telling the truth should make you a good or a bad person.
I'll put this up. Do members of YSL call Jeffrey Williams King Slime?
Yes.
And is Slime Life Shorty a part of YSL?
Yes.
And when we say YSL, are we still talking about Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Is Slime Life Shorty's real name Boyyyy Lee?
Yes.
Is everything YSL raps about make-believe?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
You don't know whether any of what YSL raps about is true?
I will rule the objection. I mean, I don't know if it's true. They can rap about the amount of money that they have, and I don't know the amount of money that they have.
I did not ask you if everything is true. I asked you if everything they rapped about is make-believe.
I don't know. I don't know if they tell the truth or tell a lie. I don't know.
Do you know whether some of what they say is true?
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Can you say it again? You can answer the question again.
Do you know whether some of what they say is true?
It could be some truth in some of the songs.
That's not what I asked. I asked if you know whether some of what they say is true.
I don't know.
You don't know whether you know?
I'm asking, you asked me,
Okay, I'm surprised the defense didn't object for this repetition right here.
did I know if some of the stuff, I don't know. I'm not in the head, I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Have you heard Jeffrey Williams rapping about Rockford?
He may have. That's a long time ago.
How do you know it's a long time ago?
I'm asking if, like, I'm saying, like, he may have, but if it is, it's a long time ago. I don't think, like, no.
When would it have been that he would have been rapping about Rockford?
I guess towards the beginning of the career.
Do you know as a founder, when you say the beginning of his career, are you talking about the beginning of his career with Young Slime Life?
Yeah, the beginning of rapping. You asked me about rapping. Yeah.
Do you know why Jeffrey Williams would be rapping about Rock Crew?
No.
You testified that you associate often with Jeffrey Williams, SB. Would you name for the jury the other members of Young Slime Life, the gang? Is Christian Evans a member of Young Slime Life, the gang?
I really don't even know him.
Have you never seen him?
I seen him.
Does he have YSL tattooed on his face?
I don't know. I don't even feel like I've been that close to him. Till I study him, I don't know for real.
Why was it that you chose to put YSL and permanent ink on your body?
He has so many tattoos. Like, it's not
I
like
don't know. Yeah.
the one tattoo I get is gonna be YSL because it
I
means
really don't
so
have an answer for
much.
that. I just chose to do it.
I appreciate your honesty. Is a trap a place where people sell drugs?
Yes.
Does YSL have a trap that they call the web?
No.
Does YSL have a spot that they call the web?
Yes.
What is the address of the web?
2531 Brownsville Road.
2531
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. 25.
Brownsville Road?
Yes.
Do YSL members call Jeffrey Williams Spider?
Yes.
Going back to other members of Young Slime Life, would you tell the jury whether there are other members of Young Slime Life that you associate with?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury the names of those people? Do you associate with Boyyyy Lee?
Yes.
How often do you associate with Boyyyy Lee?
Often?
Do you associate with Quantavious Greer?
Yes.
How often?
Often?
Is Quantavious Greer Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Is he a member of Young Slime Life again?
Yes.
Is Quantavious Greer Thug's brother?
Yes.
What about Miles Farley? Is Miles Farley a member or associate of Young Slime Life again?
Yes.
Is Martinez Arnold a member of Young Slime Life again?
Yes.
Is Martinez Arnold also called Duke?
Yes.
What about Durante Beebe?
Yes.
Is Durante Beebe called B also?
No.
What do you call him?
Baby. Baby?
And Beebe, is he a member of Young Slime Life again?
Yes.
Is Javaris Bradford or Suda a member or associate of Young Slime Life again?
No, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
What about Damone Blaylock or Bob?
No, them guys young. I don't know what they go by.
Javon Fleetwood or Fortray or Psycho? Is he associated with Young Slime Life again in any way?
I don't know what he go by either.
Now, when you're saying I don't know what he go by, what do you mean?
I don't know if he young sign like.
Do you believe that he may be something else?
No, but I don't know. I just don't know if he say that he young sign like.
Yeah. How do you know that the other people we just talked about are members of Young Slime Life again?
By association, I guess.
Can you explain?
Cause we all hang with each other.
Demetrius Darlington, is he a member of Young Slime Life?
Yes.
And you talked about one of the nicknames for Demetrius Darlington last week. You said it's Lil D.
Mm-hmm.
Is Demetrius Darlington also known as Scarface?
Yes.
Does he spell Scarface with C's in them? Does he spell the word Scarface with C's in the name? Or does he spell it with SXARFAXE?
I ain't gonna ask him to spell it.
Have you ever seen it on Instagram?
I thought his name on Instagram was 30D. D.
Did you ever have an Instagram handle _1slug?
Yes.
Did you have that Instagram handle in 2021 and 2022?
Yes.
And did you communicate with other members of Young Slime Life via Instagram?
Yes.
Did you also communicate with members of Young Slime Life via FaceTime?
Yes.
Were there any particular times that you would prefer to use FaceTime over a regular phone call?
Yes.
What times were those? When you're talking to members of YSL?
Oh, geez, that's the microphone.
Go ahead, man.
I prefer FaceTime over any form of like communicating. It's kind of what the iPhone was made for.
And just so it doesn't go away too quickly, Amy, thanks for being a member for 1 month. Thanks for coming over here and hanging out. You were so nice, sweet, and accommodating over this morning in Classy Beats stream. Guys, I just dropped a link. Didn't want you to miss it, to Classy Beats channel. This morning he did a live. It was a rewind on Mooktook's plea. So we're going to see apparently one of the next 10 witnesses, depending on if the state rearranges. I don't know exactly when he'll be called. My guess is he will be called this week unless something comes up. But if you want to get a sneak peek at what is part of Antonio Sledge or Mooktook's plea deal, there's different facts that are included in his plea deal that he needs to, as part of his plea agreement, be willing to testify to at trial. So we're getting a sample of this by rewatching Jontavius Stevens. Some of the things he's saying, he signed off that he would testify to right here and right now while he's on the stand. But Classy really did a full rundown of Mooktook's plea hearing. If you want to get the deets on what to expect when he takes a stand, maybe this week, grab that link in the chat. And again, thank you so much, Amy, for coming to hang out with us today. They buffer me every time I've been hitting play today.
FaceTime.
Who knows?
I mean, like, that's what I feel like.
Is Quindarius Zachary a member of YSL or Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Do you know how long he has been a member of Young Slime Life?
Not to the exact.
Was he one of the founding members?
No.
Kenneth Copeland, was he a member of Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Do you know how long Kenneth Copeland has been a member of Young Slime Life?
Not to the exact. No, not to the exact. You think?
Not to this day.
Not to the exact.
Can you estimate?
Not for a while.
Does the while go back as far as 2015?
Yes.
Does it go back as far as January 1st of 2015?
Yes.
Does it go back as far as November of 2014?
Yeah.
What is the nickname or what do you call Quindarius Zachary?
D.
And what do other members of Young Slime Life call Quindarius Zachary?
D.
What about Kenneth Copeland?
No, that's actually interesting because he said D for both Demikian Garlington and Zachary, who, you know, we've had that drilled in our head now that Zachary is Lil D. But he sticks to just D and D for the two of them.
What do members of Young Slime Life call Kenneth Copeland?
Woody.
Woody?
Yeah.
Demise McMullen. Is he a member of Young Slime Life? You know him?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you and other members of Young Slime Life call Demise McMullen Nard?
Yes.
Aquarius Mender, do you know him?
Yes.
Is he a member or associate of Young Slime Life again?
I say associate.
Is he a member of Young Slime Life? Or associate?
Yeah, associate.
How do you distinguish between being a member and an associate of Young Slime Life?
I feel like associate because like I don't know him too well.
Jaden Myrick, is he a member of Young Slime Life?
No, I don't know him at all. I mean, I know him from the indictment, but for the street, I haven't been around him on the street, so.
Antonio Skidge,
Yes.
he's a member?
Yes.
How long has Antonio Skidge been a member of Young Slime Life?
For a while.
And again, just give me an estimate for you.
Yeah, you can say as far as 2015, 14.
He was a member of Young Slime Life in 2014.
I said you can say as far as 2014 or 15.
Thank you. What do members of Young Slime Life call Antonio Skidge?
Moulton.
Moulton?
Yes.
Kelvin Treadwell?
You got a nickname?
OG Bentley?
Yeah.
He's a member of Young Slime Life?
Yes.
For how long?
You can use the same date for 2014, 15.
What about Antonio Sumlin?
Yeah.
How long has Antonio Sumlin been a member of Young Slime Life?
You can use around the same time frame.
What do members of Young Slime Life call Antonio Sumlin?
Obama.
Jimmy Winfrey. Is Jimmy Winfrey a member of Young Slime Life?
Yes.
How long has Jimmy Winfrey been a member of Young Slime Life?
You get the same time frame.
Around the same time frame?
Yeah.
And what do members of YSL or Young Slime Life call Jimmy Winfrey?
Roscoe.
Roscoe?
Yeah.
Would you tell the jury some of the crimes that YSL has committed to increase its street credibility?
Oh, I'll stand as the form. You can rephrase.
I thought this was almost, how much longer is she doing this?
As Casey did, 16 uniform. Right? I'll ask you if you recall, number one, in 16 uniform, the very last sentence.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can do the rest of
And
direct
did
you guys.
Did you testify truthfully when you signed 16 uniform that Young Slime Life is an organization? You're all right.
I'm overruled the objection, Mr. Steele.
Did you testify truthfully when you signed the statement in the 16 uniform that Young Slime Life is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
Yes.
Okay, so she's going to get through the rest of these questions. They are going to take a, this might have been a recess because they split the day in 2. So I think that was just a recess. I do want to see her questioning on the same picture we already heard about. And then we will skip to cross-examination, you guys. Then we will skip to cross.
Uniform with permission to share the screen. We're gonna put it up on the screen in front of you. Would you tell the jury who it is that we are looking at in State's Exhibit 11 uniform?
Mickey Clarkson, D.
Who else?
Emmy. Okay.
Point to the jury where you are on that photograph.
I'm in the back.
And what is it that you're doing with your hand?
It look like I'm pointing up.
And what color is the outer article of clothing that Demetrius Darlington is wearing?
Red.
What color is the hat that he is wearing?
Red.
What color is the hat that you are wearing?
Red.
Do you still claim sex, money, murder?
I told you I claimed sex, money, murder.
Do you still claim sex, money, murder?
No.
What is one of the colors, the primary color for sex, money, murder?
Red.
I'm not showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 11 uniform.
Okay, and then the rest of the time she goes into tattoos and all of that. So I think we don't get to steal until after they do their lunch break. And Law and Crime had split this day up. But just so you know, that went on and on and on and on and on and on and on. All of that. What I think a different prosecutor could have condensed down into 2.5 hours. Should be much different. Oh my God, she's still going. More pictures, guys. More pictures. The door is red. That's incriminating. Where do we get Steele on cross? I'm positive it's day 15. Did I miss him? Okay. Let me go backwards. Steele. Maybe it says bubble where it says a lot of people played. Oh my God, the camera guy. I'm just going to listen because the camera guy does not move away
I
from
was
him.
arrested and expelled from school. Is that the first?
What has already been admitted as State's Exhibit.
All right, I think we're caught up to where Steele comes in with cross. And then thank you, Neek, for time isn't soap. Time isn't soap, but it can wash the dirty washing. I mean, I don't know about that in this trial specifically, and I'm only saying that because I think it's televised. So a lot of the things that I think could have been swept under the rug were tuned into just because it's available. But that's not the case in a lot of other trials that don't either one have the attention or two the transparency. But I totally get what you're saying. Thank you for the super chat. And then Yedat says, unless Sledge says it's Woody/threat that killed Nut, YSL is cooked. He's not going to renege and take that 15. And since Woody is YSL, we'll say it furthered the gang. Yeah, so this is actually good context here. Let's see. So I had booked from C. Melson, who brought like a good summary if you did not get to catch Classy Beats or any other context surrounding Antonio Sledge slash Munktunk. So this is what Yeda is getting at and why. So Munktunk probably after Woody, unless the state is up to something different, but it's very similar to Tick's plea deal, except there's a little more. Antonio Sledge, Munktunk, has 15 years over his head. He's 10 years older than Thug and them, but I hope he doesn't allow the state to coerce him and do their dirty work. And remember, this is the same witness that Love and two others met with at a coffee shop. Shart knows about it and had asked if there was any Brady material from that meeting. Yeah, so we'll have to find out. And Antonio Sledge's lawyer was there, so maybe that's how we're finding certain things out. But yeah, I think there's a lot more hanging over Munktunk's head here. So Antonio Sledge, he might not be cooperative. He might not be forthcoming. He might not get into the talking that Woody did. Plus, with Woody, I mean, I think there was plenty of us to ask questions about because they ended up playing, some 16 hours of police interviews. So Sledge is going to be a different ballpark from both Tick and from Woody. And I think a lot more over his head that he wants to stick with. He doesn't want his reduced sentence overturned. So definitely going to be an interesting one to watch. And I do expect he honestly might take the stand tomorrow after redirect of Woody. So I do expect to see him this week. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let me get 1.5 speed, you guys. You guys let me know if you want to change it with steel.
Good afternoon. Mr. Stevens, you are the youngest of 3 children to your mother. Is that fair to say? Yes. And you told us an older brother who I believe is 34 years of age. Is that right? Yes. And he works with Argo Cement? Yes. You have another older brother he's 33, right? Yes. And he works with the Clorox company? Yes. And then you today are approximately 30 years old. Is that right? Yes. Okay. And your 2 brothers and you each have different dads. Is that fair to say? Yes. And you didn't know your father at all till well into your teenage years. Is that true? Yes. And God forbid your mother passed when you were 18 months. Is that right? Right. Now, you told the jury some of your upbringing, and it's always been in Cleveland Avenue area. Is that fair to say of Atlanta? Yes. And I'd like to talk about some of your education and what went on during school, all right? Yes. Do you remember, and I understand you're not good at math, so you just tell me if this is right or not, okay? You remember being in the 6th grade, being about 11 years of age approximately? Yeah. Somewhere like 11, 10, 12 years old. And you were born on April 26th of 1993. True? Yes. Okay. So if you're approximately 11, would you think through with me, would that be year like 2004 in the 6th grade? Yeah, yeah. And do you remember your teacher doing what I'll call a science experiment in the 6th grade? And do you remember that you liked that science experiment and wanted to do it yourself? You wanted to duplicate it? Yeah. But for whatever reason, the chemicals didn't match up and your chemical compound exploded. You've described in the past it's like a bomb. Is that right? Yeah. And for trying to do that experiment, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what happened to you. I was arrested and expelled from school. And is that the first time that you went to the what you called, I think you call it juvenile detention center, if not, just tell the jurors what you call it. Yeah, juvenile detention. And some of them may know what it is, but that's the jail. Yeah. And for juvenile, it's people under 17 and younger. Does that sound right? You can stay till older, but that's generally right. Yeah, 21, I think. Yeah, 21, I think. Could be up to 21 years of age and younger, right? Yeah. And you're in there at 11. Fair to say? True. True. And before being taken into this juvenile detention center at age 11, you were living with your 2 brothers and your grandmother, your mother's mother, your grandmother on your mother's side. Is that true? Yes. And so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury know your grandmother, hardworking person, right? Yes. You still live with her. Is that at times? Is that true? No, I stay with her. And she worked most of her career at different laundromats. Is that true? Yes. And she would take in the clothing, she'd wash the clothes, she'd do whatever it takes in the laundromat, if you know what she did. Yeah. Okay. And because she was working so hard, if you remember, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury how many times she was able, I'm not saying she did it to be callous or mean, but how many times did she come visit you in that juvenile detention facility? When she could? Couldn't hear you. When she could? Would the answer be, and I understand when she could, but would the answer be 0? No. Okay. All right. Now, you spent approximately a year. Is that true in the juvenile detention center? Yeah. I was in and out of, so my whole juvenile? No, I'm talking about just the first time. Oh, no, not the first time. Were you sent home or were you put into a group home? I eventually got sent to a group home. Okay. And tell ladies and gentlemen jury what a group home is. A house well. A group on, a house with other, like juvenile delinquents, I guess so they won't have to keep you in jail at such a young age, so they send you to a home, a group home with other, yeah, juvenile delinquents.
You eventually got returned to your grandmother's home and lived with your two brothers. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And if you were approximately 11 years of age when you went into the juvenile detention center in the 6th grade, were you approximately 2 years later, about 13 years of age, when you went back to school and lived with your grandmother and two brothers?
Yeah, that seems about right.
Okay. And then in the 8th grade, that would have been about 2006. Does that sound right?
Yeah, 2004, 6th grade, yeah, 2000, yeah.
2 years after 2004. Okay. And in the 8th grade, by this time, had you learned a lot about gangs and in the juvenile detention center?
Yes.
And hand signs of gangs and having people staple these little pricks into your body to try to make tattoos and markings on your body?
Yes.
All that happened. And when you got into the 8th grade, do you remember being arrested for firing a gun at a party?
Yes.
And you got charged with the crime of aggravated assault. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Also, in the 8th grade, do you remember being arrested for a theft or stealing a lot of laptops from the school? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you went back to the juvenile detention center approximately age 13. Is that fair to say?
I can't really put the numbers with, I mean, like the time, but I was in my juvenile life.
Do you remember, if you don't remember, it's fine. Remember being sentenced to a year in the juvenile detention center at that time?
I remember doing a year in juvenile.
Okay. So if we add a year to 2006 in the 8th grade, that would be approximately your release again in 2007. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And you would have been at that time approximately 14 years of age. That sound about right?
Yeah.
And is that pretty much where it ended for your formal education?
I went to high school.
Mm-hmm.
That what you asked me?
Yeah.
I went to high school.
Okay. Now, in 2007, were you familiar with a place called Jonesboro South?
Yeah.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, what is Jonesboro South to you?
A neighborhood by Cleveland.
And were you aware, and do you remember if Jonesboro South ever closed, meaning shut down?
Yeah.
It's a housing project, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And the city of Atlanta shut it down, if you know?
I don't know how it got shut down.
Okay. Were you aware they were shut down in year 2007?
No, I don't know when it got shut down.
Do you remember about the age of 14, Jeffrey Williams first coming over to Cleveland Avenue area to live with some family members? You would be age 14.
That could be true. I really don't.
I couldn't hear you. I apologize.
Say that could be true. I really can't put down.
Okay. Did you know that Mr. Williams came to Cleveland Avenue from the Jonesboro South apartment complex closing? How about that? Were you aware he used to live in Jonesboro South?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you aware of Jeffrey's age compared to your age?
Yeah.
Do you know Jeffrey's date of birth?
Yeah.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury?
August. I was 8.
Okay.
No, I know I was 8.
You said it's in August?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. And what year compared to you, if you know?
No. I better know the exact date. I don't know the year.
That's okay. Is Jeffrey approximately a year and a half older than you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now, when you were back living with your grandmother and your two brothers, were there times that you were hungry? Did not have enough food?
Yeah.
Okay. And when Jeffrey was living in Cleveland Avenue area with family members, were there times that he did not have food? If you know.
Yeah.
Do you know how many siblings, that means brothers and sisters, that Jeffrey had living with him in Cleveland Avenue area approximately?
Nah, I don't know how many you got though.
How many?
6 girls, 5 boys.
Okay. So 11 total children?
Yeah.
Now, around that time I'm talking about, when Jeffrey first comes into Cleveland Avenue area and you're living there with your grandmother, Okay, that's the time period I'm focused on, okay? I'd like you to focus on that time. Were there times that there were no utilities in your house, meaning at times there was no electricity or heat, air conditioning, water, things like that? Did that happen?
In my house?
Yeah.
No.
How about Jeffrey's house?
It may could have been.
Were there times that you were hungry and you had no money to buy something to eat?
Yeah, but it was because I didn't want to eat what my grandma had though.
Okay. And did Jeffrey ever share his last dollar with you to split food? Did that ever happen?
I recall McDonald's had a $3 meal. Yeah, we used to pitch in and help out to get that one double cheeseburger $3. Yeah, we used to help out with that.
And you guys would split the meal. Is that fair to say?
Or if somebody had the money, the other person would pay if there was some money.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, if we found $3. I mean, we put together $3 to get the McDonald's meal.
You took care of each other. Fair to say?
Right.
And you and Jeffrey became close at that young age. Is that right?
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
You referred to him earlier in your testimony last week as your brother.
Yes.
Big Chick Samantha, this is crazy to hear. I feel horrible for the guys, innocent or not. My brother was unalived by police my freshman year. The school hit me with truancy that same year. The judge knew why I missed school and didn't care. Like, if you can't get support from your school when you lose a family member, and thank you for sharing this, and I'm about to give a hypothetical because I don't know if it applies to your specific situation. But if you lost a family member, that means the rest of your family members are also dealing with grief. So your family, and when you lose somebody, your family might not be in the best position to be helpful to other family members. So if places like your school don't want to help you, don't want to be understanding, and then on top of it, they make it a new issue. You get in trouble for missing school because you're bereaving. You have bereavement, your grief. That all just stacks up. And thank you for sharing, because that does not sound like an easy story to talk about, bring back up. But that really happens, and it just shows you schools. We put so much trust in schools. We're going to send our kids there, and I know different schedules, but like 8 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon. Hopefully they're good while they're there. But then here you have an example of a school adding a layer onto a very stressful situation. And stuff like that just bothers me. I feel really lucky because the school I went to for a few years after we moved, I was there for like 2 years, and it was during SAT prep and all that stuff, getting ready for college. My mom ended up moving, and my guidance counselor was fighting with one of my professors to not get me kicked out. Because I wasn't technically living in the district anymore. And sometimes because of the drive, when the weather was bad and my mom lived in the Catskills, it took like 3 hours to drive to school instead of 45 minutes because of ice through the mountains. And my guidance counselor really went to bat for me. And I feel like my life would have been totally different if I didn't have that advocate. And it's just crazy to think about that. Not only is your school not being an advocate for you during that time, but they created a problem, an extra problem that you had to deal with. And it's just something that really pisses me off. like I was really, really lucky, because I would not have submitted my SAT scores, done my college applications. I was really, really grateful for that guidance counselor. But yeah, shout out to Mixed Chick Samantha. That is a big story to share and tons of food for thought from it. So thank you for sharing, and thank you so much for the super chat. And also, I agree. So kind of in the same vein here, right? Sam is saying Brian humanizes these witnesses while the prosecutors, who are part of the community, use them as tools to be discarded, just to get out the answers that they want to get out, and just keep pressing the button if we don't get the answer that we want. You're a machine. It's almost like they're treating them like Chat GPT. All right, hey, give us an answer about how YSL is a gang. Oh, we don't like that response. Let's try again. Like, just dehumanizing. And also, I really felt like Love was very condescending in some of her lines of questioning. And that's a whole separate issue. But it's not very helpful if you want your witness to give you the answers that you want. Brian Steele's humanizing. It could be authentic. It could be pure strategy. It could be a little bit of both. But it's like Love doesn't even try to humanize. And I really don't understand why, because even if you're fake about it, just be nice. Just be more understanding. She doesn't even want to give an inch. Thank you so much, Sam. And then Classy Beats, thanks so much. Shout out to Kat and all your amazing content. Congrats on the growth, and y'all get those likes up. Salute to the amazing Amy. Heck yeah, shout out to Amy for reminding me to get my butt over here. And guys, I'm starting late tomorrow. And I'm sure, Class, it's been a while, so Classy's link is probably long gone at this point. I'm going to share it again in the chat. But I know you said you were starting at like 9, like right on time, right? You said you're going to give like a 15-minute window because you think court's going to start late, but essentially on time. Guys, hang out with Classy Beats in the morning. I'm sure the usuals also will be going live. I never know if it's going to be AV or TLA on which channel they're going to be on, but I'm sure they'll be streaming. If Tape is, if you're in the chat, let us know if you're streaming in the morning. But tomorrow, guys, I'm going to start at noon. I'll be lurking in the chats through some work meetings. I'll be hanging out in Classy's chat, lurking in the bushes up until lunchtime, and then we'll start from the beginning. So if you're looking for something to do in the morning, all right, he says 9:30. So 9:30, which is good. You'll miss the probable recess that they'll have to take when the state has an issue with one of the witnesses they plan to call after Woody. I'm sure something's going to come up. But in the morning, come hang out with me in the chat over there. So it'll be a good time. And thank you so much for coming in and hanging out with us tonight as well on this rewind. And you're lucky you came at the right time because we just got done listening to Love.
Is that how you think of him?
Yeah.
Now, did there come a time that you realized that Jeffrey was very smart? Or is he very smart in your opinion?
Yes.
And is he artistic? Meaning he's good drawing?
Yeah.
And he likes fashion?
Yeah.
And he's musically talented. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you wanted to be a chef, right?
Yes.
Now, watching Jeffrey from the time you met him, how dedicated was he, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, to becoming a musical sensation or artist, popular artist? How hard did he work?
He worked very hard. He worked hard.
Have you ever seen anyone work harder at trying to become something in your whole life than Jeffrey?
I ain't really ever seen anybody trying to become one in my life.
And is it fair to say that Jeffrey had a mission to become a popular rap artist, musical artist?
That's fair.
Couldn't hear you.
That's fair.
Now, when Jeffrey was trying to become an artist and working hard, where would he go, or was it all the time that he was trying to learn how to speak fast, how to rhyme words, what to come up with? Were you there with all that? Were you watching him work?
Say it again?
Yeah. No, it's not that. Jeffrey was working hard to learn music and how to present. Where was he doing it? Was it in studios, in homes, everywhere, in the street, social media?
I'm gonna say social media went popular then, but yeah, home, studio, where we all got it, yeah.
Okay. And do you know who Jeffrey's inspiration was in music?
Yeah.
Tell the jurors.
Lil Wayne.
And tell the jurors about Lil Wayne's music to you. What was it like? What did it convey?
Convey?
That's my fault. I'm asking bad questions. Why do you like Lil Wayne's music?
I don't know. The cadence.
Okay. By the cadence, you mean like the beat?
Yeah, his overall sound, his beat, his lyrics.
And about the lyrics, could you identify with what Lil Wayne was saying about the lyrics?
Could I identify?
Yeah. Did that strike you as something that, yeah, I've experienced that, I've seen that? Did he talk about, what did Lil Wayne talk about or sing about or rhyme about?
Growing up in projects and women and drugs.
Stuff that you had some experience with or have observed, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as Jeffrey was trying to promote himself, would you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, whether he copied, that's my word, Lil Wayne, tried to be like Lil Wayne?
Yeah.
Did Jeffrey sound like Lil Wayne? His voice and lyrics?
Yeah, he tried not to be a video.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Did Jeffrey, did Lil Wayne have face tattoos? Do you remember tattoos on his face? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Did Jeffrey eventually get tattoos on his face?
Yes.
Did you get tattoos on your face?
Yes.
Had you ever seen anyone before Lil Wayne in rap who had tattoos on their face, if you know?
Okay, do you guys want to do 1.75? Because there is a lot of pausing here. Let me know. I also love this message from Linda here I have on the screen. Shout out to Linda. Shout out to our teachers doing good things out here. Linda says, I'm a teacher working with a lot of, quote, troubled teens. It breaks my heart, I'll just say. We are working so hard against the odds for our kids. Not just the big system, but crappy families, abuse, drugs. And I think the secondary layer there is, you know, sometimes you don't know the full story of what's going on behind somebody. You just try to help. But sometimes if there was further action taken, it could end up doing more harm. And I think teachers are in a kind of a precarious position where maybe you can sense something, but you don't know for sure. So you just got to find a way to try to help and be supportive of a specific child that you notice is going through something. One of the organizations that I do some work with, I happen to hear a really cool way that they help. I just help fill some backpacks. We get them like an assembly line and put like book, water, snack, and then just keep going down the line and filling backpacks. But they don't just like go and show up and hand them out to the kids like it's some spectacle. They trust the teachers because the teachers are with those kids day in and day out. They let the school have whatever book bags have been accumulated. And then the teacher during recess goes and puts the backpack on the chair or puts the item in the backpack they know is that child's backpack. That way the child, and this is younger students, but I'm sure it applies to teens as well, there's no embarrassment, right? Of, you know, maybe mom and dad lost their job, they're going through hardship, they don't have a lot of money right now, they don't have a lot of hygiene products, like our teenager bags, we put deodorant and socks and stuff in the teenager bags. But the teacher doesn't want to embarrass the student. The organization, the Ending Children's Hunger Project, doesn't want to embarrass the children. So we trust the teachers to be able to, you know, I think a little something's going on, and without being invasive or creating a spectacle and embarrassing someone, especially teenagers, we trust the teachers to be able to kind of sneak that backpack into that person's life to make sure they have some extra stuff to get by. So really, really, like, we put all the trust in the teachers when we do those initiatives. So shout out to Linda and, you know, any other teachers here that might be hanging out in the chat. And then Classy Beat says, can y'all get the likes up here to 500? I think we can do it. We've got a 980 of us in here. Thank you so much, Classy Beats. FFS says, I might get some hate for this, but I never believed much into this. But knowing what I've seen, if I commit a crime and if I'm white, you get a slap on the wrist. Do the same crime and if I'm black, jail. Well, maybe prison. Isn't it liberty and justice for all? Hey, I think I have a song for you guys. It's not the ABCs of Steel, but it kind of reminds me of what you're saying here, FFS. So if I can upload it while I'm on. I basically told Suno to make a Taylor Swift Rico song. Like, what would a Taylor Swift song about Rico sound like? And it's called Is This Justice for Real? So maybe that will be our outro song for the day, going exactly to this point. And then Aussie Tank, good to see you. Because remember, Aussie Tank is in a different time zone here. So good morning. That's like playing with me. Good morning. Thank you for all the awesome content and amazing chat and community. Shout out to the chat. You guys know I love it here. And I can go in other chats and see you guys everywhere too. It feels like we just like migrate together. We are the great migration. So good to see you, Aussie. Glad you were here with us. And then Samantha says, the pain you feel today is the strength you feel tomorrow. That's true. That's actually a good way to put it. Really, I appreciate brevity, and that's a nice short one there. That's to everyone experiencing something. That's the tat on my bicep. Hold on now. You know what they say about tattoos. So what pain are you talking about, Samantha? Don't ever let love find out you have that tattoo, because she'll take a great quote and infer something else way beyond what it actually means. That's a nice tattoo. I actually like that. Thank you so much, Samantha. And then, heck yeah, we have some gifts, you guys. Putting some green in the chat. Thank you, I Am Shout. We got 10 new, or maybe it's Ian, but I think it's I Am Shout. Correct me if I'm wrong. We got 10 new members now. So everybody shout out I Am Shout in the chat there. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Super awesome of you. There we go. Oh, and we have an encore here from FFS that says, obviously some jurisdictions don't care what you are, which is the way it should be. There's laws, statutes that should apply to everyone no matter what your background. Well, and don't forget too, because even if you have statutes in place, think about things that come down to a jury decision. Statutes don't stop jurors from having bias, and voir dire, you can only get so much out of jurors. Some jurors will hide their intentions or their ideologies. So even where statutes are in place that seem like the playing field should be fair, there's so many other factors that make that not so. But good point. Thank you again for those members. I see some love in the chat for you. There we go. There we go. And let's get back into this. We're going to do 1.75. Honestly, maybe even 2 if there's so much spaces between these answers, but we'll see.
They want to rap, but they were going to rap song.
Okay. Do you know who the person you're talking about? And if it's just,
I think like they had a song with Jay-Z, Linkin Park.
okay. When you were growing up, did anyone ever get you any counseling? Did the state or the court or anybody ever get you any type of counseling? Or the police?
Yeah, I got sent to Georgia Regional. I think it's like a counseling facility or something.
Okay. How about after going to Georgia Regional? Anything else?
I had caseworkers and stuff.
Okay. Like social worker?
Yeah, social worker.
Now, growing up in the environment that you grew up in and going through what you went through, would you describe yourself as angry?
Yeah, but I was already angry going into the environment about my mom's situation, though. Like what happened to my mom.
I'm sorry. Were you taking any drugs, street drugs, not prescribed by a doctor?
Yeah.
Can you tell ladies and gentlemen what type of drugs you were taking?
Weed, pills, Xanax pills, ecstasy pills, Percocet pills, alcohol. Yeah.
And Jeffrey did drugs with you too, didn't he?
Yes.
Now,
All right, we'll go back to 1.5.
if you met Jeffrey approximately 14 and he was about a year and a half older than you, he would have been 16. Does that sound right? About 15 and a half, 16? That's right. As the years went by, do you remember Jeffrey playing in like 17 and under clubs in the area? When I say playing, I mean performing music.
Yeah.
I want to talk with you about a gentleman whose name came up to the ladies and gentlemen jury named Quentin Porter. Okay? Fair?
Yeah.
And he was also known as Boo or Big Boo. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And you said that he was older than you, right?
Yeah.
He older than Jeffrey, right?
Yeah.
And he was like a leader of people in that area. Is that Cleveland Avenue area or Rocket Crew? Is that fair to say? People followed him.
Yeah. I get my jacket on cold.
Yeah, you can wear your jacket, sure. And just for ladies and gentlemen, jury, the young lady who's handing that to the sheriff is your lawyer.
I sustain objection.
What, I ain't supposed to have my jacket?
So you can check it, sir. Yeah, great. Can I ask you questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Stevens, who's the young lady who handed the sheriff the jacket?
My attorney, Christy Gladden.
Now, Mr. Porter or Boo, to your knowledge, did he help Jeffrey career?
He was like known in Atlanta, and like he was popular in like the Atlanta nightclub scene. So yeah, he often got us in the older clubs and stuff to get. Yeah.
And when you're saying he was popular with the nightclub scene, you're talking about Mr. Porter, Quentin Porter.
Yes.
And was he instrumental? Is my word, that's a bad word. Did he assist getting, if you know, getting Jeffrey to play in these other clubs?
Yeah, he assisted in getting us inside the club and the music played.
One more time, could you?
He assisted getting us inside the club and getting the music played.
Okay. And if you know, did Quentin Porter himself and others, he have put up posters around the neighborhood saying, everybody go to this establishment, Mr. Williams or Jeffrey's going to be, Young Thug's going to be playing, and everybody would come out. Is that true?
No, but he told everybody though.
Okay.
If he said something at a party, they helped the party.
One more time.
If Boo said something at a party, they helped the party.
If Boo said,
like, if he promoting the party or like saying something about the party, yeah, they help.
okay, so if Mr. Porter or Boo promoted this event,
yeah,
if Jeffrey's playing, people would go. That's
Any
what,
event, yeah.
that's what I heard you say.
Yeah.
Okay. And was Jeffrey's music being played locally in the streets? Yeah. When he was 16, 17 years of age?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Porter or Boo also would bring out a lot of people to watch Jeffrey perform? Is that true?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Okay. Okay. Now, Mr. Porter was affiliated, he God forbid is deceased. Is that true? To your knowledge? Is that true?
Yeah.
And he was affiliated with the Bloods. He talked about himself being a member of the Bloods. Is that true? And Rockford.
That man said, Clinton said a lot of things. Boo said a lot of things.
Okay. Do you know whether you heard him say that he was part of the Bloods?
Objection.
Or Rockford? What was the objection? It was hearsay. Not for the truth of the matter, sir. Rephrase your, oh, wait a second. Hold on. Same objection. Now, when you would go to Jeffrey's shows, would you consider him a great performer? Did he do a great job?
Yeah.
And was it fun watching him perform?
Yeah.
And was it fun being in the audience and watching him perform?
Yeah.
A lot of girls?
Yeah.
And people were drinking at the establishments?
Yeah.
And Jeffrey was becoming popular in the area. Is that true?
Yeah. Yeah.
Before Jeffrey started to perform and get a reputation for being a rapper in the area, would you consider him to be shy? Was he shy?
Objection, Your Honor, generalization, the timeframe.
I sustain the objection. You can rephrase it still. Before Jeffrey became popular by performing, was he shy? Was he quiet?
Objection made.
I sustain the objection. How would you consider and describe Jeffrey's demeanor outside of performing?
No, I feel like he was always thinking.
He's always what?
Thinking.
Okay. Do you remember him when he did speak, covering up his mouth or putting his arm around his mouth? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
You remember his teeth being, in his opinion, I'm not saying they were, in his opinion, being unattractive?
That's a speculation.
I sustain the objection. Were his teeth perfect like they are today? Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, by the time Jeffrey's 20 years old, you're approximately 18 years of age. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that by that time, Jeffrey is well-known performer in Cleveland Avenue and elsewhere?
By the time I'm 18?
Yeah. You remember Jeffrey putting out mixtapes? I Came From Nothing in 2011. Remember those mixtapes?
I remember I came from nothing mistake, but that date that they were coming out, I don't remember that.
That's okay. But by the time those tapes were coming out, Jeffrey had a good following. Is that fair to say? He was popular.
Yeah.
And he was performing throughout Atlanta. Is that true? Yes?
Yeah.
He was performing South Georgia. Is that true?
Yeah.
In Alabama, right?
Can't remember the exact states, but I know he was performing.
Do you remember Florida, South Carolina?
Oh, I remember Savannah, because they used to always have over spring break. Savannah used to that was a tourist attraction area over spring break. Peach Creek, Orange Crest.
Do you remember by 2012, the next year? Jeffrey's about 21, you'd be about 19. 2013, Jeffrey's with a record label. You know who Gucci is?
Yeah.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen, Jersey, who that is.
Tell.
Who Gucci is.
Another Atlanta artist, rap artist.
And do you know if you signed Jeffrey to the record label?
Yes.
And then in approximately 2012, 2013, so Jeffrey would be approximately 21, 22. You'd be about a year and a half under that. Jeffrey was with a gentleman named Brian Williams, Birdman. Doing Rich Gang. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but I don't know the dates though.
That's okay. And do you remember that 2013, 2014, Jeffrey had gigantic hits playing on the radio throughout the world?
I'm sorry. That's just the question. I just didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. What date?
You can rephrase it, Mr. Stevens, or repeat it. Repeat. What's asking you to just repeat it? Mr. Stevens, by 2013, 2014, do you remember Jeffrey having big hits? Stoner, you know that song?
Yeah.
Danny Glover, you know that song?
Yes.
Lifestyle, you know that song?
Yes.
Were they all, in your opinion, major hits?
Yes.
Okay. And by that time, Jeffrey's approximately 22, 23. You'd be a year and a half under, so you'd be approximately 20, 21, something like that. Does that sound right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I'm sorry.
No,
I did not mean to interrupt you.
no. So you keep on saying the 2 years. Every time his birthday change, mine change.
Exactly. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember during that time, 2013, 2014, seeing Jeffrey come up in magazines? People writing about him in Rolling Stone and Complex. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I can't. I don't recall that.
Do you remember him having followers on social media?
Yeah.
Lots of followers. You remember that?
Yeah.
And during all that time, from when you met Jeffrey to the time we're talking about, we stopped approximately 2013, 2014 for now. How many times did Jeffrey Williams ever commit a crime in support of Rock Crew, to further the interests of Rock Crew? Tell the jury.
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Does that mean no?
Objection, Your Honor.
I say objection. How many times has Jeffrey committed a crime? We're going to go up to that year because we're going to keep talking other dates, okay? How many times has Jeffrey committed a crime to further the interests of the YSL gang?
I don't recall. I don't know.
You were committing, and I'm not insulting you.
Right.
I'm not trying to insult you.
Right.
But you were committing crimes during that whole time that you met Jeffrey until we stopped about 2014. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You were committing crimes such as theft, right?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Potentially drug dealing. I know that came later, but potentially around the drug dealing. Is that true?
Yes.
Potentially armed robberies. Is that true?
Yeah.
And armed robbery means that not only did you take like my possession, like if I was the person targeted, you took, let's say my watch, but you did it with an offensive weapon, like a knife, a gun, brass knuckle, something like that. You understand that's the term?
Yeah, well, I ain't robbing nobody though.
Okay, that's why I'm asking you. So it's thefts, fair to say?
Yeah.
True?
True.
Okay. And you did that because you wanted instant gratification. You wanted whatever, the laptops, the jewelry, the car, whatever it was. You wanted it right then, right?
I don't know why I did it.
Okay. Now, when you said earlier that in approximately, and if you didn't use this date, that's fine. That's fine. Somewhere around 2012, 2013, 2014, something like that. You wanted to change from identifying as rock crew to a new place, YSL. Is that fair to say? You said something like that?
Yes.
And I know the dates are not perfect. And that's, you made that clear. No one's trying.
Now, do you guys catch where Steele is going? You wanted to get away from rock crew to get closer to YSL. Not just to be part of what YSL was doing musically, but to leave the gang life entirely behind. So we're gonna pick back up with that, watch what Steele lays down. But Survivor Speaks, this is really relevant now with the contractors are pulling out their contract at the Fulton County Jail. Separately, there's been other arrests for, one was like a nurse contractor, and then someone from the sheriff's office was also sneaking contraband or doing something inappropriate over at Fulton County Rice Street Jail. Just some crazy stuff going on. And I don't know if it's normal. I'm guessing it's not normal, but I think it's really interesting that the sheriff's office, the Fulton County sheriffs, have a jail investigations unit. Like, is that standard to have maybe in larger areas? Because if that's not standard, isn't that kind of crazy that your sheriff's department has an entire division to investigate bad behavior by their own employees within the Fulton County Jail and contractors in that jail? It's kind of like, it sounds good as oversight, I guess, but how did we get here? But Survivor Speak says, I think we should be able to reach out to the bar as a collective. Love is a liar that has no soul. What happened to Shane, and this is Shane Kendall, is unacceptable and totally disgusting. Release these men and rest in peace, Shane. Now, this is where I am always a listener over on Nick Staro's channel, but Nick has gone into detail about everything that happened to Shane Kendall. And yes, it was Love that prosecuted his case and refused to consider his mental health needs during his time in custody while he was incarcerated. And he ended up, taking his life. And I think 2 employees, they could have been contractors. They might not have been, I think they were sheriff's employees. I think they were actually employees not contracted out. Stood there and didn't really follow standard operating procedures to try to save Shane Kendall's life. So a lot still happening over there. Nick has done a lot of deep dives there. And you are so right, Survivor Speaks. And I saw a different comment. I can't find it now, trying to scroll for it, but I saw you say you're happy that, this case for Love it kind of got derailed. And I agree. And I don't really care if that sounds like a ha-ha at Love. I'm happy saying ha-ha at Adrian Love. Your case got derailed here. So, but thank you so much. And thanks again for bringing attention to, the Shane Kendall case, which not everybody's heard about that.
Trying to trick you. But can you tell in an age or in an event what possible year that was? And if you can't, just say it was around that time. I don't know.
Oh. She I know the date she told me that it was like
You mean in your plea agreement?
no, it was just, she said something about October when it happened. I can't remember, my lawyer went over it. So when that statement was made.
Which statement you talking about?
That you saying that I no longer want to go by rock crew.
If that's not what you said, don't worry about what I said. I thought that's what you said.
Yeah.
Okay.
You asked me about the date.
Approximately. If a year, a year or something like that. If you don't know, Mrs. Stevens, just say it.
Yeah, I know. I'm telling you. I know. I remember even me and my attorney talking about the date that was possible.
All right. Let me ask you a different question. Do you remember a gentleman named Javaris Critton?
Yes.
You know who that is?
Yeah.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, who Javaris Critton is.
Who he is to me? Who he is to me?
If you know, what did he do for a living? How about that? What was he known for? Did he excel at something?
I'm going to the Jet Foundation.
I have him on cross.
No, still, I sustain it. You can rephrase it.
Do you know whether he excelled at a sport?
Yes.
What sport?
Basketball.
Okay. And was there ever a time that you found out, whether it's true or not, I don't know, whether you believe that Quentin Porter or Boo, or Big Boo, told Javon Clinton that you unrobbed him. Did you ever hear that?
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay. And is that the reason, tell the jury, that you wanted to separate from Rock Crew because you wanted to show that you were not happy with Mr. Porter?
John, I object as to ask him to answer it. He's
Oh, objection. So you can answer the question.
Yeah. Now, at the time that YSL was the label, the letters, whatever, the term that was chosen, my understanding that you were in a room.
Your Honor, objection is to Mr. Steele's understanding testify.
Okay, so sorry for that buffering. I just pulled up Nick Starrow's Fulton County Fails playlist. So I'm linking to that in the chat. It has Shane Kendall case information and some other Fulton County fails. So I think you guys will enjoy it. So that is